Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Y'all get excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. Shout out, huge freaking shout out to Kit Smits for bringing this to my attention. Did not know this existed until last night. By this, what do I mean? What am I talking about? What this is this? What this is this? This is Jason Mengel's interview with law enforcement. This did not come in at trial, although it has been referenced from the transcript and whatnot. We did hear a little clip of it played during his cross-examination. And I guess it just, with all the different interviews and all the different things, I just didn't even put two and two together that, well, I guess there was no reference to the fact that there was a video that existed, right? That didn't come in. Anyway, long story short, this didn't come in at trial. It exists. And so last night I was live streaming for the Koberger hearing. Kit Smits brought this to my attention, and I finished Koberger part 1, taught a couple lessons, and basically stayed up all night so I could watch, record, edit, and export this video that we're about to watch, which is the interview of Jason Mengel with law enforcement. So many of our questions, you guys, like I put it in the description, and this is the accurate way to say it. Bombshell after bombshell will be dropped, and question after question will be answered. And a lot of the things that we were, squirrel theories, if you will, or you could call it speculation, or you could call it, whatever you want to call it, things that we were like, I wonder about, a lot of that we're going to get answers to. And I thought I put so much thought into this, you guys. And you guys know that I tend to overthink. That's probably an understatement. And so I put a lot of thought into how I wanted to structure this. And so my thoughts were, okay, I could say, let's watch, we watch a couple questions get answered, and then I pause it and we talk about it. Or we go for like 10 minutes and then we pause it and talk about it. Or we do it in 2 parts. We watch the first half, no talking, and then go back and watch it all the way through again. Like, I thought there's so many different ways I could structure this to try to make everybody happy in terms of not interrupting the flow, or, I don't want to talk over it, right? As you guys know, I'm going to pause it to talk, but I understand that that can be disruptive. I understand that we're all going to be hearing this for the first time, and that also, I think, poses a different challenge that we don't have sometimes with other things. Like, for example, with Murdoch, or things where we'd all, for the most part, already seen it, right? I understand that I get it, but I also know that I think by pausing it to talk about it, I feel like a lot of the times when I have questions or I have comments, it's where it's like you guys do too, right? And that's why I also take that opportunity to answer the questions that you guys have in the chat or comments in the chat. So it's, because we all have to process it. So I put a lot of thought in how I wanted to do this. And what I decided to do is, having said that, the file didn't get done uploading on YouTube yet, but my plan that I have was to do the live stream, right? And then to separately upload the video file, just the video file as a video, right? A separate video, right? That would be just under videos, not under live, right? And it would just be the video file. So that anyone that wants to watch, because I wouldn't blame anybody, this interview is worth watching lots of times. There's so much to process. And that's part of why I'm saying, my brain, y'all, you'll see what I mean here. This is, it's when Christmas brought this up, I pictured exactly what it would be, and it's what I thought it would be. I was like, yep, because I already know, like, Jason is the key to this he has the most answers apart from Alex, who's dead, and Ezra's not going to ever tell the fucking truth. So I'm like, oh my God, like I could picture the scope of this, right? This interview. And it's it's enormous. It's an enormous thing. So I was in the process of uploading that video file onto YouTube, but that takes another couple hours and it actually wasn't done. So I had to stop that because it would slow down the live stream. So essentially I wanted it to be up already. It's not. But I can still, like, my plan is, assuming that you guys like that plan, after the live stream, I can then proceed to upload the video file by itself. If that's something that you guys are interested in, so you can have both options. So I haven't even been looking at the chat because I wanted to get all of those things out there. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Shout out to Spencer. Oh, yeah, Spencer, Nightbot does not show up until the live stream goes live, by the way. He takes a little nap. Nightbot takes a little nap until the live stream is live, and then Nightbot is with us. Shout out to Black Witter. And I will also say, for anyone who is not caught up on the trial, you don't have to be. This, I put this in the Discord. Because this did not come in at trial, it actually kind of worked out perfectly. Because had I learned about this interview earlier, I would have watched it. I would have wanted to watch it earlier because it's so good and it's so important. We learned so much. But honestly, this is the perfect time to do it because we're in the middle of Ezra on Cross. And it's a lot. This is the perfect place to do it. So it really kind of worked out perfectly. And because I know that some of you guys are still catching up on the last episode, this works out great. Whether, when I learned about this, I was like, yeah, that's done. That's what we're going to do next. This is not trial testimony, didn't come in. So it's totally its own thing. Shout out, let's see, is Kitsmith's here? Shout out to Kat Randall. Shout out to Cece, shout out to Jordy, shout out to everybody. All of you squirrel friends, I love all of you guys. Thank you for being here. Kat Randall says he's never going to be happy. So Jordy's not been reading the Discord. I know you're new to the Discord, so that's okay. So hopefully, I don't know, when did you say that? Did my explanation just explain all that? So it would have been Ezra's testimony. It all got everything last night. I was streaming Kroger last night, and Kitsmiths was like, popped in the chat and was like, oh, by the way, there's interview with Jason Mengel. I'm like, oh, okay, yep. So this, again, didn't come in at trial. So, but this is the perfect, honestly, you guys are going to see, this is the perfect complement and juxtaposition to Ezra. Like, okay, and Jordy was there for the last live stream. I know some of you guys were there for the bit. Jordy was there to the bitter end or very end for, by the way, we broke the record. And shout out to you, Jordy. That was so much fun. Of course, it was never planned, but broke the record for the longest live stream that I've ever done. But yeah, so where we were with Ezra on the stand, she was on cross-examination, and it was like but the whole thing, and I will say, so the last live stream, Jordy and I had some fun chit chat at the very end. As always, it's timestamped. It says like school talk. It's just chit chat. We just were chatting about trials. But the rest of that entire live stream, like up until the end, is literally, there's no scroll tangents. I will just say that all of it is very much on point. And I'd been saving for the right moment to do the hipster business of Jason Unhinged and the hipster business. And those are in that last live stream. And the hipster business of Jason Unhinged is at the beginning. And that's kind of going through just the different people and the dynamics and different things in terms of the testimony. And that's pretty short. But the hipster business is crucial. That's where those of us who were here, we went through exhaustively the crime scene and the different possibilities. And we really went through it, and we really made a lot of headway. And we came up with some ideas, and some of that might get confirmed or denied in this testimony today, guys, or not testimony, this interview. I'm so excited. So I was just going to say, like, anyone that's wanting to get caught up on the last episode, again, you don't have to have seen that for today, but there's some really important stuff in there in terms of kind of where we're at with, just like with Murdoch, right? Just like the chicken business, just like the feed room. So, So yeah, and then was there anything else I wanted to say about that? So then the next episode we'll pick up with Ezra on Crest. And the other reason it was a good time to do this is because we finished a day. Like the last episode, we finished day 10 in trial. So we were at the end of the day. So the next episode will start fresh with a brand new day in court. Ezra will be on the stand on cross. And so this is the perfect point. And this is gonna really, oh man, I can't thank Kitsmits enough, because this video is going to change everything. Well, yeah, I would say, for how we process a lot of the stuff with Ezra. Oh, Spencer, you weren't here. I did address the whole mic thing. That was not my mic. That was a StreamYard issue. And I did address that on a live stream, but you weren't here, I don't think. It was not my mic. I learned that after the fact when I was doing timestamps on that video that you guys were talking about my mic. And I saw in the chat where you guys were talking about my mic. And I was doing the timestamps and I was listening to it. And I was like, oh, it sounds completely normal. So and then I realized I watched EDB, other creators on YouTube were having the exact same problem. They're like, what's going on with my mic? It was a StreamYard glitch. So it might happen again. I have no control over it, but it was not my mic. Oh yes, Jordy. Are y'all ready? Let's do this. You guys. Okay, here we go.
It's a house.
All right. March 27th, 2018. Remember, the homicide was March 22nd, 2018. So this is 5 days after the homicide. But imagine if you're Jason, probably feels like it's been a lot longer. And he's processing. Remember, they did not even find Alex's body until the 24th. So it's been 3 days at this point since they found his body. March 22nd was the homicide. All right, here we go.
That's Alex. Yeah, Alex is a great dude.
He seemed like a good guy. Met him there the other night.
Well, like I told you on our little phone conversation there, I don't know that maybe just people in the area community heard or something.
Okay.
That realize the impact on you as well.
You know? Oh yeah, it sucks. Like I was socially ostracized pretty much from a lot of this stuff. It's like for a long time, like my closest friend group was really like off-put. So it was like, I mean, I only really had detectives talking to me. My real friends from before weren't really talking to me. Alex always stuck on my side, but this was rough, man.
Well, I bet it was. I know when we were talking to people, yeah, they kind of didn't want you around, and because they didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, even just little things. I would look in the paper and be like, look up to see what was going on with the case, and be like, oh, anybody was seen walking or jogging or biking in this area? It's like, why would they go biking? You know, it makes you like paranoid. Like, yeah, look at me, man.
Well, we can get going. I don't want to grab your whole afternoon from you, but as you recall, we did a download of your phone too early on. So there's just some questions in there on that information too that we have some questions on. So this might seem a bit random here.
John the mustache.
Yeah, what all transpired with that? I think you kind of talked about a lot of that already, but you got those pictures. This came off your phone. I don't know if you remember that conversation, John and... Yeah. Or tell me who that conversation would have been between.
Oh, this is Ezra and John.
Yeah, Ezra and John had that conversation, right?
Yep.
And you know when that was?
So that conversation is the one where they're sending each other all the nasty texts about doing nasty things to each other. And that came in at trial, and he read that on the stand.
I'm guessing it would be the dates that are on here.
Right. But when were you gone to the military?
I was gone.
It was actually because this alleged assault happened while you were gone to the military.
Roger that. Okay.
You guys remember how he almost shut down the school? Roger.
So All right.
Well
I have
done. Well
this stuff
done.
written down. So apparently, the 4th was when she said the first assault happened. I was at recertification on the 5th, Monday, and that's when she said assault 2 apparently happened, because like you said, there was an assault at night and assault in the morning.
Yeah, so
Because
the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, I believe, is when everybody, Ryan, all of them were drinking together at his place.
At John's
so,
place.
So like they're all drinking together, and from what she had told me, with as much of the problem is like dealing with like so many, like the narrators. It's like, I don't know if you're a trustworthy narrator, in these situations. So it's like, she said that she got so drunk, she was puking and all this kind of stuff, and woke up and felt like something was going on, but then passed back out. And then stuff happened in the morning, is what she said. But then it was like the stories kept changing from both of them. Like the story kept changing from John, the story kept changing from her. And I was like, I don't know what's...
You just highlighted that and you just put it in assault.
Yeah, I just put...
That's what she indicated to you, that these dates happen.
Yeah, because once she talked to me about this stuff, I was like, we gotta go do something, even though it's like way past, the date. Because like...
That's what's important to me. On this, it's February 11th, and she's still talking to him.
That's what I said. I was like, I don't understand, because this is what I meant. Like, I was like, I'm like under the impression, like, why would you keep talking to someone who assaulted you? But also, the night that I found out about all this stuff from her, I had talked to Jonathan. I was like, hey, so what the heck happened, man? Like, what's going on? And he said nothing happened. We never had sex. He said all these things to me. I was like, okay, cool. Well, this is what she said to me on my phone. And then he was like, oh, then he changed his story again. And then I sent some more stuff, and then he changed his story again. And I was like, okay, I don't want to talk to you about this, because you're obviously not. Every time I give you another detail, you change the story. Mm-hmm. So I was like, here, you just talk to Ezra instead. And then I turned the speakerphone on. And I slid the door to make it sound like I was leaving the building. And then it sounded like he was like leading her. It was like, it only happened once. It was consensual. This and this. And it's like, it was just, the tone was very strange. I was like, I don't like this way this is going.
I'm just pausing it real quick. So this actually is an example. This is something that is similar to what Ezra's testimony was, in the sense that she wasn't fully lying about when she talked about this on the stand. So what he's talking about is he's talking about how he discovered these text messages, right? Because they're starting this interview out with, because they've talked to him before, but they're saying, okay, we've just got your phone download. So the first thing they're asking about is these text messages that you can see on the table there. Again, they came in at trial, text messages between Ezra and John Hansen. These are the text messages that he found on her phone when she was staying at the hotel with him, right? And that's when he learned about this whole affair. So he found the text messages, right, as we know, and then he confronted her. He's like, what the fuck, And that's when she starts to feed him this bullshit story about the sexual assault or whatever, right? And then, as we know, he calls John Hansen. And initially, John Hansen denies it. So then, as he's describing, he leaves the hotel room to see what will happen if he's gone, and pretends to be outside the earshot, if the story will change or whatever. And that's what he's describing right here. He's describing this exactly as we heard in trial.
So I was like, well, both of them don't seem trustworthy at this point, but I'm just going to err on the side of caution, and we should probably go in,
Yeah, Super Planner Girl. This interview is on March 27th. So yes, on March 24th. Remember, March 24th is the day they found the body, the day they found the car, and also the day that they had that last interview with Ezra, where she essentially, well, I don't want to say, she confessed to self-defense. She confessed to a bullshit story, right? She eventually was confronted and admitted that she killed him in self-defense. So yes, at this point, they've got enough information that they're pretty clear on what kind of went down. So
then we came down here and she had to do all this stuff. But
okay. So you were the one that urged her to report it then?
I was like, well, I mean, I didn't know if it was an assault or not, because I didn't.
Okay. And where did that conversation take place?
That was at that hotel. Like, I had gotten her a hotel when she was in town, and then she called me back because she was acting all weird and making, like, because she was like,
what motel? Was that like Scottish Inn?
I don't think it was the Scottish Inn. It was a different one. It was over by, like, where the clinic is.
Okay. So what was the significance in you taking these photographs?
Oh, no, wait, it was over by not Clancy's. What's the Irish pub that's by the hospital? Across the street.
O'Leary?
There's an attached motel. I think it's the one that's attached to that one.
Okay. Did you kind of call her out on these? Or
Yeah, it was like, what the
is that why you took pictures of them?
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? What are your guys' stories don't make any sense?
You know, and you're talking this way after the portion.
Yeah, I was like, so, she's like, well, it's like a court, because between all three of them, they were into this crazy existential, like, nihilistic stuff. Like,
You guys see that? All three of them?
they're reading all these books, you know, like, there's one about this, like, neo-Nazi guy, and, like, it's just like watching the world burn because nothing matters in life, you know. No one has to be born, and there's, the only rules you make are, you know, like, there are no rules.
If you guys didn't hate Ezra already, it's hard. After watching this, I can barely look at her. I don't even know how I'm going to make it through the rest of her cross. Like she's a different kind of. I don't even know. I don't even have a word.
It's like, you can do whatever you want to do. It's just the repercussions. And it's like, I don't know, these books are pretty heavy, dude. Like, I don't know, for a girl who's younger and very impressionable and also, like, kind of spiraling through depressions because, like, she had, you know, kind of like the postpartum depression thing from the abortion. It's like, this is probably not great reading material to be, like, ingesting right now. Like, you're already at a low. You're unemployed. It's just, the holiday seasons and stuff like that, like post-holiday seasons, there's a lot of depression issues with people around that time.
Absolutely.
So I was like, I don't know what because it's like everyone was talking about stuff, but not talking to me about the stuff.
And you said it was the three of them into it. Her, John, and
Alex. Yeah, they're all.
And your roommate.
No.
A different.
Alex is deceased.
Oh, okay.
Is that who she's talking about here as well? On that first page. It takes some reading, maybe.
Oh, this is the stuff that she wrote, right?
That's the journal. And remember, I'm going to point out the thing about these Ezra journals, we have to keep this in mind. And it's things like this, which is why they already are like going along with it, like in their minds, it's going to be really clear in their questioning, and they not even in their questioning, it's going to be really clear as they're trying to all make sense of this. The three of them, literally, they're all trying to make sense of this and work it out in their minds, like what the fuck went wrong here, like what the fuck happened, like what's going on, you know. But it's going to be clear that they already are like it was premeditated. And the journals, I think, are one of the things. And here's the thing with Ezra's quote unquote journals, right? Remember, she edited that journal entry that she was going to send to everybody or whatever the night before the murders. I will be honest, and that's where the whole life starts now thing. I will be honest, that's such a huge part of the defense in the trial. I don't know that ever fucking happened. I would not be. Now, Jason is of the understanding, as we've heard from his testimony in trial, we're here too. He's of the understanding that it did happen, but you know what? He heard it from Ezra. So it's one of those things where it's like he still hasn't sussed out like what all, because she'd been lying about literally everything, right? But the thing is it's just so convenient, right? And you're going to hear them discuss this about how it was out of character for her dad to say that. But the thing is so she updates that journal entry the night before the murders, and what's she writing about? She's writing about, I can be Ezra again. She writes to Jason about the life starts now shit, right? It's like she's setting, and this is what I think that, again, it's early in the case, but I think this is what they're seeing as like she was setting this whole thing up. And then the whole thing of like, I'm writing journals for other people to read. You guys will see. So yeah.
Is this like the whole, like this is how it goes?
Yeah, I think so. But who the Alice was she's referring to there.
Yeah, that's the Alex Woodward.
Okay. So she figured you had been talking with him as well?
With Alex?
Yeah, doesn't she?
Yeah, what is? I cannot have any.
I cannot have you discussing my case or what?
Oh, this was the assault case, I'm assuming, right?
The John?
Yeah.
The John case?
The John case would be assault with John. Because she had said that she had gone to Alex's house after, so like initially it happened, I was still gone.
Yeah,
so she said
second assault happened at your house.
That's what she was saying, that it happened in my bedroom when he dropped her off. But, I mean, it's all like these narrators are like, yeah.
Okay. So that you would say is Alex Woodworth there, not your roommate.
This is at Woodworth, yes. Okay. Is there anything else in here?
What's funny?
I don't think so.
What's funny is that came up in the trial on cross. I think it was, like the Miss Pishnik, god damn it, I hate her so much right now, honestly, was trying to suggest that Ezra could have been writing about the Alex, the roommate, because she's texting with Jason, right? And she's like saying that he was afraid of her. And she's like, couldn't it have been, or maybe it's cross on Jason, but she's like couldn't she have been referencing Alex Zink, the roommate? And it's like, no. I mean, but that you just heard it point blank. He's like, they're asking that exact question. And a lot of her questions, she got the ideas from this interview, which is wild. He's like, yeah, that's Woodworth. Clearly, she's talking about Woodworth. She would never. So.
Let's see on that last page there.
And the last time we talked, a lot of this, why we wanted to talk today is the last time we talked, nobody had time to go through all your phone downloads, and now there's things that we got questions about. That's why we just wanted to figure this all out. And we kind of wanted to wait till we had all the questions so we could make this a one-time shot.
That's the races thing.
Yeah, so where is this board at?
This is in the men's bathroom at Racy's.
Okay, and
All right.
how did this come about? Did you write this on there?
Negative.
Do you know who wrote this?
I told her this was in the bathroom, and I was like, I don't know what this is all about, but so
you just happened to notice the phone number?
Okay. So you guys, all of the key themes, right? They're all going to come. This interview is incredible. This is just Christmas. This is Christmas, New Year's, birthday, all the holidays, best days, all of it. This is like Mr. Dufour with his poster board. This is all the best things. This interview is all the things. The writing on the bathroom wall. Do you guys remember we've talked about this several different times, but I did a squirrely speculation. I don't know, it was maybe a couple live streams ago, and it was just a squirrel speculation, right? I ran my little bumper that I had a gut feeling that Ezra freaking wrote this on the bathroom wall. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it just seemed to be the only explanation. And it also just, it just made sense to me, right? But let's see, but there's a reason I'm mentioning that, because in my mind, the only thing that made me think, God, but it was in the men's room, right? But I'd forgotten about a key piece of evidence, or not a key piece of evidence, but a key thing that would explain that she still could have done it. And we're about to hear that right now.
Yes.
That's a dream.
Well, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is it, because someone had mentioned to me, like, oh, is your ex-girlfriend's number up there now? And I was like, what are you talking about? And it's like in this yellow, so it was like, it looked like someone had written it and then tried to bleach it off.
Did you message her? There's some messages about apparently black marker erases and turns yellow or something.
Yeah, I said like I tried to like get some of the rest of it off, but I ended up just going over the top of it because it was like, well.
When did you become aware of that?
I spoke about every date that I had messaged her about it. It's kind of hard to remember.
So when the picture was taken, that was
probably I would assume, because like I went in there and looked like, hey, this is pretty fucked up. Like, because like she was going through this situation where everyone was talking shit about her and making her out to sound like a whore. I was like, well, that's from the day that happened. Oh my god. Okay.
Do you remember what her response was in reference to that? And I may have not read it, but maybe it's in there.
That's fine. There's nothing on that. Was she getting phone calls?
I have no idea.
She didn't indicate all of a sudden people are calling her, soliciting.
And things. Also, she used both bathrooms a lot of times because, like,
she used both bathrooms a lot of times. And as soon as I heard him say, I was like, of course she did. And I'm like, there we go. So yeah, she totally. That when I heard that, I was editing this video last night, and I heard that, and I was like, yeah, Ezra totally wrote it. Because, again, the only thing I was like, oh, but it was in the men's room. And I totally forgot. Yeah, of course she used both bathrooms. She was gender fluid.
I went one of those situations where I was like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, she was gender neutral for quite a while. You know, she like.
Thank you, Spencer.
After like when she was younger,
so much. Thank you.
all the assaults and stuff that had happened, she decided she wanted to portray more of a mask. I mean, she cut all her hair. She like dressed more like overalls and like guys kind of clothes because she didn't want to be like seen as a target anymore. So like a long time when we first started like hanging out and dating, she dressed very masculine. She just like.
So did you guys catch that? Dude, there's so much to learn here. He's saying that the reason Ezra became gender fluid, according to her, we have to keep all this in this lens of everything that he's learning. He's learned from Ezra, right? And he says this several times, even in interviews, like, well, here's what my understanding, but then he's like, but then again, I learned this from Ezra, right? So we have to do the same thing. So according to Ezra, there's revelation after revelation in this interview. According to Ezra, the reason she decided to dress or become more masculine was because she was SA'd as a child or whatever, and she didn't want to be seen as a target, as being like female. So that's how that all started, according to Ezra.
She didn't want to portray her feminine side that much. So she would, and like Races has always been kind of one of those places where they're more understanding. Like now that Jeremy's gone, especially, that, you know, it's just a bathroom. You know, people just need to go in and avoid. It's not like you have to have a certain set of organs to use a bathroom. Sure. Unless you need tampons or something specific, you know.
So the life starts now when you photograph that. Is that why you photographed it?
I wrote over the top of it because we had a talk the night or two before with her father, and I was like, maybe it would make her feel better.
So you wrote that?
I wrote the life starts now.
Black Widow with some foreshadowing that she doesn't even know she has yet. Keep that in, everyone. Let's keep this in mind, that Black Widow, you're crystal balling over there, squirrely crystal balling over there. It's a great point, but also it's very squirrely crystal ball, and we're gonna, over the course of this interview, you will see why. I'm gonna save that comment too, so I can reference it when the crystal ball moment happens. Oh, what else was I gonna just say? Oh well.
What did you mean by that?
So her father, I had talked to her, and her and her dad never really talked.
Oh, right. The life starts now. They're about to talk about that. I had a lot of things dawned on me after this interview. During it and after it, we're going to talk about it. I have some thoughts. But I think Ezra completely invented this entire story with Life Starts Now.
Not that much more serious stuff. Not Jimmy, but
like Joe Shane?
Joe, the one who's in prison. Sir Stanley.
Yeah, that's Joe Shane, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
I believe so.
So like she had sent me some stuff that her father had talked to, because she said her dad talked to her, and like they spent, you know, a good hour or so having a conversation about, like, you know, all this stuff happens, and it doesn't mean you need to stop. It doesn't mean you need to stop trying, because like you need to take control of your life. It's what do you say, like
we're going to hear from them. I don't think they initially buy it. I don't think they really buy the Life Starts Now story either. You're going to hear that in their questions.
We give her a time, because like when they finished their conversation, it was like 12 something or 11 something or whatever. It's like, this is it. I was really like, fucking life starts now. Like, get your shit together. Stop worrying about all this other stuff. Stop worrying about like, your mistakes and the bad things that you've done. Just life starts now.
Okay. On the Instagram stuff, example 2. Would that be Julia?
Julia, her friend?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, example 02. Yeah.
That's Julia?
That's Julia.
Yeah.
I can't remember her last name.
So,
Post.
Would Julia post?
Yes.
Okay. The day this kind of went down.
The driving day?
Well, you're going to the laundromat.
Yeah. Oh, the day when everything went down. Okay.
Yeah, so you're going to the laundromat. This last kind of you're telling her, Ezra, you're going to the laundromat.
Yeah, we had a conversation a little bit the night before, and then I woke up early and I ended up taking another nap. But I was like, well.
Okay. Another thing that is so striking about this interview is his testament. He's just speaking so candidly here, right? I mean, it's very obvious to me. Like it's exactly the same as on the stand, except that he's more obviously he's way more limited on the stand. There's stuff he can't say, but in other words, it's like it just really. I just think this is great. It really, this is exactly what happened. It's like, here's what happened. And so he's talking about now the day of the murders. And again, this is so contemporaneous in time that this is so awesome that we have it 5 days after the homicide, right? And he was freaking there. And remember, he was like, something's up. He caught the police were there. He was like, something's wrong. You guys need to, it gives me goosebumps.
It was my house. Gave me an earful about her still getting mail at the house. And I was like, you should probably change your mail over. She's like, yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to go to the post office and stuff. And I was like, cool, sounds good. Here? Or was she going to go I think there? She was going to go and Stanley because she said walk. So, right.
So that day, first I was going to, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day. And then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap. And then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So, also noteworthy is she never does anything with that change of address that she just mentioned, because we know her whereabouts. She was on surveillance camera. She never does anything with a change of address.
So I was like, okay. And I went to go do my laundry, so I went to Racy's. I dropped my laundry off, came back to Racy's. And I figured, I was going to run for a little bit. And then I noticed her coming in, and I was like, okay. Because she had never said anything about coming to Eau Claire, which was weird.
It was weird. He said that on the stand, and he's saying it out. And you could just hear this, right? He's like, this was weird. He already knew, he already could tell something was up. This is incredible.
Because
oops, sorry, I didn't mean to pause again.
Usually she would communicate stuff like that. She was like coming around, and she just had this like.
I'm gonna back it up just one more second since I accidentally double paused it. Hold on. Okay, let's just go from here.
I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day. And then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap. And then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So, also noteworthy is she never does anything with that change of address that she just mentioned, because we know her whereabouts. She was on surveillance camera. She never does anything with a change of address.
So I was like, okay. And I went to go do my laundry, so I went to Racy's. I dropped my laundry off, came back to Racy's. And I figured, I was going to run for a little bit. And then I noticed her coming in, and I was like, okay. Because she had never said anything about coming to Eau Claire, which was weird. Because usually she would communicate stuff like that. She was like coming around, and she just had this like angry, pissed off look about it. I was like, okay, what? Didn't know what had happened. I didn't know she had also been pulled over or something like the night prior, or 2 nights prior, Joe had said. So like she wasn't even supposed to be driving. He had taken the keys from her.
So you were surprised?
I didn't know about the keys thing, but I was
surprised. She was coming to town.
No, because like I knew she had barely any funds left. She had just started. Working at the school, but she was also. Yeah, she was working at the school, but she had gotten her TV test. Like they had done the TV test, and she was gonna like get it read the next day. So she could start working like as a CNA again or something. And I had mentioned to her like, well, yeah, if you need scrubs and stuff to borrow, like that's cool. I can give you scrubs because like it's hard to grab. Like people that start out doing it don't have like $80 to spend on a set of scrubs. Mm-hmm. So
absolutely.
Once we had chit chatted a little bit, like she looked pissed and was like, hey, if you want to pick those scrubs up and like get something to eat after, like that'd be cool because like congratulations, like I'm glad you're getting stuff together. Like
so this we actually didn't know about because it just didn't come up in the trial. I don't think it was like kept out. I just didn't come up. Well, potentially. I mean, who knows? Maybe there was motion eliminate, but basically they seems like they had loose plans to actually get together later and get something to eat. Right. So he sounds like he's like, yeah, let's go. He's like, yeah, let's catch up or get together later. We're going to go get sushi, something like that. So.
And that conversation took place over the phone, or
that was at Racy's.
At Racy's,
yeah. Because like she went with Maxwell to drop off art. So like she traded him a painting that used to be in the bedroom for some paintings to be done, and then she had come back. Apparently, she had come back when I had already been gone to go get my laundry.
Okay. And you talked the first time she was in there, or
when she was first going in? Yeah, when she was coming in and then leaving.
Okay. You talked inside or outside, or
outside, I believe.
Outside. In the earlier conversation where she talked about going to the post office and stuff, was that over Instagram or was that over the phone? Do you remember? That's a long time ago, so. Probably, I think it was Instagram.
I don't think we were using Messenger anymore, so I think it was Instagram.
Okay.
She kept like blocking and unblocking, blocking and unblocking, and getting pissed about it. I was like, whatever, it's your prerogative.
Did you guys have many?
You guys hear that? Of course she did, right? She had blocking and unblocking, blocking and unblocking, blocking and unblocking on Instagram. Of course she did.
Actual phone conversations, or were they all pretty much messages through some sort of media?
Once in a while she'd call, but like not a whole lot. Like in general in the relationship, or
I know. It's incredible.
after all this stuff.
After all this stuff happened and she was kind of living in Stanley.
Once in a while. I think she called me maybe, I would say it would be less than 15, but more than 5.
Okay. So to your understanding, she was, when you would have been messaging her, she was still in Stanley that morning?
But yeah, that's what I would assume.
Okay. And the only way she could contact you was with Wi-Fi, correct?
Yeah, she didn't have a phone plan. I think she just had like it was like an iPad or iPod Touch, something like for like music, but she used it as like a social media device. Okay. I don't think it was an actual cell phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm not sure.
The other thing that I think is noteworthy here is they bring this up about the iPod, iPod versus phone. In terms of that whole LG cell phone, and Ezra saying it's hers, and I know that not everybody has been in agreement with, I'm just going to say, like, I pointed it out before that literally the only person who has said that Ezra had that LG cell phone is Ezra, but Ezra and her attorneys have accidentally contradicted themselves on that countless times, and I've impeached them in the videos where they're like saying that she never had a phone, right? And it's like, that's how it actually comes up, is because she's like, yeah, I never had a phone. And then she's like, but wait, there was a phone found in your car. And then I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about the phone, right? Anyway, but what I was gonna say is Jason, there's no mention of there's no mention of an LG cell phone. Like they're talking about her phone and they're saying, oh, it's actually an iPod. He's not like, oh yeah, she also had an LG. Like, he would have known, right? If anyone would have known about the LG cell phone that she had, even if it was just temporary, even if it was a burner phone, whatever the case was, it's like, there's just no evidence that was her phone. It's only her saying it. But again, just Jason is such a great resource, and he has no knowledge of the cell phone. I don't think they have knowledge of it. So they don't like, it's not like they're not like, what about the LG cell phone? But in other words, it would come up here because they're talking about her phone number, and they talk about the phone number lots of times. So anyway.
City of Eau Claire, they don't have public Wi-Fi throughout any area.
No, I mean, some of the parks do, but it's kind of spotty.
Okay.
All right, let me back that up so you guys can hear that full question. My mind is just still processing how much in this interview. Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, she didn't have a phone plan. I think she just had like it was like an iPad or iPod Touch, something like for like music, but she used it as like a social media device. Okay. I don't think it was an actual cell phone.
Okay. And I guess I'm not sure. City of Eau Claire, they don't have public Wi-Fi throughout any area.
No, I mean, some of the parks do, but.
Do you guys see why that matters? I'm just like, this is insanity. This interview, it's like every single sentence I feel like is like this, where it's like, holy fuck. This to me is giving us the most insight we're ever going to get into what was Ezra, and honestly, how premeditated this was. Do you guys need me to explain the significance of the parks? So the whole public Wi-Fi thing, that's something that I never even considered, because I've never heard of that here in North Carolina. Again, this actually is a huge deal, and it's something that we wouldn't have learned were it not for this interview. But remember, part of the whole, oh man, this is wild, guys. Part of the whole thing with her attorneys, right? Think about her defense. How much did they hammer the fact she didn't have a cell phone? Well, she had the LG cell phone in the car that she claims is hers, but didn't work. And anyway, jury's still on what the fuck's up with that. But she had an iPad, right? An iPod, sorry, and she didn't have Wi-Fi, right? So the whole thing is we heard this in opening statements. We heard this time and time again. She didn't have Wi-Fi, right? So she couldn't call 911. They're trying to, and she didn't have cell plans. So, they're trying to say, here's why she didn't call 911, right? Because Ezra on the stand, you guys remember Ezra on the stand? I just wanted to help him. I just wanted to help. My first time help. I just wanted to be helpful to Alex. I mean, it's just, and so it's like, okay, so then why didn't you call 911? It's like they're almost placating her by asking that question because they've said it already a billion times in the trial, but because she had the iPod and the iPod didn't have a cell plan and it didn't have Wi-Fi, okay? You guys see where I'm going with this? Because the whole thing, remember when they were like, Ezra's whole story initially was that she was SA to Owen Park. She really messed herself up with that one. Now, where did she come up with that? I think it's because, and I'm almost certain it's because she had to try to come up with a lie, right? Just like with Murdoch. It's the lies have some sort of truth in there so they can try to make it give that plausible deniability thing, right? So, because when she went to go trade the art with Max, he lives right near Owen Park. So she tried to come up with something where she knew her car this is my thought, right? Would be seen in the area. Now, it's never seen entering the park, but it's seen driving at that intersection, which we've seen all that. And it's right there where there's a big sign for Owen Park. I think that's where she came up with that. So then, in order to try to perpetuate, just like with Murdoch, once you lie, you have to keep lying. Then she has to try to talk about why a park, right? And this is back before she's admitted to anything with Alex. This is back when she's like, I don't remember, right? But when she starts trying to remember, it's like talking about going to a park. We just wanted to go to a park. There's talk of going to a park. And then that even comes being, again, they build it into their defense. It's in the opening statements. Remember, nature location. Why do they call it a nature location? Because they're trying to make it seem like it's going to the dirt road makes sense. You guys it's honestly, it's kind of scary, some of the stuff that we learned. And okay, things you don't want, like what ended up happening is we were right about a lot of things. And there's things that I didn't want to be right about that I was right about. Anyhow, but so in other words, Ezra basically is the first one to suggest anything about parks, Owen Park. And then eventually in her interviews with law enforcement, as we hear, they ask her about the other, because she says something about going to a park. And then they ask her about other parks out near Menominee. Were you trying to go to this park, that park? So she's really screwed herself in a sense, right? Because but why didn't she go to a park with Alex in the car? Because remember, she was driving. Why do you think she went to the dirt road instead? Why? She had to go somewhere that wouldn't have public Wi-Fi. So that she had an excuse for not being able to get any help. Whether it's help for her because she's quote unquote being SA'd, whether it's help for Alex because she didn't mean to kill him, quote unquote. She had to go. So in order to keep her story, she needs a place that's a nature that could count as a nature location. I would not call that dirt road a nature location. It's just, yeah, it's so beautiful by the Green Army trailer in the middle of a mud pit. No. But she needed a nature. So the nature location thing is just a way to try to make it seem like that this is a park when it's not a park. Because she couldn't go to a park. She had to go somewhere without Wi-Fi. And less people around. Yeah, that's the other thing, Cece. Definitely.
Okay, it's kind of spotty.
Okay, so you'd have to be at a business or at her
You have to be
house.
like a residence or like, something that you knew the Wi-Fi for. Like Gracie's, a friend's house. Like Julia lived in, I think Julia lived in those dorms by Phoenix Park, kind of. The new high-rise ones by,
Yeah, right off of
the Confluence area.
Yeah, okay.
When do you think you wrote The Life Starts Now on there? Was that the day of? Or did you write it and take a picture of it? Because we can tell by when you took the picture if you remember when you wrote it in relation to taking the picture.
I can't really recall. I know I took the pictures. Could have been the same. I don't know. I wrote over the top of it, but I can't remember when.
It's kind of the flow on the 22nd of March. She says, and maybe I'll just read this to kind of see if it jogs your memory. I thought about it a lot, and I think I'll call Winter Shift to return the tattoo gift. So I can.
it dawned on me at this part. Hold on, let me finish.
For sure pay for therapy.
Okay. Let me back that up so you can hear the full sentence, and then I'll tell you what dawned on me here. I think this is important. A lot of things dawned on me.
She says, and maybe I'll just read this to kind of see if it jogs your memory. I thought about it a lot, and I think I'll call winter shift to return the tattoo gift. So I can for sure pay for therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you know where she's going for therapy?
She was going somewhere in Stanley.
She never went to therapy. I'll explain.
Right in.
I believe her family had got her set up with a therapist or something over there.
Never happened. Never happened.
Because it was.
This is all bullshit. I feel like Ezra had us all gassed. I'm still processing all of the things that I maybe gave her the benefit. I'm like, no, wait, that never happened. Literally, it's like everything. None of it. Again, I was still thinking, okay, the life starts now conversation was real, and that she was going to therapy. Nope. And we'll talk more about it.
Within biking, I think she mentioned once it was biking distance. Or maybe that was her work.
You know, she went anywhere around.
Oh, Cece, we're going to talk about that too. I realized a lot. I think there's a reason she had 3 very specific knives with her. And I think she was trying to decide who she was going to set up. But we'll talk more about it at a different point in the video.
Here after she made contact to report with crisis and the investigators when she reported the Hansen assault.
I gave her a bunch of numbers. Like the military has like one of those like phone numbers you can call that gives you like local but a lot of them were only 1 or 2 sessions they would do, and then they were paid afterwards. But there was. I remember it was Bolton. Like the fellow from Bolton gave me some options too, or gave her some options too on that stuff, and I don't know if she ever partook of any of those.
Might have did some initial screening.
Yeah, because like she met with the big like he looks dangerous, but he's a teddy bear.
Okay.
I can't think of his name.
From
the Bolton Refuge House.
Bolton, okay.
Because she didn't feel like she could go anywhere at some point, because like her mom and family didn't want her. Jimmy and them didn't want her, or not Jimmy, Joe and them.
We're getting some context into her family situation.
Didn't really want her. I didn't want her, but I mean, I think her initial plan, it seemed like, was she just going to move in with Alex for a bit? Was she going to try to move in with John?
Okay.
Was she going to try to move in with Bree? I think it was Bree for a little bit. She talked about moving with.
When he says Bree, that's Brianna Larson. We saw her testify.
Bree's like, I don't know if she knows what she's doing. Like, because 90% of the time she had these aspirations for stuff. It's like, even now, she was sending me letters for so long. And it's like, oh, can't wait to hang out and do it. It's like, I don't think you're in the same place as us half the time, man. Like, he's
just said she's been sending him letters from jail, or I guess it was jail at this point. She's been sending him letters saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and that when I get out. Like she's gonna be getting out, and so he's saying, I don't think you're in the same place as us, man. He means reality.
A lot of these ideas and these things that you're going through in your head don't correlate with reality, you know. Mm-hmm. And my roommate Alex always had a problem with her because he'd be like, some of her stories don't make sense, man. It's like, think about the amount of life she's had, and then think about putting all this stuff into it. These stories that she's had. It's like, when was she doing this? When was she doing that? I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I've never tried to run the numbers. It's like, well, try to run the numbers, man, because it's a lot of when did school start? When did this happen? Because I started becoming friends with her friend Hagan, one of her ex-boyfriends, Hagan. Okay. And I was like, did you guys live together for a while and stuff? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, but how does this all fit in together? Because
he's realizing they're just realizing the attitude. So it's like Ezra had all these life stories, and they're like, wait, how did these things all happen at the same time? They're real. Oh my God. So he was also friends with one of her ex-boyfriends, Hagan. You're going to hear that name come up several times. Hagan is her ex-boyfriend, who Jason, being a good dude, of course, is friends with her ex-boyfriend, right? Friends with everybody, you know. And he's like, wait, how did all these things happen? Because it doesn't make any sense.
Mathematically, a lot of the stories, they just don't sew up straight.
Is that the friend that
Spencer?
The brother possibly sexually assaulted her?
But then there was also the fact that
Okay, I'm going to back that up. But I just want to say, Spencer, I am with you, and we're going to this, yeah. Those of us who've been in that situation, this is hard. It's hard. Gets hard hearing from Jason. But check this out. Check this out, guys. Listen to this part. So remember, Hagan is an ex-boyfriend. Let me back that up a second.
They just don't sew up straight.
Is that the friend that the brother possibly sexually assaulted her?
But then there was also like the fact that she talked with him afterwards too. Like,
all right. Ezra had another claim. So her ex-boyfriend Hagan, who Jason's friends with, that Hagan, according to Ezra, Hagan's little brother also sexually assaulted her. And Jason's saying, wait, but that was weird too, because just like with John Hansen, she also kept in touch with him and kept in contact with him after that happened.
okay, they seemed familiar after that. And it's like, is this just like a victim thing? Like, because I know there was a name.
Now he's going to go through all the different people that Ezra had told him had essayed her before she even gets to John Hansen or Alex Woodworth.
Neighbor or something when she was young, a family member that when she was young, possibly one of Joe's neighbors, like that still lives across from him, a teacher at her high school who had a kid and wife that apparently moved away after whatever had happened. Just all of these things, and I was like,
wow.
I talked to her for so long ago, like, you should probably go in and get some of this stuff. Like, you should talk to somebody about this because it's not. Just shaving your head and pretending like you're a guy for like a couple of years is not going to fix the kind of trauma that's going on in your head right now. Like, you got issues trusting people. Like, she would go up and down when it comes to like emotional situations. It's like,
wow.
You know, there were times where she would make me just get in the car with her and she'd just drive crying. And like,
guys, we're going to get to the driving. Are you guys ready? What is one of the things that I mentioned in the last episode? I know not everyone saw it. I'm just going to say, I had a theory, but again, the questions that they asked, that, like, for example, like Mr. DeFore, the questions he asks, sometimes even if he doesn't get an answer, the question's more important, as we know in trials. It's not always about the answer, it's about the question. Remember what I said, for those of you who were here, and even if you weren't there, I said, it is clear to me that Mr. DeFore thinks, for some reason that we didn't know, right, thinks Ezra had been out to that dirt road before. That is fucking huge. That's huge. That puts her in the driver's seat. That's premeditation. That's all of it. That is fucking all of it. And it completely obliterates her stupid dirt road story into getting stuck in the mud. Like the whole stuck in the mud thing. And we worked really hard on that crime scene at the last episode. The whole getting stuck in the mud thing. I know that you guys who were here were like, yeah, she was definitely stuck. And specifically, I remember Kitsmits and Jordy, and y'all were like really saying she was definitely stuck. And you look at the tires, really stuck. I think and I was like, I still don't buy it. I don't buy it, man. And it's like, it was this type of thing where it's like, if it was stuck, it was not on purpose. It was like, I don't know. Like they didn't stop. The car didn't end up there because it was stuck. Like if it got muddy, it was just by happen. I don't know. All I will say, I think that the whole thing about the car being stuck in the mud comes up in this interview, and it's clear that no one buys it either. So it's not just me. Even if the tire looks like it's in the mud, even if the road is muddy, even if there's tire tracks in the grass, remember, their job as her defense attorneys is to look at the evidence and figure out a way to explain it with her on the stand. That's what they did. They looked at the tracks, they looked at the mud, they looked at the tire. Here you go, have at you, right? It doesn't mean any of that happened. I didn't buy it. And we're going to hear more about that. But I was so convinced. I'm like, Mr. DeFore, for some reason, thinks she's been there before. We're going to hear about this.
There's a graveyard out somewhere by Stanley. Apparently someone who's super important to her, some woman, I can't think of her name, but she died younger. I don't know if she helped raise her or something. But she would just go out there and like just sit by the grave and cry sometimes and be like, if she would have been around, like she would have helped me get my life back together. You know, like my family just sees me as a burden. Like my mom sees me more as like a friend than a child. And it's like, well, you do ostracize a lot of people, man. You push people away a lot because you have this coping mechanism of just running from problems. You just run from a problem and then you expect someone like in your family to save you when they start to feel scared, like that you might be teetering, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. hair on the arm standing up is this entire interview.
What did you mean? This is a message that you sent. Is that you, the Doc Wolf?
That's me.
Please tell me you didn't risk the only place to take you in without communicating your intentions. Is
That was me.
Joe Shane took you in,
Yes.
or
So, like, that was after I talked to Joe. I think I talked to Julia, Joe, and Rosie. Rosie's her mom, right? Rosalie Anderson. That's her first name. I'm trying to push a lot of this situation out of my mind, like the people.
And I wasn't tied into a lot of that stuff, so I'm trying to pull it up and think.
This is after I had talked to Joe outside the cop. So I was still at Racey's, I think. And he had said, she's not even supposed to have the keys. I took the keys from her. What is she doing in Eau Claire? And I was like, I don't know. She was supposed to get the kids off the bus. And I was like, oh shit. So then I messaged her, hoping she'd be on Wi-Fi somewhere. So I was like, well, she's bumming around the city. She might be on Wi-Fi. And I was like, he was already
Wi-Fi again.
like threatening to kick her out because she had brought a cat. She had done all this stuff. She was ignoring. She was just not being very for the amount of leeway she was being given in the situation, like being just. Just, hi, I need a place to live again all of a sudden. Can you help me find a job? Can you help me with finances? Like, I'm like, you're being kind of inappropriate about this. Like, her mom was like, you can't live here anymore. You're not living here anymore. It's done.
Okay.
Figure it out.
He's talking about the family, the context of the family. Remember, keep in the back of your minds, guys, the 3 knives as we hear about this.
So she showed up at Joe's and Joe took her in. And I think it was mostly a guilt thing because, like, he had never really been around there after the divorce and all that kind of stuff. Like, he was always there, but not really. Mm-hmm. So I think he took her in to help grow, and because her grandmother, Terry, they needed help with Terry because Terry was in the process of passing away and stuff. But
what was the second half of that, though? Without communicating your intentions, does that mean to you?
Intentions of driving to town because she was risking the place she was living without telling Joe, hey, I'm going to town to do it. And I thought the intention was that she was coming to town to maybe talk to Alex about the letters. Because she had been fired out the day before about those journals she had been doing. And she had mentioned, those journals, like...
she got fired up, what do you mean?
Well, she was just like, I need to drop these off with these people. And I was like...
This is again... It's going through all the different themes, right? This is all the things. Now where we've segued into, just from the natural discussion about this stuff, we've segued into exactly verbatim, just like he testifies on the stand. It's completely, this is to me the epitome of just someone being completely honest. Not just honest, it's more than honest. It's just completely candid and genuine. But this is the conversation about her wanting to bring the journals in person. And he's like, why the fuck do you need to do that? And, it's really funny because now we have this context as to why he pushed back on that so much, because now we know she had this history, right? According to her, of being essayed by a litany of people in the past. And then after that, contacting them, according to Ezra. And he's like, so you can see why now she's made these allegations and now she's like, I got to confront them in person. He's like, why are you doing this? Send it electronically. Now it makes so much more sense, right?
I would just send it to him in an email or something.
People
like John and Alex. So they need to know what it has done to me and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but you don't have to do person-to-person stuff. You can just send it in an email. You can send it in a letter over snail mail. You can, you could, I guess, drop it off at a mailbox, in their mailbox, but a stamp is 32 cents, man. Come on. You don't have to go there and physically, and she said, I feel like I don't have a voice anymore. She kept saying stuff like that, I feel like my voice.
Obviously, is this seems like the clear thing here. She's trying to she's trying to give herself, this is the thing. She's trying to give herself, the story about the kid, and the kid is if they're if it's why did you miss school or what am I trying to think of? It's if the teacher's why didn't you, what happened to your homework? And it's there's the dog ate my homework. But then if the kid instead is well, the dog ate my homework and I ran out of paper and I lost my pencil and, they give a bunch of reasons. That's Ezra. with why she's coming to town that day. She has to deliver these journals in person. Well, it doesn't make sense, right? Obviously, it's just it's giving her another reason why she had to go to Eau Claire. She had to return the journals. She had to do the thing with the mail. She never does the thing with the mail. She had to return the heating pad. She had to return the bookmark. She had to pick up her cup, all this bullshit stuff, right? It's like, it's too many things, man. And she did. Anyway. So, yeah. Oh, and add to the fact that she's not supposed to be driving, and she doesn't tell Jason she's coming to town. So it just, yeah. She's trying to give herself all these reasons, and it just, she went a bridge too far.
Taken. I was like, well, you've done all this therapy work, and like your therapist is helping you, and you're journaling this stuff out, and it's making you feel better, you say. So just keep doing that. Like, they already know what they've done to you if they've done this. Like, you don't have to tell them what they've done. They've already known this.
So what you mean there is that, she's risking her place with Joshane by just driving without telling him, hey, I'm going to Eau Claire to whatever.
Yeah, because he's being super understanding. He's like, I'm like, where is she going to go after this?
So you must have talked to Joe at some point, because you would then, a bit later here, actually just before, I'm so lost right now, I didn't know he took your keys. I didn't know you were coming to Eau Claire. This situation does not look good. Why did you feel that it doesn't look good? What was your...
Because she's going to get kicked out again. Okay. Like, she's going to be on the street, and I thought maybe...
Okay. We got another brilliant moment coming up here with here's the motive. Here's the state's, a big part of the state's motive. He's about to say it verbatim. Right here. We're going to hear it. Right out of his mouth. But did you hear that previous part? He's saying that the whole thing with her driving, we still don't know the full story behind that, was so... And her dad tries to play it off on the stand, like downplay it, right? That it wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't really hide the keys. They were just on a shelf. It wasn't really hiding. She's an adult. It's fine. I didn't want her to drive, but it's fine if she drove. Jason's like, she's going to get kicked out if she drives. Like, her dad did not want her driving, and it was to the extent that she would get kicked out of her dad's house if she drove. You guys, let me back it up. That freaking matters. Let me back it up a second, because this is a big deal. Okay.
Understanding, he's like, I'm like, where is she going to go after this?
So you must have talked to Joe at some point, because you would then, a bit later here, actually just before, I'm so lost right now, I didn't know he took your keys. I didn't know you were coming to Eau Claire. This situation does not look good. Why did you feel that it doesn't look good? What was your...
Because she's going to get kicked out again. Okay. Like, she's going to be on the street, and I thought maybe she's doing this whole thing so her family kicks her out, and she can just, oh, Jason, can you help me out? I thought maybe she's doing this whole thing so her family kicks her out, and she can just, oh, Jason, can you help me out, or can somebody else save me again? It's like, this is not going to happen. Because, like, it's not going to be, we're going to go back to, like...
If she gets kicked out, she's already got kicked, she gets kicked out of her mom's. If she gets kicked out of her dad's, she can show up to Jason and be like, can you take me back in, please? I'm a baby bird and a shark. I'm a shark in a baby bird costume. Can you take me back in, please? Yeah, I'm with you on super play. I know. This, on you guys, this interview is the state's entire, this is it. They would have, I mean, I don't think there's anything that they could even do. By they, I mean the state, like the prosecution, to thank him. And like, this is to say that he's vital or the integral part of their case or is just such a vast understatement. I mean, he literally, this is everything. This interview is everything. Like, I don't know what they would have been able to do if like there was no Jason, or if he just wasn't a candid person. I mean, he doesn't have to be like this, right? He doesn't have to be this candid. And man, it just, they got so lucky that of all the, I don't know. I don't even have like words. Well, Super Planner Girl, you've missed a lot of important things. You might want to go back.
Feeling sorry for Ezra. Ezra's in Ezra's situations because of Ezra,
I would recommend going back.
I just know what I saw in your eyes and have a bad feeling. What was your feeling?
That she was gonna go visit John or somebody, and like, I thought she was gonna go visit John or Alex and just like be like, hey, this is like, drop off the stuff. You guys fucking did this to me, blah blah blah. And like, I wasn't sure if the way, because like the last time with the Alex stuff, it was like, I was worried more for them and like them also, because John was emotionally fragile. I mean, he had gone through all that stuff, you know, and even though I don't like these guys for what they did, like one of the last things me and Alex had talked about at his house was, I was young like you guys too, man. I made stupid decisions. It doesn't mean I have to like you guys, but I still fucking care about you. You know, you're people.
And back when we talked before, you talked about this look in her eyes, and I don't remember how you described it. Do you remember what that look was in her eyes?
Just pissed. She just like pissed off. And I was super confused because she didn't look as fired the last time we had talked about all this stuff.
Anyone that's getting here now or missed anything, I would highly recommend going back to the beginning. Serious, Kitsmits, beginning. Go back to the beginning. I would highly recommend going back to the beginning. Highly recommend it. Please.
I was like, what about today has made this thing worse?
Okay. Because she seemed so like when we talked in the morning before all that, before I went to do laundry, she seemed nonchalant. You know, like it just seemed like another day.
Okay. Had you seen that look in her eyes before?
Yeah, like when she would be like getting in the car, we're going for a drive, like, and then we just go out to like I said, like the graveyard. We just drive like anywhere, and you just like usually just need space to like just.
Kitsmits, if you can hear me, I don't know. I'm not. There's things that I'm pointing out that I don't know that I wouldn't skip out. I wouldn't skip anything is all I can say. Just I would go back because you might. I have a whole list. I have a whole essay basically in front of me of points that I want to make, that I want to bring up at certain times in a way that it will make sense. But some of those things have to be brought up when he says them, because some things he says and then they come up later in the interview. So I'm trying to point them out when he first says something about it, so that you guys are aware that it's going to come up again later, and then we're going to talk about it more. Like, I don't know. Hopefully I'm making sense. I have a whole plan. I would go back and listen.
Rant and rave for a while and scream into the wind and just be like, "Are you done now? You good? You feeling better?"
And I think before when we talked, you talked about she would get so emotional. Sometimes her driving was not good, and you had to take over.
I would take over a lot of times, and I'd be like, "I don't know where we're going," but like.
Okay. Did you guys ever drive out into Dunn County before, or towards Menominee area?
Oh yeah. Like. When would it be? I'm not sure how many times. It was at least 3 times, but like previously, maybe a month before that or so. Like we
guys hear that?
we would like hop into those once in a while. That's nice. Yeah.
Do you remember how you got there?
Like
what route it was? Yeah.
I cheated and used GPS.
Oh, okay.
I think I put my GPS on at the gas station when you're leaving town towards Menominee.
And this one was the quickest route.
I did know that we took the route where you passed the little Hobbit house. So you passed, just like on the right hand side of the road, there's like a house that's half in the ground, and it has like a Hobbit front door. I don't know if you've ever.
So I tried to find this house. I could not find this house. As I told you guys, I stayed up all night to put this video together. And part of that was I went on my own little squirrel detour for probably a solid hour on Google Maps and tried to find this Hobbit house, and I couldn't find it. And eventually I was like, okay, I've got to get back to video editing. So.
Seen that?
Right on Highway 12?
Yeah, it's like on the right hand side of the road.
If you're coming to Menominee?
If you're leaving Eau Claire, I think it's on the right hand side.
Yeah, be scared. See? Yep. Accurate. Just wait, it gets worse.
Closer to Eau Claire than?
It's closer to Eau Claire. There's like cornfields and stuff, but there's this little tiny house. It's like, it's all covered in dirt.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I don't know. What came to my mind as soon as you said so, it's north side of Highway 12 there.
Yeah, we
near
were
E. Yeah.
Because we would take that way, you keep going straight, you eventually end up at a church, and you take like a left at the church, and you go around some other windy roads.
Oh, yeah,
And there's no
I think, I'm pretty sure we're talking the same area. I wonder if there'd be a street view of that on Google, so we can kind of confirm
Yeah.
that.
You want to dig on that while I look at my notes here?
The little Hobbit house.
Yeah.
It's a cool house.
If there's a
I
street
couldn't
view
find
on
Hobbit
there,
House, but maybe I'll go back and find it.
confirm we're talking the same area.
Let me go back to this one here. There's something on here I was trying to sort out. I'm just wondering what the 919 was significant for.
Oh, that's when the thing was 9/19. Life starts now. Yep.
What do you mean?
That was the thing that her father had said. So like, I don't know how much they do. I'm not even sure if I'm even logged into any of this stuff anymore. Oh yeah, we didn't bring her Wi-Fi.
No, yeah. So what's that supposed to mean though, 919?
That was like here, if this will log in. Oh, I don't have any internet in here. Oh, Jesus. No, I don't have any. So like, remember I talked earlier about how like her dad had that long conversation with her about like, this isn't going to define you as a person. You can always change. Like, you got to turn stuff around. Like, I'm giving you a chance. You have to be responsible. Like, she pretty much sent me like the whole conversation, like, or like a abridged version of the conversation.
Again,
What'd you send it through?
Like through.
This is Ezra's. I think that's why they ask about this whole life starts now thing. Like, this came up a lot in the trial, right? And then they ask about it a lot of times in the interview. And again, the questions are tell a story, right? I mean, not tell a story, but they can indicate something. I think the reason they ask about it so much is because I think these investigators, again, it dawned on me in this interview. A lot of things did, but one of those things was I was like, oh my God, they think this is bullshit. Like, that's, and I'm like, yep, totally see it. Another Ezra bullshit.
Snapchat thing. But that was like the time, I think. I'm like almost 100% sure that's the time that.
But that's the actual text portion. So you would have written that. Because the text is the text. What's actually put in there?
That's the time?
No, the actual time that the message went was right here. So the text is the actual text you type in. That's what I mean. So I'm just trying to understand. You think that's the actual time?
Let me check one more source, because I think I can still see.
I don't know that it's that significant. I just wondered what it was.
I think I can see my archived stories, but maybe not. I think that's the 9/19 life starts now. But maybe I wrote it down.
See, here she messages you. Right here. So the author, Gene, that's Ezra, right?
Yep.
And then you're on there as a recipient. So she sent Life Starts Now. That was on the 22nd. Actually, it'd be our time. It'd be on the 21st. You know, evening time.
Okay.
Do you remember when she sent you this snap or whatever she sent you related to her conversation with Joe?
With her father?
Yeah.
No, I was trying to look it up, but like,
It had been preceding this whole event, you know, quite a bit. I mean, a few hours.
I think it was days. It might have been a day or a day.
Okay.
Because
That makes sense then.
yeah, she had the conversation. That's why I was so concerned. Was like she had this. She made it almost sound like a life-changing conversation with her father, her stepfather. You know.
Okay, we're getting to again this whole thing of like she made it sound. Yeah, I'm quoting him what he says. She made it sound like a life-changing conversation with her stepfather.
Because adoptive father, because he was putting a lot of shit on the line. Because his family already didn't want to keep doing this coddling thing with her. They were worried that she was just, going to continue this cycle of creating a problem, needing to be rescued, creating a problem, needing to be rescued, instead of just, she was supposed to go to school, and for the longest time I thought that she got kicked out for something minor, and it's like, it sounds like she just spent all of her money that she needed on other stuff, and then she couldn't afford to go to school, so then her parents said, well, we're not going to keep giving you money, because you're not maintaining your grade, but like, so then she came back and she had to work and stuff, and it was like, well, you can't just keep expecting people to foot the bill for you on these things. Well, that's the thing there.
Do you remember this letter then?
Yep, she gave that to Jenna. Or no, Jenna wrote this, and then I think I left this in the car the day before, the 2 days before we had talked, and I had written a timeline in the back of it of kind of the stuff that had happened, and I was like, this doesn't make sense, Like, this doesn't make sense.
Who is Jenna, first off?
That's my roommate's girlfriend, Jenna Van de Zand.
Jenna Van de Zand?
Yep.
What, V-A-N? Did you have her phone number too?
Yeah, I think this.
Well, she was there. Well, you were just leaving, talking to Alex. You didn't talk to her then, right?
No.
Van de Zand?
Yeah.
So what were you trying to all put together, you said, after reading this?
Trying to get the spelling for that.
Sure.
Oh. V-A-N-D-E, then space Z-A-N-D-E.
Okay. So what was this all about? How did she commit a picture?
So that night before, I had gone out drinking with some friends, and
The night before...
well, this night before this was written, because this was written and left like next to me laying on the couch, because I was on the couch sleeping, because I passed out. I was just like, I'm so sick of all this drama, I'm trying to step away from it. There's like, this person's raping me, this stuff's happening, this is happening, none of these stories aren't making sense, so-and-so's this, so-and-so's that. It's like, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm done talking, I'm going to bed. I'm drunk, I'm going to bed. And so she called Jenna, and like, Jenna went for a walk, I think, and talked with Ezra. And she left me this note, because like, she was going to wake me up to answer the phone, and now it's just like, you're not waking him up. Like, he's drunk, he's passed out, just leaving me, he's stressed out. So she left this note. Yeah.
And then you, just a minute ago, you said something that you drew something else? Or...
Yep, on the back of it, I was, so like after the conversation with Jenna, that's when I started thinking like, okay, I'm going to try to bust out a timeline for all this stuff. Because like, I want, if I can write down the timeline for this stuff, for what logically makes sense, for what I see.
And he said this in the trial, that, and it was actually kind of easy to miss, and I don't think I actually pointed it out during the live stream, but I thought it, which is that he writes that timeline on the back of the letter. So the Jenna letter that he has, he writes the timeline on the back of that. Now that's the same letter that he gives to Ezra, and Ezra has in her car when she kills Alex. So what's noteworthy there, and I thought this at the time, but again, I didn't bring it up because I'm like, well, I can't just say everything that's on my mind, right? But I thought to myself, it was interesting to me that she has that letter on the passenger seat. And it's not just that it's the letter, what's on the back of the letter is that timeline that he wrote, right?
On paper or in these situations, and I show this to Ezra, it's going to be like, what the hell happened? Like, what the hell was going on? Because like at that point, I was starting to question a lot of things. Like I was questioning, the aborted child back in October, like around her birthday. We went to the cities and she had an abortion.
You guys hear that part? That let me play y'all. He just said I'm starting to question all of the things. Confirmed. It's right. He's like, I'm starting to question the abortion. Yeah, we certainly were. Fuck.
And I show this to Ezra. It's gonna be like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell was going on? Because, like,
This is
at that
terrifying,
point, I was
guys.
starting to question a
This
lot.
is like what I was, it's terrifying, dude. This interview is in a way is terrifying. It's like, wow, I didn't, like, things that you don't want to be right about, right?
Things. Like, I was questioning, the aborted child back in October, like, around her birthday. We went to the States and she had an abortion. I was like, is this my kid? Was this a thing? Like, what is going on in this convoluted?
Do you know if it was?
No idea. Nobody, like, it's like, who knows what was going on? Like, because all this stuff, it's like,
I mean, it could have been.
it could have been.
You two were getting
Yeah.
together.
No, we were still, like, together back then, but, like, I mean, I was also gone in the Redwoods for a while, so it was like, I was gone most, a good section of November with Josh Trinkler, like, hiking the Redwoods. So
what do you mean by some of this stuff?
these are like times and dates and stuff.
They're looking at his timeline.
So it'd be like, I was like, okay.
Look at this.
You just did this in your own apartment, and
You've got two detectives. You've got Jason with his cell phone, with Matt. They got the text messages. Look at all this shit. Look at all this. Look at what Ezra did. Look at all this shit. They're just trying to make sense of this. Because between all the lies and all the bullshit, and it's like, what was real and what wasn't, and when did things happen? I mean, what? This, where I have it paused, I think this image really encapsulates where they're at. And you can tell they're all on the same page, which I love, man. I love that they're all on the same page, and I love that they are just really working together as a team. It's like it's like they're a team, right? They're a team, and they're working together with Jason to make sense of this shit, right? And we got one detective that's actually Officer Meyer. He's got the laptop out. He's got Google Maps, right? He's trying to pull up the MENOMONIE area, I think is what he's still working on. Meanwhile, you got Officer Dykes, who, by the way, did not testify in the trial, but that's the dude in the camo. And he's got the text messages and the letter. And he's looking at Jason's convoluted timeline. Jason calls it convoluted, by the way. That's why I said that. They scrolled out on the back of the letter, and you got Jason. He's got a copy of it and the cell phone. I mean, it's like all hands on deck,
Yeah. Go back a couple minutes then.
so this February 4th and 5th, is that significant to what you're just showing us?
Yep. Oh, wait. February 4th and 5th. February 4th and 5th, that was like those 2 dates. So Assault 1 and Assault 2, well, that was ever certification.
So that's just what we talked about a bit ago.
Yeah.
Are these times, or how do they play into it?
I think those are probably times. I'd say 8:46 maybe.
Okay.
8:39.
Like maybe that could be something to do with the time.
How would you have write that? That's pretty specific. 3:39, and
I think I went through photos. So like she had sent me photos the night before of her, John, and Ryan all drinking and hanging out together. And I think I was trying to figure out the timeline of like, okay, when did this happen at his apartment? And then you were back at our apartment, and then this happened. So I was trying to like figure out what was going on. Like,
so do you remember what the 909?
Yeah. So for anyone who's just coming back to real time, I just was going to say, so part of what's difficult for me is because we've got, we all know each other so well in the chat, and I love you guys, and I thank you for being here. And just the way that my brain works and being a teacher and everything, I can't help but try to keep track of who was here for what. You guys have heard me say it. I'm like, I know who was here for what live streams, and I remember when someone was here for one part, not for another part. And I've already referenced that with everybody so far with the live stream, like, oh yeah, you guys were here. So, and then it's like, if somebody comes in, I'm like, yeah, you weren't here for this part, so let me fill you in. So it ends up being a lot for my brain to keep track of, when it's also like, okay, what part of this episode that we're currently on did everybody see? And what part did they miss? And then meanwhile, there's people who have heard everything, and it ends up being a lot. It's a lot for my brain to try to keep track of how to keep everybody filled in, if that makes sense. So that everybody's on the same page. but that's my own problem, and I can't. There's no, you know, I need to just, I think, just let go of that. But that's why, that's why I'm like, you know, it's. I guess ideally everybody would be all on the same page. If that makes sense.
Where 928 is that the February 4th? Or what's the 6th and Alex? Was the 6th of February she was with Alex?
6th of February. 6th was when I flew out to Denver with Josh.
6th of February?
Yep.
Is that significant?
Or no, 6th of November.
Okay.
So 6th of November, I flew out with Alex, or flew out to Denver, to Denver with Josh, and she said that that's the night that he had taken advantage of her.
Alex had?
Because she said that.
Yeah, I mean, and I totally get it. But again, you guys, I stayed up all night to get this video done. I stayed up all night to do this. So, you know, and part of it was putting it together in a way, and I tried to do it in a way that everyone could benefit from it. Whether you're on replay crew or whether you're watching it live. And again, I can still upload this video file live separately, or sorry, as a separate video file for people that want to watch it without commentary. I can do that too. But it was a lot, you know, and then also, like I said, I have like a whole essay here of an outline of things, because I think that we can make sense of so much through this. So, you know, anyway, just wanted to say.
This movie called The Little Prince.
Is that what you mean there then? By that date?
I'm assuming that's what it is. And then the 7th would be getting dumped. So I'm pretty sure that was
November 6th and November 7th?
No, the dumping would be this February 7th, I think. Yep, the 7th of February.
Dumped by Alex?
No, dumped by Ezra, pretty much. She messaged me like, I'm moving out.
So you got dumped?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, you're moving out? And she just said, I just can't be with you anymore. You deserve better.
Yes.
I can't tell you why, but I just can't be in that house anymore. I was like, oh.
So this is interesting because, okay, so as far as this breakup, quote unquote breakup goes, right? So you got February 4th and 5th, right? She's hanging out with John Hansen, and then ends up claiming an essay later. But meanwhile, she's texting Jenna, right? And she's texting Jenna about wanting to break up with Jason. Remember those texts about the clown makeup and whatever it was, and all that, right? And they're like talking about his communication style, and he's so mean. And remember all those text messages for those of you who are here? So she's texting with Jenna about breaking up with Jason, and they're talking about, remember that Jenna's like, you know, saying Ezra says that she's going to break up with Jason in person when he gets back from drill. That's what she says. And so Jenna's understanding is like they're on the same page. She's going to break up with Jason because of the way he's treating her. He's treating her badly, right? That's going to come up, right? Why does that matter? So, and she's going to break up with him in person when he gets back from drill. Meanwhile, we knew so far from the trial that he gets a text message for like his testimony on stand, right? Is like he gets a text message from Ezra, and while he's away on drill, and Ezra Ezra doesn't actually, this is the key thing that we learned. Ezra doesn't, like this was hinted at in the testimony, but confirmed now, that Ezra didn't actually say, I'm breaking up with you. Ezra didn't actually say, you're mistreating me. Ezra didn't say, you're calling me names and hurting my feelings. Like all the stuff that we saw her talk to Jenna about and you know, complain, quote unquote, about. Anything that regarding their actual, she didn't say any of that to Jason. She said, I can't be here anymore at the house, and I have to move out. And when he comes back, her stuff is gone. So he interprets that as a breakup, which, you know. So I wrote down some thoughts about that because I think that's really fucking interesting. And I think, hold on, let me play this next little bit because I'm trying to remember if he says this here or says something later here.
Okay, that's insane. I'm just only doing Army training and trying to relax as much as possible, but thanks for sending this in a message.
So what month was this when she was with Alex?
That was
when you went to
November.
Okay, November 6th.
Yep, so like the same day.
And you flew to Colorado?
Yeah, it was Denver. I was in Denver and then I went to California.
So that's how you remember that she's with Alex in November.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was like, well, this stuff happened in November. She had an abortion in October.
Oh, see, okay, that's why I wanted to listen. So now there's this natural segue into a different topic with the abortion and all that. Okay, so it comes back again later. A lot of these things circle back again. Like I said, there's a lot of it's not like a conversation where they talk about one thing, check off the list, next topic. It's not like that. All this is very fluid and it circles back, right? This entire interview is like that. So, and again, that's why some of these things, it's like a point will kind of get half made, but not fully made, and then it comes back later. But if you miss it the first time, it won't make much sense when it comes back later. That type of thing, right? So, So this is an example of that. He references the quote unquote breakup. That's not really a breakup, but she texts him and says she's moving out. But we get more to that story later in the interview. So I'm going to save the rest of my thoughts that I have written down for when that comes back around second time. All right.
On October 6th, like right around her birthday. So it's like, we got to talk about some of this stuff because like, I lost my mind over this thing, like, you know, like I was torn up inside. Like, as soon as we were at the clinic,
I lost my mind over this thing, he says, about the abortion.
Because I thought she had mononucleosis or something. She was like puking every day, fever, like just like not doing well. I was like, you need to go in. I don't have health insurance. You need to go in. Like, we can't keep trying to take care of this at home because there's something definitely wrong with you. Mm-hmm. And I had mono before, so they had told me like, I'm like one of these weird carriers where like I have mono in my blood sometimes. Okay. It still like exists in my blood, so I get symptoms once in a while, but I don't actually have it in my olfactory glands. Yep. So I get to experience mono for the rest of my life, which is great because like sometimes I just like out of the blue I just get debilitated for like a week or two. So I was like, I don't know if that's like something that could happen. Like maybe somehow there was a transfer of it somehow because like you're exhibiting the same signs as I had when I had mono. And we took her in. Or I took her in, and then within like a couple minutes, they're like, "Oh, you know, she's pregnant." And I was like, "Oh," and I was kind of like, "Well, all right." Like, what do you? And then she's like, "Can I get paperwork on like where I can go to abort this?" And I was just like, "Oh, okay. Well, never mind." So we never even.
Do you remember where she went?
For the abortion?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the cities.
Any idea where?
No idea. I mean, I was there with her, but she didn't want me, like, I was there for a while, but then she told me, I thought she would want me in the room or something, but she's like, no, I can go and...
We can come back to that. I kind of sidetracked us from that, so...
Do you remember what the A is or what any of this stuff is in here?
Match 14. Oh, 14 matches up with any dates, isn't it? Or maybe this is what there's something in here. I still have, like... 14's on there.
So they go to like the urgent care first and then they go to the Mayo Clinic for the abortion. And that's when he goes on the bus thing or whatever. Oh, thank you, Random Girl. Random Girl says, I came for the singing sidebar, stayed for you guys. Thank you for you. Thank you for being here. Thank you everybody for being here. I know that Spencer's got some questions about technology. I feel like I want to help all of you guys with all your questions. So I'm not sure what I don't know what the I don't know that I can scroll back far enough to get to the original question, but let me know if you have a question.
No, I'm not seeing any on the 14th.
Okay. What's the significance of any of the other doodling?
No idea. I was probably just in a manic mode trying to figure out, like, am I being messed with here by everyone?
Yep.
Am I being messed with here by everyone? I'm going to replay that. I mean, it's just this is the whole thing. This is the whole fucking thing right here.
Significance of any of the other doodling?
No idea. I was probably just in a manic mode trying to figure out, like, am I being messed with here by everyone?
Yep.
Because I did do this. This is what says the Little Prince night. That's the assault 1 and 2.
Oh, here we go.
And
Little
then
Prince.
that was the thing. So
What's the Little Prince?
Sorry for this part.
That's the movie that they watched. So like
Increase
when
thyself.
the private investigator had come to visit me, I was already like, I'm so sick of
That's
watching all this
news.
stuff. I would
Private
never look at
investigator.
my phone. And once
time, so I kind of just wrote some of the stuff down because people have been asking me over and over again. So that's the night she said that she had gone over and just hung out with Alex, and they watched this movie, The Little Prince, which is like a literary expression of suicide. It's like a relationship between an unintended small child in a new neighborhood with an adult neighbor, which is like apparently an art film. I don't know. It's like a really fetishy kind of thing.
Fetishy.
Had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version and it was in French.
Which is really interesting, right? Because we know she can't speak French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Racy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
Well, it really went down to the 7th then.
Nobody knows. Like, she said that he kissed
So
her
it's a fetish book for children? I'm sorry, Ezra. Just
or
stop.
something, and she said, no, I have a boyfriend or whatever. But,
Uh,
so that was like the Little Prince night. That was like the day after I was gone. I think that's the day after I was gone on my trip. I think I flew out the 6th.
Okay, December.
So, yeah. So I was like, this is really weirdly convenient that it always seems like a day or so after I'm gone, something is happening. And then you're like creating this, oh, it was a bad thing. Like this bad thing happened. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. And that was like my rundown for this. Taking a look at it. Yeah. Those are like people of interest.
Can I take a look at that? They're relying on him. I mean, dude, he's like their entire case, man. It's wild, right? He's like, that was like my running. They're like, can I take a look at that? And they're looking at this, and they're even when his self-described convoluted timeline, and he actually does it later on in the interview. He actually does a gesture as to where you can get an idea of what. I wish we could see the timeline, but he does a gesture as to what it looks like, and he does like his hand like all in a bunch of circles, like as if it's just like a big convoluted mess, which you can totally understand that it would look like that, right? I went through that when I made the timelines, which are in the Discord. I went through that. You guys don't even know. I should show you guys my work product, as it were. I have pages and pages of all my drafts of this stuff that I put together for these videos, and like the timeline, mine was like that too, because it's such a mess. And it was even the way that it looks in the Discord, it's like very streamlined, and it's like da, 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 da. You have no idea how the process to get there. It was a journey, right? But anyway, but they're relying on it, man. I mean, it's just wild. You don't see this very often, right?
That timeline and stuff, when did you give that to her?
I think it was when we were in the car talking, like, because I showed her the note that Jenna had, and I was like, she doesn't want to be involved, and I showed her like the back, and I was like, what is going on with this? Like, what is going on? And I remember seeing it in the car the day that I had gone to Alex and heard she was there with her car parked there.
I will say, I did get this feeling on the stand. I did. And I know I've commented on it before. My sense of him on the stand, I feel like I could see, I don't know if it's just I don't know. My read of him on the stand was, this guy is so empathetic, sympathetic, compassionate, genuine, candid, honest, and has been gaslit the fuck out of and knows the answers to all this stuff. But he knows he can't say it all. Okay, and I was thinking about this too, right? As I was up all night. Like, you know how you've got people on the witness stand who want to answer more than just the question, okay? Because they have a narrative that they want to get in. They want to explain because they have a narrative. They have an ulterior motive. They have a narrative. Or it might be, let's take the example of like an expert witness where they feel like they're someone's, they feel offended, right? That someone said that they didn't do this or that thing. My interpretation of Jason on the stand was he's a lot, and I will say the reason is because I'm like this, okay? Like that, how to explain this? Like when they ask him a question about one of these events, his life was completely fucking upended. And that's just such an understatement. And they're asking him about these events. And because he's a genuine, honest person, instead of just going off of like an intellectual type of answer, like a memorized answer, you watch his eye, right? You guys can see him. He swivels in the chair. His eyes look around. He's recalling that experience in real time because that's how he does it, right? He's not just answering the question. And that's the point, right? The judge's like, just answer the question. That's not how he rolls. And that's not how I roll. So I understand it. Like, he's a thoughtful person who's going to actually answer it based on that experience. And he's actually going there. He's going there, right? Like we said with Creighton Waters, he went there with, like, it's not everyone can go there. Jason goes there in real time. But the problem is, like, that's not how most people can't do that or won't do that. He's a very different type of witness than what you would normally have, where it's really just completely honest and genuine. And so when they're asking them about these events, like, you know, Spring Chicken's like asking them, and they're wanting a certain answer, right? It's a trial. Obviously, I don't blame, they're trying to get a certain thing in, but he's sitting there answering from the heart and not from the brain. Okay. Essentially is how I interpret it. And he's going off of this, and think about how the way PTSD works and the way memories work. He's going back into these memories, which as he says on the stand, I think 3 times, he's repressed a lot of it, but he's having to recall it on the stand. Meanwhile, Ezra's sitting over there wearing that sweater he gave her to gaslight him still. And so he's answering genuinely, and then there'd be objections, and they're like, and the judge even says several times, just answer the question that was asked. I get it. I feel for him. But my interpretation was he knows the answers to all of this. He knows the answer to all of it. And if you really listen to his testimony closely, which, you know, I did because I put together the video, but also, you know, I've gone back a billion times. And I've pointed some of those times out where I'm like, he knows more than he's saying. He knows the answer to this, but he can't say it. He knows the answer to this, but he can't say it. And actually, I think on the last live stream, I pointed out, I noticed a thing with his lips that he does. And I'm like, oh my God, look at that. He has this thing. And that's him physically trying to keep himself from talking more because his instinct is to give a full answer. I feel so sorry. It's just, this dude wants to fully answer these questions honestly and tell the truth. And unfortunately, he's not allowed to. So when Kid Smith said that this existed, my brain, that's why I was like, yeah, we're doing this, because I knew what this would be. I expected all of this. This is like exactly what I expected. Although I didn't quite expect that we would have gotten it right on so many of these things that, you know, again, that's the terrifying part. But so I know you guys have been chatting it up. I have not been reading the chat because I've been talking and thinking and looking at my notes. So yeah, but that's what I was going to say is, like, I think for me, he has all the info. He has, apart from like Alex Woodworth, right? You know, and then of course Ezra has the answers, but we'll never hear the truth out of her. Spencer, wait, hold on. Okay, are you referring to Ezra? I don't know when you said this, Spencer, about are you referring to Ezra? Hold on, I'm trying to scroll down. You know, the interesting thing though is those texts never came in. Now that I'm thinking about it, those texts never came in, right? Isn't that interesting? Because the defense could have brought those texts in. Why did those texts never come in? Because Jason turned over his entire phone. We only have, y'all, see, this is a perfect example. Like I said, we've all been gaslit by Ezra. This is happening in real time. I am still trying to figure out how much gaslighting Ezra did on me, even though I was expecting, even though I'm like, okay, I know she's doing this. And I'm like, dude, because thinking about it, all we have is Ezra telling Jenna that it happened. And because the R word was in a text message, but we don't have, y'all, we have to keep these things in mind. That if Ezra said it, but it didn't come into the trial and there's not actual evidence of it, I mean, dude. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing, so I'm still catching up in the chat. I'm seeing that now others of you guys also pointed that out, right? Secondhand. Yep. She was gaslight. She's gaslighting us, guys. Like I just said, you guys just saw this in real time. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Y'all, I'm sure there's going to be other things during this interview that we're going to realize, holy shit, Ezra, you know, the shark in the baby chicken costume. She struck again. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. Right, it was Jenna's testimony, and they didn't have the text on any of that stuff. Yeah. So Jenna testified. Okay, Jenna's testimony was that she witnessed him say something about the clown makeup. So I think that's true. But as far as the R word, according to Ezra, we have a text message where Ezra texts Jenna and says that Jason called her the R word in a text message. But they have all of Ezra's messages and they have all of Jason's messages, and there is no message where he calls her the R word. That came, it would have come in. So as far as that goes, that's an Ezraism, right? But the makeup thing, the clown makeup thing, Jenna says she saw that herself. So does that make sense? I think I might have already just answered that question. Why is the chat? I feel like the chat, oh, that's interesting. It just jumped. Oh my God, I feel like I'm just had deja. EDB says that all the time. And I'm like, oh, wow. Now I know what she means. I haven't seen that before. And I just saw that happen, the chat jump thing. Interesting. Oh, interesting how that just happened in the chat. That's not, and that's just, it's either StreamYard or YouTube. It's technology, but interesting. And that's the other thing. I agree with that. And it's so funny, right? Like, what was the example I gave? It might have been with something else entirely, but like, depending on any couple, right? You could have a couple where, I think I used the word pickle, right? You could have a couple where pickle is a term of endearment. I love you, pickle, or whatever. You're my pickle. But you could have another couple, or it could be a group of friends or two friends or whatever, right? You could have someone who had some sort of bad experience involving a pickle, or they were teased about a pickle at school. And so now pickle is a traumatic word or an insult or whatever, right? Where if someone says pickle to them and knew that about them, that could be considered malicious. You could also have a situation where, again, you have someone who pickle is traumatic, but someone doesn't know that. And they talk about eating a pickle because they like a pickle with their sandwich. And they didn't realize that they just said something that offended you. So you see what I mean? I totally, like, I'm the type of person where with my previous boyfriends, right? I would have thought the clown makeup thing was a joke and I would have laughed about it. Like that would have not, you know what I mean? Like, but it just depends on the couple, right? Some couples, so yeah, anyway, that just wanted to say that. So hopefully I'm making any type of sense. Right, term of endearment. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. I just saw that. That's what I'm looking, right. Terms of endearment vary greatly, as we all know, between people, and that's very specific. And one person's term of endearment is another person's insult or offensive thing. is another person's whatever, right? So.
Because I heard Harley had this Pearl Jam CD that when she
Spencer.
she hit a buggy or something when she was younger.
Oh, here we go with the.
I'm not sure what happened, but ever since then that track like skipped. So I was sitting across the park bench, like waiting for it to come up. I figured,
yes.
okay, this is really long for her to be inside this building. Like I'm not getting a good feeling. And I eventually went up and like knocked on the door and stuff, but I had turned the car off because it was just sitting there idling. So I turned the car off because like the CD was skipping, and I definitely remember seeing it like in the vehicle, like on the passenger seat or something. I don't know.
StreamYard. Did it just cut out for you guys? It's, technology. I'm going to rewind it because if it cut out, it just missed the thing I've been referencing where he does the hand gesture and calls the map convoluted or the timeline. So I'm going to back it up. Thanks, StreamYard.
She had hit a buggy or something when she was younger. Like, I'm not sure what happened, but ever since then, that track like skipped. So I was sitting across the park bench, like waiting for it to come up. So I figured, like, okay, this is really long for her to be inside this building. Like, I'm not getting a good feeling. And I eventually went up and like knocked on the door and stuff, but I had turned the car off because it was just sitting there idling. So I turned the car off because like the CD was skipping, and I definitely remember seeing it like in the vehicle, like on the passenger seat or something. I don't know.
Here.
So when did you give that to her? Because you had made that map, right?
Yes,
Here.
I made like the convoluted, like nonsensical.
Yeah. When did
Convoluted
you give that to her?
nonsensical, he calls it.
It might have been.
I mean,
I don't know.
again, this is another reason why I love this. I love Jason as a person, like as a witness, as a person, as a human, right? That he's not even like, he calls it, he could like just the ease at which he can just say this. Like he's not, I see in him like a completely, like a lot, like no ego in a way, right? I mean, it's just like, so like, he's like making fun of his own timeline. And I totally get it because again, I have my own scribblings like that when I was trying to do the timeline, and the way he does the gestures, like, yeah, convoluted, nonsensical. I mean, it's just so genuine and not trying to impress anybody,
Is there?
Was it the day this all happened?
I don't think it was the day this all happened. It was definitely before that.
Maybe I can help with this a little
Yeah,
bit.
because there was.
You guys can help with this.
It was the day.
Again, I love it. I love this moment. Another one of these moments I just love where it's all hands on deck. Meanwhile, Officer Meyer had to close his computer. He was working on the Google Maps. He had to put that aside and come over to help with this other issue. And then anyway, it's just funny, right? Again, the team. It's a team. You've got all three of them. Let's put our heads together and try to figure it out.
That she had been that Jenna, it's the same day where Jenna was not going to wake me up. So it was the night. The day after is probably when I was writing that stuff up. I was trying to figure out, because I probably looked at the note and was like, okay, I understand. And then tried to figure out some convoluted. What is going on? What is the truth here? Okay.
Well, as I flow through Instagram here, there's virtually no messages on the 14th and 15th of March between you two. And it looks like she came to town then, during that period of time.
Okay.
So the day Alex, she went to Alex's was on the 22nd.
Yes.
So if we back up there from the 13th and the 14th and 15th of March, what was going on there? Were you guys at a motel like the Scottish Inn? There's some photos.
Yeah, we went to a motel for a couple of times.
Like you think just that week preceding?
It could have been any time in that week preceding. But I mean, no, not any time, because it had to have happened after the phone conversation with Jenna. Because Jenna wouldn't have written the note unless it was.
So this thought process is exactly the thought process. I had to go through all of this too when I was making the timeline, and it's just really funny.
During the cusp, at the end of that whole, like, I'm so washing my hands of this whole situation. Because here I'm defending someone who I'm worried has been assaulted. Everyone's telling me, like, John, that's not his character, he wouldn't, but he's also maybe capable of it, like, because his ex was like, he might be capable of it, some of his friends were like, he might be capable of it, but I'm like, I don't want to back anybody anymore, I just want to step away, because, like, everyone I seem to be getting involved in here is, they're just not telling me what's going on, like, I feel like I'm trying to like protect some of my friends, but she's telling me one thing, he's telling me another thing, and everybody involved is just feeding me this stuff, and I'm just sick of it. I'm done. And I just, like, when I said I'm done talking about it,
Well, she's communicating with you here. I'm leaving now to head over. That was on the
Oh, good, Jordy.
15th.
15th of November.
No.
So I actually, and I it's so funny that you just seem as Kidsmans would say, shared brain cell, because literally I was just thinking to myself, God, I forgot to Google the Scottish Inn. As I said, I spent like a solid hour trying to find the Hobbit house, couldn't find it. But I forgot to do the Scottish Inn. But again, I was like a crazy person trying to get this video done, anyway, but as I was thinking to myself, I forgot to Google the Scottish Inn, then Jordy comes in here with the assist. What did you find? Oh, interesting, Spencer. Huh. So it was on your playlist. Interesting. It's a sketchy, cheap hotel. Okay. Huh. Interesting. He's going to tell an interesting story, though, about it. I don't know if it's here or later, because the looping that happens. But there is at some point in this interview, there's an interesting story about one of the times they're at the hotel. He's going to tell. So
March. And then, are you not coming over a while later? And then there's just nothing.
Okay.
And then on the 16th, hope you made it back to Stanley safely. So sleep well, little lady. So she must have came over at that period of time. So I'm just wondering, if it was during that time that you showed her that.
It has to have been whenever that last conversation with Jenna was. I wish I had that written down somewhere, but
no, it's difficult to recall. So
We're talking a year ago almost.
So Jordy, I will pull up the Scottish Inn. I will pull that up. We'll do another little field trip. I'll do that though, I think after the interview. I wouldn't call it a scroll. I like something like that. I wouldn't call a scroll tangent, because it's completely related to the topic at hand, which is the Scottish Inn and this interview and the trial. But just I'll just save that. I'll just make it easier too, because there might be some other things that come up that we want to look up, and that way it'll be more concise for those who prefer it that way. Where we'll do the interview, and then at the end we'll go and we'll do the field trip, and I'll make a note to do that at the end.
Just when that conversation happened,
So, how many different times was there that you guys stayed in a motel?
it's like 2 or 3. There was like,
And that was between when she said she couldn't stay at your apartment anymore.
Yes.
So February 7th, about when you
Yeah.
got dumped, and
But
March
then-
27th.
but then it was like, well, this is why we can't stay at the house. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, okay.
Okay, here's an example. For anyone who's listening. Here's an example of what I was of exactly my thing that I was saying, of like how things will come up, but they don't get fully fleshed out, and then it comes up later. So earlier at the very beginning of the interview, I talked about this point. I said I'm going to wait to give the rest of the point when he gives the rest of the answer, which is happening now about, and this had to do with the Ezra quote unquote breaking up with him. And I'm going to finish my thought on that. Let me back it up just a second. And I was like, I said, I'm going to finish my thought on that when he finishes his answer. He's finishing his answer now.
You couldn't stay at your apartment anymore.
Yes.
So February 7th, about when you got dumped, and
But
March
then-
27th.
But then it was like, well, this is why we can't stay at the house. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, okay. And then it was like, my mom is treating me like this, and like she's like, I can't be at the house right now, because like every time my mom's like, I'm super sad looking, and she's like, stop being so depressed all the time. And she's like, I'm depressed, Mom. Like, I went through some stuff. And she's like, just get over it. Just get over it. And it's like, you can't just get over it. It's like, I mean, back then I was still under the assumption like, oh my God, she's been a victim, and like the only person that's supposed to be taking care of her, and like.
Okay, just kidding. false alarm. He doesn't finish the answer quite yet. It's not he's not finishing the answer right now. Anyway.
You know, one of the people that should be taking care of her and like empathizing with her was just like get over it, like just deal with trauma by getting over it. And I was like, okay, but also I don't know because like she had a habit of like embellishing a little bit, so I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Do you know which other hotels you would have stayed at?
There was only 2 or 3. I can't remember. The one, we stayed at the Scottish one.
Okay, Scottish.
Or Scots, whatever inn. This one is across from the Quick Trip.
Yeah.
It was always like last minute, like, that was the day that I think I called my brother-in-law and talked to him because I was like, stuff is not going well, man. Like, I'm pretty sure my ex has just been, like, told me she was sexually assaulted. Like, I was freaking out. Like, I was like, I don't know, man. This is bad.
Okay.
I think that was that night. Yeah, there's like 3. There's one where they built the new cancer place, the new cancer hospital by Sacred Heart. There's like a motel over there somewhere, like a Motel 6 or whatever. I don't know. It was mostly just like
straight across the street there, right by Walgreens.
I think it was that one.
Who'd pay for those? You would? Or?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't have any money.
So why would you go to a motel?
I figured she had there was a lot of times where she was like, well, I've got this stuff going on in town, and I was like, well, I don't want you at the house, like, and Alex and us we don't want any more drama.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're gonna get your life back together, that's cool, like, just pay me back. And like, actually, one of those nights, I think it was at the one by the Walgreens, I was like involved in breaking up a domestic assault, and that was pretty weird.
So, quick question for you, Jordy. The one by the Walgreens, is that the sketchy hotel or is that a different hotel? And I didn't look this up, but one of the hotels is by Walgreens. But this is the story. This is the story I was saying that he tells us kind of crazy. Let me back that up just a second so we can hear what he says about the location. But his description of this is also, y'all, another great example. This shows his character. This story shows his character.
Sacred Heart. There's like a motel over there somewhere, like a Motel 6 or whatever. I don't know. It was mostly just like
straight across the street there, right by Walgreens.
We'll get it.
I think it was that one.
Who'd pay for those? You would? Or?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't have any money.
So why would you go to a motel?
I figured she had there was a lot of times where she was like, well, I've got this stuff going on in town, and I was like, well, I don't want you at the house, like, and Alex and us we don't want any more drama. Mm-hmm. Like, you're gonna get your life back together, that's cool, like, just pay me back. And like, actually, one of those nights, I think it was at the one by the Walgreens, I was like involved in breaking up a domestic assault, and that was pretty weird. It was like a guy threw his girlfriend. So that's a good date to know exactly when that hotel was. Because a guy threw his girlfriend down I was stepping out in the alleyway, into the hallway, to go outside and have a smoke. And I watched a guy throw his girlfriend down the stairs. And then she was trying to play it off like everything was fine. And like a bunch of people viewed it. So it was like, nah, because like he was pushing her and stuff. And it was like, no, we're going to go talk to the concierge about this. And we're going to deal with this. Because like you can't just like be throwing people around. I mean,
was there a police report on that incident?
I think there was a touch of the girl at the front desk about it.
Okay. But the police never talked to you, so
no, nobody. I never was like interviewed, but because they were just gonna like leave. He did the thing, and then he like grabbed her and said they're gonna leave, and I was like, you can't just leave after you threw your girlfriend down. It wasn't like a huge flight of stairs, but like the stairs go from like there.
I love it. I love it.
So you're going down like 9 steps. Like the hallway keeps going up. I was like, nah, like, you can't just do this because you're going to get in the car with her. I don't know if I trust you right now.
I love that. He's like, nah, you can't just leave. You can't. He's like, because you're just going to get in the car with her, and I don't know if I trust you right now. Like, the way he tells this story, again, this is just to me such an indication of his character. You know, he didn't have to get involved. And he even says there's all these other witnesses around and no one else was doing anything. I mean, he's a good dude. I just have to say.
Yeah, good call.
Thank you, Jordy.
Did you ever get to talk to her when you went to the hospital?
No, I waited in the waiting room for a long time. That first day? Like after,
when she was over at the hospital.
No, I got contacted by, I'm not sure who from Dunn, when they said that they found Monica Carlson. And I was like actually in the parking lot behind this police station talking to a cop trying to find out if they could find her vehicle, because I talked to Joe about it. I was like, I don't know where she is in town, man, but I did pay because she gave me cash to pay for her her tickets, because she had tickets before that. So I was like, I have her vehicle number on here somewhere, her license plate number on here somewhere. So if I talk to this, the cop shop was closed, it was past 5. So it was like, if I talk to him, maybe they can send someone, like, if they see a crazy painted up car with this license plate number and find out where she is, because they said they were going to go to a coffee shop and talk, and she's been AWOL for how long? And she also was supposed to pick up the kids. Like, none of this makes sense. Like, so I was in the back of here talking to one of the officers.
And that day you went to the hospital, but you didn't get in to see her?
No, they wouldn't let me in. And I didn't find out until later on that it was like, well, all this stuff is going on. Because, I mean, I came to visit, I think the next day, and
yeah, so I'll just go ahead and address
Rosie
this.
had given me, like, the room number.
Yeah, so so I've not watched the entire trial, as you guys know. I know the verdict. I've not watched the verdict being read. I've not watched the sentencing. I don't even know. I actually haven't even, I've not looked it up. I would assume it's LWAP, you know? But here's the thing. What's the percentage of criminal trials where the defendant is found guilty? It's something like, what, 98% or something? So if you know nothing about a criminal trial and you're in a criminal trial, even if you are giving yourself, like even if you as a viewer are giving them the presumption of innocence, if you had to bet on are they going to be found guilty, regardless of whether you think they're guilty, it's just if you're posed with a question, what are the odds that they're going to get found guilty? The odds, statistically speaking, are like 98%. Yeah, like they're going to be found guilty. That's just what happens in criminal trials. So that's one thing. Second thing, even if I did not know the verdict, which again, that's the only thing I know the verdict, but again, one could make that assumption. Like one could get there without having read what the verdict is. One could get there, I think, pretty easily in this case. Why? Oh, the evidence. Like the evidence. I don't know that I would call it like prejudicial. I would say that I've looked at all the evidence. All of us watching have looked at we've seen the evidence presented. It's a really strong case. So I think if I didn't know the verdict, I don't think I think one could either make an educated guess of what the verdict would be because of the odds, or B, one could say, I think the verdict will be XYZ because I've looked at the evidence, and that seems like that would be a reasonable verdict. So even if I didn't know what the verdict was, those two things would still be true. And it wouldn't have nothing would be different. Nothing that you have, it wouldn't change anything, I guess, if that makes sense. So.
And like everyone kept telling me it didn't exist. It was like going from roof, like kiosk to kiosk, like help desk to help desk, and everyone's like, yeah, that's not a room number. It's like, oh, they can't let you in because it's like the psych ward. So like they don't.
Jordy, will you be our Wisconsin squirrel? I've been saying all along, we need a Wisconsin squirrel, and even though you're our Chicago squirrel, dude, field trip, maybe I'll join you. Because in Wisconsin, you have to go in person to get the court documents, and there's mountains. They just don't put them online. You have to go in person. I tried. You have to go in person to the courthouse. And I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if they would charge. I think they're free. It's just that you have to go in person. So I've been saying all along, we need a Wisconsin squirrel. So, but Jordy's our Chicago squirrel, but maybe a field trip is in order.
Unless you have consent.
Oh, the planner girl. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that yet. Yes.
I go talk to her as I told her, yes, that's why we want this. They said they couldn't be there until later that day.
Okay. I have eyes. Thank you, Cece. That's accurate.
So I went and visited her, and we hung out. We played Uno for a little while.
I'm gonna pause it real quick because he's talking about visiting Ezra at the freaking jail. But Cece, well done on that one. That's also really clever because it's just a little shout out to Mr. Nelson as well there. Well done on that. Very appropriate comment. 4.5 hour drive, that's not bad. I just Kat, I don't understand what that means though. Kat saying I know the outcome. I just haven't seen a presentation of testimony. I don't know what a presentation of testimony means, but let me back this up. So Jordy, I'll be your road trip partner. I love road trips and I have a Prius. We can do a road trip. I'll drive to Chicago from North Carolina. long of a drive is that? Like 11 hours maybe? That'd be so fun. Squirrel Fest. You know what it is, guys? It's the Squirrel Crew World Tour we've been talking about. All right, let me back this up a second for hearing this part about his visit with Ezra.
I meant like the psych ward, so like they don't really like unless you have consent. So
Oh, psych ward, yes,
okay.
thank you. Yes.
So I could call her family. It's like, can I go talk to her? Is that cool? And they're like, yes, that's why we want this. They said they couldn't be there until later that day,
Okay.
and they wanted someone to be with her.
Okay.
So I went and visited her, and we hung out. We played Uno for a little while. Did an art jam, like doodles and boils and stuff.
Okay. Did you talk about what happened at all?
No, I mean, I didn't. I don't think I talked with her at all about what had happened the nights before. I just asked her how she was doing, like if she was all right, like.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know much of any of that stuff at the point because I was still like, it wasn't until a few days later where like the thought crossed my mind. Me and Alex were like eating hot beefs at Ray's, and I was like, where the fuck did he go, man? Like, if he's gotta have used money by now. Like, unless he had a bunch of cash on him or whatever. Like, how far can you get without using?
This was really interesting. This is really interesting insight into what Jason's thought was. So his initial thought as to where's Alex was like maybe he is just like ran away.
Like your debit card or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, whenever a drunk kid falls into the river here, there's always like a missing persons thing like the next day. And he's like, yeah, I was like, I haven't seen shit on it. So it's just something doesn't smell right, man. And he's like, well, what if Alex never left? And it was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, what if he's deceased, Jason? I was like, oh, Jesus. I was like, that wasn't even crossing my mind. I thought like maybe he fucked up. He did something like he did assault her, and then he just ran. Like he went on the lam for a while. And then when me and Alex talked to him, it was like, oh, Jesus. Like that could be a possibility.
And when you're talking Alex, because there's so many Alexes here.
No, my thing.
You're Alex and you guys were at Ray's
bar eating hot beefs.
Hot beefs, okay. When was that in relation to when you last
probably the weekend after everyone had found out, because I had gone to Racy's, and I guess some people had already leaked the information, like some family had told some close friends before it was released in the news. So I think, family had told some of Alex's super close friends what had happened, because me and Bree even talked the night after Alex and me talked about it. It was on the weekend at some point. It was Bree, the blue hair.
Okay. I'm laughing because this is important. Okay. Like I said, me keeping track of things. I keep track also of who's met who in the Squirrel chat. So Jordy, Super Planet Girl, in case you guys hadn't formally met, nice to meet each other. The reason I'm laughing is because Super Planet Girl, like I said, the squirrel tangent in the last episode happened at the end when it was just like me and Jordy, and we just chatted for like a long time, and it was super fun, and we just like shot the shit and talked about trials and talked about Ezra bleaching her hair. And like, we just chatted, but yeah, so, but what's funny is because if for anyone who's like trying to catch up, you're not going to listen to that more than likely. But what I will say is it's funny because I always reference everybody, right? Because we're all friends. And I actually said at that time, I'm laughing because I'm like, oh my God, this is funny. It's all coming full circle. I said, when we were talking about Ezra bleaching her hair, I said, yeah, so Super Planet Girl. And I was like, I don't think you've met Super Planet Girl yet, but she's here oftentimes in the chat. And I said, and she has this wonderful pen collection, and she writes the letters. And I talked about this, and I said, Super Planet Girl actually said that you can actually write a letter to Ezra. And I literally said this. I said, and initially I was like, I don't know, man, maybe that's something that you should do, as in talking to you, Super Planet Girl. I was like, that's right up your alley because you've got the stationery and the pens. And then I actually said, but having said that, now that we have this news about the hair, I was like, I said, Jordy, if you can't figure out how she bleached her hair, I said, I promise you, hand to God, like essentially, right? Hand to dog. Either I will write her or Super Planet Girl will write her and ask her about the hair. And Super Planet Girl, I don't think had heard that yet, but yet she just like, that is insane. She just, y'all. So I love you guys. I don't think you heard that, but you just said what I said anyway. Hilarious. Her prison's only 2 hours away. What's Kitsmits woeing about? That's so funny. Wait, what's possible? The bleaching of the hair? Oh, that you could go visit her? Yeah, I guess is what you're referencing. Yeah, squirrel. I forgot I made that one. Squirrel power. There it is. Woo! Oh my God. No, I totally, I want to go. Only 2 hours away from Jordy. Yeah, that's wild. It's definitely, oh, the buy thing. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot I asked that question. Thank you, Jordy. Yes, that's what I right. Okay. Yeah. Because I've, you know, that's why there's a reason I'm asking, right? Again, back to our conversation that we had at that squirrel chat. I'll give her 10 for the commissary so she can go buy, I guess, whatever she is that she's using to bleach her hair. Dude, interviewing her though, I feel like she totally would though, right? What if we could interview her for the channel? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wouldn't that be insanity? Pure insanity? I don't even know, man. Right. I think that's absolutely true. Yeah. Is that a word? Heteroflexible? I love that word. That's nifty. Yeah, I definitely get that vibe. Yeah, that's what I was asking because off camera, yeah. Yeah, and I think it would take, we would need to go, it would be great to have two people like because you'd want someone to like take notes and then like someone to ask questions and plus it's like one of those experiences you'd want to share with somebody else. Did you guys like we need a witness to this, right? Like, dude, oh my God. I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe if she gets a special letter from Super Planner Girl with like the nice writing and the nice stationery, because Super Planner Girl's amazing and does that stuff, then and compliment her artwork. There's ways we could yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we're all on the same page. This is where I was going with this. I think we've what does the saying go? We've got her number, as they say. I think we know, and yes, let her play the victim. Yep. Kat, we're not, those are the detectives, and we're not judging anybody. You're right. Yeah, well, we can pitch to her the same way the joke I make with everybody, right? I mean, I always make the same joke. Like, do you want to be on YouTube and be like, I forgot my own joke. It's like, do you want to be on a YouTube channel where you can, share your story, but not get like, what's my joke? Like, not get super YouTube famous or something. I don't know. I forgot my own joke. Anyway, yep, we'll do. Thank you. Thank you for that. I love that Jordy's helping me keep track of my list. I'm adding it down right now. What a word. How does one Tay cheetah? Is that because she was a cheetah? Like cheater? She was cheetahing on her everybody. I was gonna say her boyfriend, everybody. Is that cheetah like if you see Ezra run as fast as a cheetah in the other direction? And it's interesting, too, that her dad's a correctional officer. We want to get her side of the story, right, Kit Smits? I know. Right? Oh, my God. Cece, brilliant. I'm dying. Yeah. Dude. Yes. We could also be like, can you please tell us more about your thoughts on masks and nihilism? Yeah, I think it probably is native. She runs her 15 minutes. Oh my God. Y'all are amazing. Oh my God. Y'all are amazing. If you can't get the answer, send me into the battle. Spencer's. Oh my god. Y'all, I'm trying. My internal squirrel is laughing so hard that it's one of those things where I wouldn't be able to breathe or talk. So I'm trying to stifle the laugh. So my abs are hurting. Because otherwise I would just fall over. So because it's I feel like this is the type of mission that would need backups. Like we need all squirrels, like a squirrel crew. We need y'all. Like send in the reinforcements. I love it so much. I love it so much. Oh my god. I need some water. The other thing is you never know what it could be that you woo her with a lady. It could be that you woo her with a dude. It could be that you woo her with I don't know what, something else. Who knows? A sweater? An antique cup? A mocha. A mocha. Oh my god, you guys. That's the show up with a mocha. Oh my god. Let's add that to the note to self for this. Kidsmith is gonna come. I think y'all. Why do I have the feeling that Jordy and I would get ourselves into trouble if we didn't have a chaperone? Just a gut feeling. I feel like we would get ourselves into trouble. Dude. See, y'all. This is what I'm saying, man. Super Planner Girl has coffee stickers. Of course. See, are we all taking notes? Coffee stickers on the stationery. We have all these ideas. We're gonna bring her a mocha. Oh my god. This is the best thing. We could possibly get by. Kat, there is so much humor in this. Yeah. I mean, there's not a squirrel episode that happens without us laughing. I mean, laughter is a slice of life. Wait, that's not the saying. What's the saying? Laughter is the soup of the medicine? Wait a second. Laughter is the hen before the chickens before it hatches. I think it's always fun to do. Like let's combine all the different things. Laughter is the cat calling the kettle black. That's like a combo of like raining cats and dogs, and then whatever the pot calling the kettle black. Just a combo platter, as they say. Oh, thank you for the super sticker, Cat Randall. Yes, you're welcome. Hopefully you like the humor, but it's gonna happen regardless because it's the slice of life in the soup of the whatever the other things were that I said. We go bald. Yes. Oh yeah. Right. The best medicine, a raining man. Yes. Oh man. Well, see, now that just circles into Jen. That brings everything full circle back there, doesn't it? Oh man. Also, I think it's appropriate for this just real quick.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
No, I was saying cat because there's all this different sayings with cats involved. That's all. That was just a coincidence. Spencer says, laughter is the slice of the chickens before it hatches, cats and dogs all in one basket. That's it. I'm saving that. That's it right there. That's the saying. There you go. I'm dying. You know what would be so funny? See, this is something I would do. Like in some situation with like someone who doesn't like a stranger or like out in public or something like that. And like you're talking to somebody and you just like casually, to an unsuspecting person, you know, go with this. Laughter is the slice of the chicken's before it hatches cats and dogs all in one basket, calling Kettleback. And just like, I would have to practice doing it with a straight face in that situation. And see, I'm not good at that type of thing. Like whenever I'm in those situations where it's like, you're not supposed to laugh, I'm going to laugh. Like, it's just not, you know. It's Raining Men is how Jen McCabe got brought in because of the video and the Google search or whatever. I'm dying. Oh my God. Oh, laugh command. Are you saying the laugh command should be the same? What should the command be? What's that? What Bill Murray movie is that from? Cats. What is it? I recognize that, but I don't remember what it's from specifically. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't even remember what was happening. Let's back it up a second here. That was fun. Okay, gotcha. I see what you're saying. Oh, is it from Groundhog Day? Oh, is it from Ghostbusters? I've never seen Ghostbusters, but I have seen Groundhog Day. Also, I love Bill Murray. What About Bob was always one of my favorite movies. Like we used to watch that as a family on a regular basis and just die laughing every time. And if I were to watch it now, I would still injure myself with laughing. I would call that a scroll tangent. Definitely would call that a scroll tangent. Totally. Scroll detour, scroll tangent. I totally would call that one. 100%. But yes, I will make a command for that. And okay, I backed it up. Let's see.
Weekend after everyone had found out, because I had gone to Racy's, and I guess some people had already leaked the information, like some family had told some close friends before it was released in the news.
Okay,
so
just to bring us all back. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a swoop. Let's do a swoop-a-doop, a little cleansing swoop, and we're gonna remember what's happening because this is like going. I feel like this is going to a completely different universe now. That was fun though. So let's do a swoop. Shout out to Iowa. I think I just saw you pop in the chat as I'm looking for my swoop here. This isn't a swoop, but I'm doing this first.
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
Sorry, I just needed a second to get my Murdoch, and that sounded weird. What are the words I'm looking for? I just needed to see him. I just needed to see that. Okay. But let's do a swoop. Let's do we'll do that.
It's a house.
And then just to orient us back to specifically this trial, we'll do a third thing.
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
To play it if we want to, whenever Ezra gets impeached on the stand during cross, but it's so often, it's just, you'd have to pick and choose. Okay. What's happening is Jason, and I'm going to back it up a little bit further. He's telling the story about how he found out that Alex was dead. So this is like a whole, like I said, different thing than what we just were. So he's because remember, he's like, at this point, just reorienting. He's thinking Alex maybe skipped town. He said, right? Maybe he skipped town. But he's like, I don't know how he'd have enough money, but it didn't occur to him that anything could have happened where he would be dead.
oh Jesus, like that could be a possibility.
And when you're talking Alex, because there's so many Alexes here.
No, my thing.
You're Alex and you guys were at Ray's
bar eating hot beefs.
Okay. When was that in relation to when you last saw?
Probably the weekend after everyone had found out, because I had gone to Racy's, and I guess some people had already leaked the information, like some family had told some close friends before it was released in the news. So I think
family had told some of Alex's super close friends what had happened, because me and Bree even talked the night after Alex and me talked about it. It was on the weekend at some point.
It was Bree,
the blue-haired girl, Larson. Yeah.
We saw her testify, but her hair is not blue anymore. Just so everyone knows that that's the same person, but her hair was blue.
We had talked. So I had talked to Alex, Zink. I had talked to Zink about it at Ray's after I had like a really weird reception at Racey's. Like I showed up at Racey's like I always did. Went to order a cup of coffee, and like the two Wisnowski sisters, Ariel and Aubrey, like Ariel just like looked at me with these crazy eyes, and then Aubrey went in the bag and started puking in the trash. I was like, "What is going on, guys?" I'm like, "Can I get a cup of coffee? Is everything okay?" She like put in a cup, and then she just walked back and she like got on the phone, just like talking to somebody on the phone, like on the work phone, like I don't know what to do. He's here. I was like, what is going on? I just took a to-go cup and I put it in. I left and I was like, got home and I was like, Alex, stuff is not kosher at Ray's. He's like, something is going on. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I don't know. I got a really weird reception from the girls. Like I've walked them home a million times when they were drunk. Like we've been friends for like 6-7 years. I was like, something is going on. He's like, I'll go check it out. And then he left, and he came back not too long ago, or not too long after, and it was like, they found Alex, and I was like, all right, so where did they find him? He's like, here in Wisconsin. I was like,
oh God.
Well, like they take him into jail and stuff, and he's like, they found his body, Jason. I was like, oh Jesus. He's like, yeah, he passed away. I was like, do they know how it happened? He's like, no. I was like, oh, okay. Well, shit. Because, like, it was like something I had already kind of started to process since our conversation at Ray's. Because it wasn't even in my peripheral vision up until then.
So, did she not want to report this John situation right away, or why did it take so long to finally get reported?
I have no idea.
It did take a while, right?
I think it's just like a habit she was in. Like,
she didn't report it immediately.
But no. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, I do see, like, I know women that have been victimized, and they say, like, immediately they want to go home, take a shower, and just, like, forget about it. And then, like, a week or so later, they finally get, like, the strength where, like, they want to go in. But by then, any evidence is gone. So, I was like, when I talked to some of my friends about this, like, not using her as the reference, though, like, being like, they said, yeah, it's a very common occurrence. Like, people don't usually go right to the hospital and report. And I was like, why would you not do that if someone has done this?
I'm gonna say right now, towards the end of this, Spencer, if you're still here, I will notate this again. I'm saying it now out loud so I don't forget. There's a part, it's right at the very end of this interview, and again, I will point it out when we get there, where he goes through this list that he's made, I'm sure with help of people, of all the ways that she was gaslighting him. It's harrowing, even for someone who's been through that themselves. Like, and it's harrowing. And there's also, prior to that, or maybe it's actually after that, he talks about just this part is not maybe triggering, but just sad about just the, like I said, Ezra blew up their whole friend group, the whole town, and just what happened to all these people who've been friends for years. It's just, but Spencer, just because I know particularly, well, I'll just make a mention when we get to that part where he did describe when he goes through that list of the gaslighting behavior for anyone who might be triggered. So,
like, why would you not just go in right away? And she's like, well, like, I think it was Amy or one of the random girls.
It's not for a long time. So don't worry about it.
It's not for a long time. She showed me like a graph of like how many actual reported rapes there are as opposed to like how many of this and how many convictions actually end up. It was just like this huge box of like all these people, like unreported, reported, and then convicted. It was like one out of like all of these like 175. It was like, Jesus. And she's like, yeah, that's why it's a problem.
How did you first come to know that Alex and John, or Ezra and John had been together?
Ezra and John? She had told me.
But right away, she basically...
No, not like right away.
But when she told you, it was basically she was assaulted.
Yeah, like right away it was like, she had said that she didn't want to be in that house anymore, in that room anymore, because of the assault. And it was like, that's why I called him like immediately, like after I found out about all this stuff. Because it was like, I have one guy that I trust, and I have a person I'm supposed to trust, and I don't know heads from tails. And that's when I started running down some of the stuff she had said to him. Well, he was giving me, he kept changing his story every time I would add more details. And that's what made me start to wonder, like, well, is he lying then?
And that was the call that was made from
the hotel.
From the hotel. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was prior to any report to law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
So did she want to go report that, or did you?
I asked her.
Pretty much.
That was when we went on that car ride and we were driving for a little while. I was like, well, what are you going to do? Like, are we going to talk to the police about this? Or are you going to, like, what is your plan for this? And she eventually decided, I was like, I support you either way, but like, if you don't report it, it's just, because like, if you don't report it, how did I put it?
Actually, the Wisconsin wrecking ball, that has a ring to it, doesn't it?
Because like, it puts people on the radar at least, like for possibility. Like even if it is, like you don't want to defamate somebody's character and ruin their life and all that kind of stuff, but also like, if people start to see a consistent habit of this stuff happening and someone keeps popping up a couple times, it's like, well, maybe this is worth looking into. Like if the same guy has a lot of accusations from people. I mean, then it could be like, you don't know. It's like, the accusations with all these senators and stuff all the time. You never know anymore.
Yeah.
Do you have any time reference as to when you patched Alex up?
I just looked for that today. I tried to find it. I couldn't.
What's your best kind of estimate on that? It would have been after the John?
It was after I had gotten back. No, it was before that.
It was before this fifth?
It was before any of the bad stuff had happened.
So it had been before February?
It was after I came home from the Redwoods. So it was after November, but I'm guessing it was mid or late December. Because I assumed at the time that it was about like a seasonal depression thing. Like the holidays and like the stuff he was going through. I had kind of hooked them up to hang out with each other and talk with each other about trauma, because she worked at where she was going to school before.
Stick with the mochas.
Marionette or whatever, or Marionette.
Right,
Marionette. She was going there before, and she was like what's the word for it? The LGBTQ counselor for helping kids in school talk to their families about their sexual preferences, how they wanted to be identified, and all kinds of stuff. So Alex was going through all that stuff because he has this hyper-Christian family who doesn't know that he's either, I don't know if he was bisexual or he had done with girls before. Because
You're talking to Alex.
Yeah, not my Alex, right? Alex Woodward. So we had talked about that before. We had joked around all the time. I'd be like, "Oh, you're the sexiest of the Alex group," and we give each other shit. It was like, "Oh, the first Alex group, they all died from syphilis infections. You got to control yourselves." It was like my Alex, him, and there was 3 or 4 more Alexes in our friends group. It was like, I can't let the beta Alexes die, man. You guys got to control yourselves. I know when you guys get in the room, you all look so good, but we had a good rapport for so long, and it was that's why.
Some of you guys are going to be probably very surprised at some things that are coming up here in just a second. Kit Spitz knows, but she might be the only one. But yeah, this is y'all ready for some things?
So I'm I'm gonna be gone with Josh. Josh just got dumped. He went through some horrible shit. So we're gonna go to Redwoods. We're gonna go see a place on earth where there's so much life. He's gonna smile. He's gonna have a good time, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna be better. Because I had the abortion thing happen, so I was pretty downtrodden too. So we just need to go out there, free our minds a little bit, get back to nature. See some 1,000-plus-year-old trees. And so but she would get suicidal a lot of times. When I would go on to D&D and stuff on Mondays with Josh. She'd be like, "You can't go because I feel like I'm going to kill myself or something." It was like, "Why are you going to kill yourself?" She's like, "I just keep letting everybody down." And it's like, are you doing this because you don't want me to leave? The house?
Okay, we're about to get to the part, Kismet, but see, now we've circled into a different area, but he comes back. But this is where he's realizing that she was gaslighting him with threatening to kill herself if he goes to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Is this a power play? Is this a Monday to go do something away from you? Because we get stressed out sometimes. or is this actually like a thing? She's like, yeah, I just don't trust myself right now. I was like, do you want me to call Julia? And a lot of times I get a hold of Julia, but like, she's like, oh, well, can I report? Should I report you? Should I call this up? And she's like, someone did that to me once, and I never forgave them, and I wouldn't talk to them. It's like, yeah, but like, why are you saying this to me if I shouldn't be scared? I'm about to.
Thanks, Spencer.
I ate a bunch of pizza before. That's such a bad idea. But I'm like, you can't do this to me.
Sorry, she was awful.
The medical and like the side of me that empathizes a lot with people, you can't just throw that at me and then make me be like, I'm just about to bike away and go relax and just go to a different world for a little while and play some nerd games. And you throw this at me to make me feel like I have to come and take care of you. And I was like, is this literally something that you're just going to keep doing every Monday? Like all of a sudden
Now here's the thing. That I'm sure that's part of it, but I think there's another reason this is happening that he hasn't figured out yet. And I don't know that he has figured it. Okay, this is my thought. Because the thing is that guess who was at D&D? John Hansen. And when are they playing D&D? They just said January, early February. That's when this whole D&D thing was happening. Guess what also was happening? Ezra was sleeping with John Hansen. So my thought, I think that she was gaslighting. I think she was just gaslighting a lot of everybody in like all these different ways, right? Like she had all these different things going on. I think with this whole thing with him, not the, this gaslighting involving the threatening to kill herself for if he goes to play D&D. I think it was twofold. I think, yeah, to manipulate him, definitely. All the stuff he's saying, true. Power play, all that. I think also, though, she was afraid that the more time him and John Hansen spent together, that maybe it would somehow get, come out that they were sleeping together, right? Because not everyone's as good of a liar as she is.
Just like your life is spiraling out of control. Like the one time I get to like.
So can you kind of just tell us about how you came to know? Had Alex cut himself?
Awful is like
of any significance
before that?
No, the time you did have to kind of.
Oh yeah, it was pretty deep.
Okay, but did you think he tried to kill himself?
That's the thing. I don't know because like a lot of times I'm not sure if people are educated on the problem.
Well, there's some Instagram going back and forth. You commented that you didn't think he.
I don't think he was trying.
He was trying to because he didn't cut his arm the right way.
Yeah, because it was very deep, but it was this way. And I think it was maybe he was drunk. He didn't feel how deep he was going. But a lot of times it's like people will do that for show. They'll do the straight ones for show.
Right.
So he went this way.
Yes.
I was looking down. Okay.
Right.
I'm not sure. Right. I can't remember if it was passenger or driver's side arm.
And that's the thing, because like they were all seemed to be good, nice, honest people. So remember, the guys that were sleeping with Ezra, she had them all manipulated and gaslit as well, right? To justify it to them and explain it away. And Jason's that remember all the talk about her. We have to keep that in mind, right? All the times when she's talking shit about Jason, we have to remember she's also perpetuating the story to the guys that she's sleeping with that she's gonna leave Jason, right? She's gonna break up with Jason over and over again, but she doesn't, right? And Jason's bad, and and from what we've heard also at some point from somebody, I can't remember who, she had been telling God, I can't even remember, it was John Hansen or Alex or both, but that Jason was mistreating her and whatever. Anyway, so but my point being that it's crazy because Ezra is like this, it's like this the most toxic nightmare you could think of, and then the rest of the friend group is like, yeah, it would be the truth would have come out, right? Because they're not like her, but really, who is though?
Well, she had asked me to come over and take care of him. He was over at Alex's house. Yeah.
I don't either.
And like his roommate Matt was still there, and we talked a little bit. We were very casual, and I was just like, I kind of put it over the sink, and I irrigated it out, and I cleaned it all up, and put like one or two little things in there, and some like there's like this super glue stuff that you can use for like closing up a wound. It's like I can't remember what it's called, derm bond. And he had just told everybody that it was like the steam wand burn from at work, because like the baristas, they had that wand that you heat the milk and stuff up with. So he had it wrapped, because I gave him some Curl-X, and I gave him some tape to wrap with, and he even cleaned.
But why was he doing it?
She afterwards just said it was a either leave Jason or I'm going to kill myself thing.
Ezra said that?
Yeah, like at the moment I didn't. She didn't tell me that day, but like later on. I mean, I kept telling her, we sat upstairs and we were like,
his mouth, right?
We gave him a big hug, we smoked some cigarettes like we always did, and I was like, dude, you can't do this kind of shit, man. Like, you only get one shot at this, you know?
So, was she with you at that time?
She was with me. She was like sitting like next to me.
But I mean, together you're a couple.
Yeah, we're still a couple. Yeah.
And did he ever try it again? Did he ever communicate with you? Hey, leave her alone.
Well, so remember, Ezra portrayed herself as older than she was. Remember, the whole friend group is older than her. They're all in their 20s or 30s or whatever, you know, because like some of the people are in their were also in their late 20s or late 30s. And then like, but she was part of it, I think, is because she was going, I think she might have had fake ID. She was going out to bars with them, right? You know, and like, so they all thought she was at least 21. So she was lying. I mean, she was just, so there's that. Right. That's what that's it. It's just crazy how advanced her game was. That is it. That's it. I think also, you know what it is? I think part of why I relate a lot to Jason is because, you know, some of you guys have heard me talk about, I've been through an experience where I was, it's almost kind of like being kidnapped, but anyway, living anyway, can't even summarize how that would have been, how that happened. But, you know, anyway, long story short, like, I was in a situation like that where it's like, the dark triad, you know, as you know, as I learned, kind of like Spencer, you know, you have to try to figure out what the hell happened once you're out and you're alive, right? I learned that there's also this thing called the light triad, and anyone that wants to Google that, I think you'll get a really good idea of what I'm talking about here. But when I read about it, I was like, oh my God, that's what it is. And then I actually ended up listening to I found like a podcast. There was some psychologist talking about this specifically when it comes to the most dangerous, what is it? Like the relationships where people get like the most predatory relationships, I guess you could say, where the abuse comes from one side and it's not whatever, you know, it's not both sides. And they were describing this, right? Like in other words, a toxic relationship, but not between two people. And they were describing this where it's like you've got the the dark triad, and they find a person who's a light triad, and they're like, that's a done deal, right? Because what you get, then that's what happened to me. What you get is the light triad is going to be like finding the good in the person who's the dark triad person. And it's a really different type of abusive situation than what you sometimes have. I would say, at least in my experience, like, and I see that being the case here as well. Like Jason is the light triad. I 100%. I mean, I relate a lot. I relate a lot to him in like a lot of ways. And, you know, yeah, I could go on. I'm not going to keep going on because, you know, stream, but, yeah, anyone, if you want to get if anyone that wants to like Google like light triad and dark triad, like you'll see what I mean by the personality traits of like of a light triad person. Like that's they're the perfect person in a bad way for someone who's a dark triad to come across, unfortunately. But because I'm a light triad person, I don't hold a grudge and I'm not bitter and I'm not, you know, like, I had some people ask me like, oh, so now it's like I get, okay, what's the right way to say it? I've had some people be like assuming, right? Oh, after what I've been through, that like I would now be less trusting of people, or that I might, because my automatic go, like I automatically trust everybody, right? Unless you give me you'd have to work really hard to give me a reason not to. Like that's the thing. So I've had a lot of people assume like, oh, well, maybe now you're more careful, or, you know, as if there's something bad about trusting people, you know, or, oh, you maybe, you know, or they might even mean it in a bad way. Like, oh, has this affected how you view people or trust you or view guys or whatever? And I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't understand the question. Why would it? This was just one person. Why would it change anything? Right? It's just one person. You know, like, why would it change how I view people and life? You know. So anyway.
No, not really. I mean, we had one talk where I was just kind of like, God damn it, man! Like, I can't believe you did this to me. Like, what the fuck? It's like, I mean, I was gone. You're doing all this stuff behind my back, being all shady. I was like, I thought we were like family.
Here's what I can say. Like, even from what I've been, you know, I was in a life and death situation, you know, and for 5 years, and despite everything that I went through with that, I don't regret trusting that person, because I think it's always better to trust than to not trust. Even if some people said, like, it would, like in other words, if I had to try, like, I don't really live with regrets, but like if I had to try to like state what a regret would be, it wouldn't be that I trusted this person. My regret would be that person is the way that they are, because it's sad for them. Like I wish that person didn't have all the issues that they have, and that's like an understatement, you know, to say issues, but like that's the thing. Like the problem isn't me trusting, you know, in my opinion. Anyway, okay.
Your damn ass up. Like, what the heck, man?
Why do you think he would have liked her? She's female.
Well, because the fact that she said that he was. She said that she was his chance for like a normal life, pretty much. Like he would never have to explain to his family that he was more into like younger boys, and so she could be like his. Let me
play that again for people who are like, wait, what? Yeah, I feel you guys. Let's hear that again, because this is the part, and Kitsmith was referencing this too.
It was like, I thought we were like family. Like I came over to patch your damn ass up. Like what the heck, man?
Why do you think he would have liked her?
Yeah,
she's female.
Well, because the fact that she said that he was. She said that she was his chance for like a normal life, pretty much. Like he would never have to explain to his family that he was more into like younger boys, and so she could be like his younger boy, but he would also have the social normalness of just being with the girl, so his family wouldn't judge him. I mean, everyone said that when his family came to collect all his belongings, they didn't bring his philosophy books with them. They didn't bring, you know, a lot of the things that actually made Alex, you know, like how many conversations me and him had about, you know, Sartre and, you know, Kafka and all these people. Like, that was a huge part of his life. So it's like, even philosophy was like something they didn't believe in, like, according to their religious beliefs. And it's like, they didn't want to bury their son. They wanted to bury an idea of what they thought their son was, you know.
So did you have conversations about that? About his, I guess,
his preferences?
Well, his problems with the family and his preferences?
Oh, yeah, we drink Greenville, or not Greenville, Berghoff once in a while, get really trashed. Like, after me and my ex had split up, me and him, he's a kind of a regular at the joints, like, you're like, all right, let's split a pitcher, tap you over, like, because I know he would work in the mornings usually, or work at nights at race season. Or he was there the day that me and Ezra met, you know, like, so we were hanging out at the bench. I came to lock up my bike by Terry's biking store. I got a flat on the way home from work. I pounded on the window because it was after midnight, and I was just like filled up a to-go cup. I stuck it out, and it was like, it's fucking closed, and I closed the door, and I was like, all right. And I sat down inside, and Ezra was laying on the benches stealing Wi-Fi. It's like, what was that sigh about?
Okay.
Like, oh, it's just
okay. Let me pause this real quick. So, I'm just reading what you're saying, Spencer. I think keeping the light, especially after being captive in the dark, is paramount to surviving in a way I would want to in this world, though I'm not sure I have much of an option anyway. It's part of a core personality. Are you saying, I'm not sure, are you saying that the light, like, I mean, I do agree that there's the core personality aspect to the light and the dark, but I'm not sure. Are you saying that the light is paramount to survival? I mean, I would agree. So, right, that's why I paused it. So, here's the thing. Y'all have heard my little squirrel theories, my little squirrely speculation, did all my little banners for it and stuff, you know, bumpers, whatever. This. I paused it. I'm backing up just a second, but I paused it for a reason, because y'all have heard me talk about this. Y'all have heard me. Okay, let's just, so, all right, let's be ready. Be ready, people.
Closed, and I closed the door, and I was like, all right. And I sat down inside, and Ezra was laying on the benches stealing Wi-Fi. It's like, what was that sigh about? I was like, oh, it's just been a fucking rough day. But yeah, we talked till like 4 a.m. that night. He came out and like chatted with us. We all smoked cigarettes together. He came out and like chatted with us. We all smoked cigarettes together. You know, like, we were always like good friends together. Like,
There it is. There it is. There it is. I want to see that again. I want to see it again. I want to see it again. One more time.
So did you have conversations about that? About his, I guess,
his preferences?
Well, his problems with the family and his preferences?
Oh yeah, we would drink Greenville, or not Greenville, Burgoff once in a while, get really trashed. Like after me and my ex had split up, me and him, he's a kind of a regular at the joints, like, be like, all right, let's split a pitcher, it's happy hour, like, because I know he would work in the mornings usually, or work at nights at races, and or he was there the day that me and Ezra met, you know, like, so we were hanging out at the bench. I came to lock up my bike by Terry's biking store. I got a flat on the way home from work. I pounded on the window because it was after midnight, and I was just like filled up a to-go cup and stuck it out, and it was like, it's fucking closed, and I closed the door, and I was like, all right. And I sat down inside, and Ezra was laying on the benches stealing Wi-Fi. It's like, what was that sigh about? I was like, oh, it's just been a fucking rough day. But yeah, we talked till like 4 a.m. that night. He came out and like chatted with us. We all smoked cigarettes together.
Incredible.
He came out and like chatted with us. We all smoked cigarettes together. You know, like, we were always like good friends together. Like, I don't know.
Okay. What's this whole boy thing though?
Oh man. So yeah, so there you have it. I mean, so in other words, it's the thing about that is it still doesn't even rule out the possibility that Ezra had already met him. It doesn't actually rule that out, really. It means that she actually, dude, and now think remember when she said the August, oh my god, remember in her direct examination, and she gave that whole bullshit story about how the first time they met they talked about cannibalism on August 8th, and I was like, no, I called it then. I said, bullshit. I said, I already had this theory, but that right there, for me, that's like, clearly it was earlier, because you're trying to push that date out, and also that makes no sense. And also, you're only saying it because they wanted to get this essay in about cannibalism. And it just, anyway, the list would go on. But it was like, at that point, I was like, that just confirmed it for me, that it was way earlier than that. So either I'm still under the impression she could have met him, because remember, she was hanging out there stealing the Wi-Fi during that period of time. Could have met him before, but at the very least, met him then. Wild.
The boy thing?
Yeah.
I don't know what. Like her being a boy, or like him.
Well, you were at the court, right?
Yeah.
And you heard about what she.
Yeah.
That's right. I just wanted to say, I think you're very insightful, and don't discount. Okay, I think StreamYard just did the thing again. But anyway, hopefully I feel like people who watch YouTube live streams, like, you know, especially people in the LawTube sphere, because we all use StreamYard. Not that I shouldn't say we. I'm not in that sphere. I'm not trying to include myself with awesome people, but people that use StreamYard, right? I feel like the people who watch channels where they use StreamYard are at this point are like not. Okay, what am I saying? I remember the days when if a stream cut out, I was like, oh my god, what's happening? I feel like StreamYard fucks up so often now that people are just getting used to it and not like it's like, oh yeah, it's StreamYard. So anyway, yeah.
Well, you were at the court, right?
Yeah.
And you heard about what she...
Yeah, there was like the carving, right? I don't know if it's to do with... I don't know, did they ever figure out for sure if it was him or her who had done this? Like who had mutilated or whatever?
Well, she admitted to doing it.
She had carved it in. It was probably to do with like her being his boy. You know, like, because... I mean, if I were to conjecture at anything, it'd have to be something to do with that.
Okay, so he cut himself, by all accounts, December-ish.
Yeah, sometime in December.
So
I tried to look for it.
Yeah, that's right. So from December until March, what's going on between them two? Are they having rendezvous when you're not
I
looking?
think it's like, I'm gone for a Joe weekend because Alex, like my Alex, I should just start calling him Zink. When Zink would be like, you'd be gone, dude? She'd be like in the shower and out the door. And I was like, okay, tell me this shit for a minute. He's like, well, I figured, you know, like she was just hanging out with friends doing photo shoots like she did sometimes, but also like sometimes she wouldn't come home. He's like, I texted her sometimes and asked what's up, and she'd be like, oh, I'm just hanging out with friends. And like sometimes she would like go over to John's and like babysit because he has a son, Warren. Sometimes she babysit Warren so John could get, you know.
This is another example of where he hasn't figured. In my opinion, she was fucking him, right? I mean, we know that was happening, and Jason hasn't even figured it out yet. I guess like it's a process, right? He has to undo the gaslighting, and he still thinks she was actually babysitting. It's sad, really.
Day off to do stuff, and I mean, we're all very friendly back then. Like our friend group we felt pretty tight. Like we trusted each other. I mean, at least that's what I thought was going on. We all trusted each other.
So she's not working or anything?
No, she wasn't working.
So she's kind of needing a place to stay too.
Yeah. And I wasn't even sure if she was working when she was working sometimes. Because like she'd be like, oh, I gotta stay late, or I gotta do this, or I gotta do that. And it's like, I don't know why Joanne's is all of a sudden super busy and super not busy. Like she's like, well, I was like, did you get fired? Because there's a point where it's like, did you get fired and you're just like not going to work? Like, or you're just going somewhere, like hang out? Because
I was just thinking she'd be babysitting and reading The Little Prince in large print because it's a children's book. Just throw that into the mix. But isn't this so interesting? So it's like the whole thing too, from earlier in the interview about school, where she lied about like why she wasn't going to school. Like it was really because her parents were giving her the money to go to school, but instead she was just, this is another thing that's interesting. It comes up a lot in this interview. This whole thing about she's getting all this money. Well, not all, like, okay. We don't, it's like Murdoch, isn't it? Just realized. So like, for example, pocketing the money from the abortion, which was already a theory that I had, but that's going to get confirmed later. And then like, or for example, her parents were giving her money to go to school, and apparently she wasn't going to her classes, and then she got like kicked out of school, and then they were still giving her money because they felt like she was lying about it so she could just keep the money and spend it on who knows what, right? And then he's going to talk about here too, like even when she was working, because she wasn't paying any bills, what was her money going to? What was she spending her money on? We don't even know. It's weird. But yeah, there's a similarity there with Murdoch, and also Chandler Halderson with the college thing too.
I don't understand how you don't have $170. Like we're splitting it 3 ways because like back then our rent was cheaper. It's
that's
like
right.
$170 is so cheap. That is insanely cheap for rent. Right. Like how can you not afford this? Right. Especially since like we drink pretty much free coffee at the coffee shop because like most of the races we just tip them. And
she's counting all around.
You guys are here every single day. All right, cool. Okay. So like I don't know, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life right now? Okay, you're gone to like questionable amounts of time.
Did she ever complain about any sex with Alex? About him getting
like there was complaints about like how did she put it? I don't know the terms for this stuff, but like where someone forcibly gags you during like oral fellatio, like they just won't let you. There's a name for that. I can't think of what it was. There's also
can't breathe, basically.
Yeah. Sodomizing, like she was not into like that kind of stuff, but I think maybe it was like more of a making it more realistic, I guess, for his side of the to the point thing.
Yeah.
So I was like,
So would it be primarily anal sex then?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't completely privy to it because like I was trying to, at the point, like, I was trying to be very sensitive approaching this because like not only being like an ex, but also like I'm not well versed in this kind of stuff. Like I'm not, I know how to talk to some people about these like traumatic things, but like I'm not gonna like straight up ask someone to dump all their shit. I don't know how to respond to it or deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
But she made it sound like it was primarily, I don't know, from behind, whatever.
Yeah,
it
but
was.
remember, well, they're gonna get to
know.
this. But remember, she ends up making allegations about SA from Alex. That's why. I think that's why he learns this.
But,
Okay, well then in that case we have to also remember. Okay, let's put this into context. What he's talking about is what Ezra told him about her relationship with Alex. That's where we have to remember. Remember, we've all been gaslit from her anyway. Okay, so it's from that lens. This is what Ezra told Alex about her told Jason about her relationship with Alex. Remember, she's now got I mean, it makes you wonder, did she ever tell anybody anything truthful, really? Like, I don't know. But anyway, but they're going to talk about this where it's from the context of she's also saying that it was like there was some SA going on there as well. Like that's what. So anyway, just from that framework, if that makes sense.
Was she mad about that? Or not?
I don't know.
Was she enjoying it? Does it sound like?
I don't know, because like that was another one of those two-way things with Ezra. Like, sometimes she'd be like, she'd say, I mean, we never participated in that because I'm very like OCD as shit. And I'm like, I'm not going to be involved in anything. I don't want to get. I'm just not involved in it. It's not my jam. So I was like, she always expressed like a dislike for that. So I was like, yeah, good. We're on the same page. Anything but stuff, anything but. But I don't know, like the way, because like Matt, the fellow that lived with Alex, he said that there were times where she was over. So after we had split up, we had split up for good. She would talk one way about me. She'd be like, yeah, I just, because I think that was the day that she had left me, which is confusing because like she was over at her parents' house. She had playing cards and stuff. Well, then I found out, like, just out of the photo.
This is interesting. I'm just pausing real quick to say, like, I'm laughing with you, Jordy. I was just thinking about all the other. I could totally go back into this. I'm picturing all the different funny ways the whole thing could go down with visiting Ezra at the jail or prison rather. But also I just wanted to say that I love this so much. Spencer is complimenting Kit Smith for her writing, and her writing is this is spot on, very coherent and solid. Definitely very good writing, and we really appreciate that. And I love that there's always proper grammar and spelling. I think you're, if I had to guess, you're probably on a laptop when you're writing that. Hopefully you're not doing that on a phone. But yeah, so okay, let me back it up just a smidgen. Yeah, he wanted, it came out, where did it come out? It came out in, with Ezra on Cross, when they went through the text communications and messages between her and Jason. And it was really heartbreaking and depressing because, she hornswoggled cat. Where's the cat calling the cat? I'm saying cat, not to you in the chat. I'm thinking of the saying. Hold on. Where is it? I need to make that command. This one. Speaking of me getting all the things right. So she hornswoggled, laughtered the chickens before they hatched with all the dogs in the basket, calling the kettle black. Only certain people are going to understand what that means. But you guys that are listening to me that are here now are those people. So anyhow, but I think he fell in love with her right from that moment she popped up. She popped up like a wrecking ball, and he was, and again, him being like the white triad was like, oh, you know. And but yeah, anyway, in the text communications, he says like he wants the whole shebang, the whole kit and caboodle. He wants to get married and have kids. I mean, they talk about that. Like, well, she's saying she does. God only knows what. Anyway. CC says I should get an iPhone. Yeah, hornswoggle. There's a word you don't hear very often that I just used.
Over at her parents' house, she had said, playing cards and stuff. Well, then I found out, like, just out of the photo, you can see, like, Alex, like, just his arm and his sleeve and stuff sometimes in some of those photos she sent me from her parents' house. I was like, oh, so, like, she was at the parents' house with Alex. She introduced them and all this kind of stuff and whatever. Well, she must have went back to his house that night, and that's when she
I agree with that.
Messaged me the next morning, like, I mean, this stuff happened.
Here's the thing. I will say to this end, like, I will say, my situation, the person that I was, again, it was almost like in hindsight, it was like I was really kind of kidnapped, again, for like 5 years. Like, it wasn't like, you know, there's some people that, like, you know, when you hear about people that have, like, there's like a narcissist, right? And they love bomb you, and it's like good and then bad, and then they make up. That was not my situation. My situation was dark triad only. Like, it was like there was no good time. There was no complimenting. There was none of that. Like, there was no manipulation from the sense of trying to make up for things or apologize. There was never an apology. It would never have happened for anything. There was only, it was never, this is a very different thing and than what you see oftentimes. And so, but again, a lot of times you hear about how things were great to begin with and then it got worse. Not my situation. Like, my situation was, from the very beginning, again, it's like I was really just kind of kidnapped, because it wasn't even like it wasn't like I was lured in by a fake nice person, right? It was really more like I was kidnapped from the get-go, in a way. And the signs were there, like, this is a dangerous person. And for me, I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that if even a portion of the things that I thought were true, my brain couldn't process it, because it was like, there's no way that a person could be there. Like, there's no way that this person, any person could be this bad. There's no way that there's no way that this could be true. Like, I'm like I had like it's not like I was making the thing. I wasn't making the things up. It's like, it was obvious. Like, anyway. So yes, I think it's, especially if you're like, if it's being trusting is part of it, but also being a logical person. Like, I'm also a logical person. So it's like, so it's beyond even just the trusting. It's like, logically, like, my logical brain, critical thinking and all that is like, there's no way that could be true, because it seems so impossible, you know, if that makes any type of sense, just sharing my own, but yeah, but just to add to what Kitsmith was saying, I think is very accurate. What's too much? Are you saying that's too much that I'm saying? Or that, I don't know when that came in. Hold on. I'm just saying. Just looking. All right.
However that worked out, there was a night where she was at his house.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Or at her parents' house with Alex. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. And actually, that reminds me. I was going to back it up. Him noticing Alex on the photo. Yeah. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. It is. This is crazy.
Stuff sometimes in some of those photos she sent me from her parents' house. I was like, oh, so like she was at the parents' house with Alex. She introduced them and all this kind of stuff and whatever. Well, she must have went back to his house that night, and that's when she had messaged me the next morning, like, this stuff happened. Or however that worked out, there was a night where she was at his house.
Yeah,
or at her parents' house with Alex. I'm not sure how it worked out. I used to have this more together back, I don't know. I don't know anymore, dude. It's so much.
Did she ever read
that part? Hold on. You guys, this, if that doesn't sum up his
her parents' house with Alex.
demeanor in a nutshell.
I'm not sure how it worked out. I used to have this more together back, I don't know. I don't know anymore, dude. It's so much in my head.
Did she ever read you her journals, or did
She emailed those to me, yeah. I think
So you've seen them?
yes, the silence broke through or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you make of any of that?
I couldn't tell completely. It sounded like a lot of, it was painful stuff to read.
As you read through it, could you determine who she was talking about
Yeah.
in each paragraph?
Not each paragraph,
Well,
but like,
as you got back, so who's the love of my life?
probably me, but I don't think it was, I think it was more pandering at that point. I mean,
Being she wanted you to read this? Is that what you
well, I don't know. She said she did these for therapy, so maybe she was talking to her therapy. Maybe it was one of those, like, I didn't know what I had.
All right. Next point here. This is when I realized, this is when it dawned on me. Oh my God, she made the whole therapy thing up. You guys, I wish if y'all could have seen like my own brain in this moment, like when this happened, like that's when I realized she never went to therapy. Again, it was another one of those things where I'm like, okay, it seems like maybe she did, just because it was like just they talk. I mean, why would I believe it though, right? Like literally, it's just because she said it. Like, what was I thinking? See, we all have to work on ungaslighting ourselves from Ezra, but like basically, okay, so this is when it dawned on me. I'm like, oh my God, right. Okay. So Jason has talked about, I think he talked about it actually in the trial, but he's already referenced it a little bit in the interview. And he references it more. That's another point about how he really wanted Ezra to get help for all of her essays she's had, right? For her trauma. The part that you guys already heard in the interview is the part where he says, you can't just like cut your hair and you know, decide to be a boy and like that's going to fix all this trauma you've been through. Again, he's saying that to her or thinking that in real time, thinking all of that is true, right? And wanting to help her. Okay. And remember, we also heard it. Remember, we heard it actually in her law enforcement interviews when she came in. This was when she was interviewed about the John Hansen matter with Mark Vang. And they asked her about Jason. And remember her response was because she says, oh yeah, I'm talking about we talked about going to therapy, right? So, and I actually pointed it out at the time. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because it kind of sounded like, okay. So as an example, like I've referenced the dark triad and the light triad. Okay, going back to what I just was saying about my own experience, this is actually going to track really well here, I think. So one of the things that happened with me is that like, and this is really relevant here. And this also is when I had a deja vu moment. I was like, oh my God, I completely forgot about this. And then I had this deja vu moment here. So one of the things that happened is, again, I was kind of like a kidnapping situation, right? Where I'm like, there's no way this could possibly be this bad. But like, this is y'all. All right. So, but even though it was only the tip of the iceberg for the bad things, I only knew a fraction of just how bad it was going to get. This person recognized that there was something that the tip of the iceberg part was bad enough that they needed serious help. And this person, agreed to go to therapy. Because, and again, this was me. I was like, you need to get help for this, for your own sake. So much like Jason here. I was like, for your own sake, you need to get, you need to get help for this. Like I kept saying to this person, this must be so hard for you to live like this. Like me feeling, I mean, do you guys see what this is like? It's crazy to think about in hindsight. Like, right, like this, anyway. It's just like with Jason, like feeling all this compassion for Ezra, anyway. So I'm like, I want you to get help for yourself, It's supposed to be so hard for you. So, so this person was like, okay, yeah. Now so going to therapy only to just try to gain the upper hand in a situation is one thing. But here's where it can go to another level, not everyone would take it to. I realized that he wasn't going to therapy, that he would be like, okay, I have my therapy appointment, and he would go and like just go and get a beer somewhere or drive around or whatever. He was faking it. How did I learn this? Because first of all, he would come back and be like, oh, how was therapy? And the feedback he would give me, I know enough to know there's no way. And here, let me tell you why. The feedback he would give me is, if I was like, oh, what did you guys talk about? He'd be like, yeah, he'd be like, we talked about you and how you're doing this and you're doing that and you're doing this. And I'm like, what? Like, because I know for a fact that like, you can't, they're not like, that's not like Fender would be having a field day with this if she were here right now. Like, that's not like, and that's me giving you like a summary. Like the stuff he was saying, it was like he was trying to use the therapist to back up his delusions, to manipulate and gaslight me and be like, yeah, well, my therapist said it, so it's true. It's funny, kind of. At least I can laugh at it now. But I was like thinking to and initially I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Maybe you should make sure he's credible, you know? But he's like, no, it's fine, right? But it kept on going, right? And then and then I think one time I actually went and drove to see if he was, and I saw his car out somewhere else, but I didn't confront him about it because I didn't want to die. And then eventually after a couple weeks, I think he just got lazy and didn't want to keep it up. And he was like, oh, I'm just not going anymore. And that was the end of therapy. You guys, can you all imagine? It's wild. That's right. So yes, Spencer, right? Yes. Yeah. Right. I mean, literally, that was my thought. I was like, I'm that person. I'm like, I'll love you through it. I'll support you through it. Like, anyway. So, oh, I see that you guys were talking about cats and dogs earlier. Okay, I'm just looking up here. Okay, all right. So let me back this up just a second. So anyway, but my point was, this was the moment when I was like, she lied. Okay, right. As for therapy, so she lied about it. Now, why? That's right. Okay, so why would she lie about it? Because I think what it was again, Jason had been saying for her own good, because he was concerned for her, that she should go to therapy to get help with all her trauma from being SA'd allegedly, right? And that it could have been one of those things where it's like, she thought, well, maybe he'll stay in the relationship, right? To use it to manipulate, like, oh, look, I'm doing what you suggest. I'm going to therapy, blah, blah, you know? But also I think it was so that it's this whole thing with the letters, the whole thing with the journals, rather. Well, I'm calling them letters because they're journals for other people to read, which again, a concept to me that doesn't make any sense, but I know some people say they've been there with others. But you know, this again, just like what I said about this person who kidnapped me, how it's like, yeah, so my therapist said this about you, so that means it has to be true. Like using a therapist to validate what they're saying, when what he was saying was they were just like complete paranoid delusions. Same thing here. This whole story is my therapist wanted me to write these. I wrote these with my therapist. And the only evidence of that happened came from Ezra's mouth. It's you lying about a therapist to try to validate that your gaslighting is real. Like that. You see what I'm saying? It's trying to legitimize it. It's insane. And then even to give her an excuse for, well, I really need to deliver these in person because I'm finding my stupid voice. And remember, she updated that in that journal entry the night before the murders. And that's where the journals and then, all the journal, that's where this whole thing connects, right? She updates that journal entry the night before. I need to find my voice. I can be Ezra McCandless again, right? I'm going to therapy and my therapist really wants me to write these journals for people to read and then deliver them in person. I mean, and now I really need to go to Eau Claire. Anyway, I think you guys see what I'm saying.
I lost in situations where I was just like, well, I don't do do-overs, I don't redate people, man. Like, this is not something I want to continue doing. I want to continue taking care of you.
Yep.
So these therapy journals were wrote with a therapist from Stanley then?
I believe so.
Okay. Are you aware of any other therapists that she went to?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Was there any therapy that got ordered for her before the abortion? I don't know if they do that to make sure that...
I think that they might counsel you about that, but like I'm not sure if you have to have one.
Okay.
I know that the only thing that I remember, because I came back afterwards to pick her up and stuff, and I just remember them, talking to her about like if she wanted to get the depot and all those kind of things, but they don't remember anything about counseling.
You got nothing out of there?
Yeah, I just, you can go ahead, I got it.
The other thing I will say is she would have said she wouldn't have. She remember, okay, great example. Didn't have money for call AAA. Didn't have money to call a tow truck. Didn't have money for anything, but had money for therapy. Sorry, I mean, but never mind that. And again, it's another one of those things that they ask about it a lot because I think they're trying to see if Jason can figure out if Jason will say something and then realize that this is all a lie. Just like with the again, just like with the Life Starts Now. I'm realizing there's a pattern of the things that they think she fabricated. Wow. And all of this matters because it really speaks beyond her personality. This is premeditation. This shows a level of planning that is actually way more than I initially thought. Like this interview gave me insight as to the level of planning that it's just really crazy.
I'm not trying to jump around here, but I'm trying to get some of the questions that I have answered too while he's looking through that. When you guys went to the doctor first and it was found that she was pregnant, and she asked for places she could get an abortion. Was that one of the places that you went to then, or is that something she found separate to that?
I think she scheduled one and she was just like, oh, this is great. It's like a day after my birthday. Happy birthday.
But was that a number that was given to her by that clinic?
I mean, and I knew that was the case, but it was nice to hear it from his mouth. I mean, in a bad way. But that's exactly what I assumed. Like, were you guys also there? Like, in my mind, I'm like, I know exactly why it was on her birthday. Like, I've got, again, what's that saying? Like, I've got her number. Like, Ezra, I'm going to come visit you in jail. And wait, hold on. You look great. I love your blonde hair. Here's a mocha. I want to hear your side of the story. I'm going to have to practice that one, guys. But like, as soon, and again, and adding to that, the fact that they're going to talk about this, but all of our thoughts seem to be validated here, that the abortion was fake. She pocketed the money, but on top of that, had to, just because that wasn't bad enough. That wasn't gaslighting enough. That wasn't manipulated enough. That didn't benefit her enough. She had to on purpose make it October 6th so that she could then make people feel sorry for her. It's just disgusting. Here, let me back that up so in case anyone missed it. That's just...
I think she scheduled one and she was just like, oh, this is great. It's like a day after my birthday. Happy birthday.
But was that a number that was given to her by that clinic or wherever you went?
I think so. I believe it was.
Do you know where you went initially when she was...
Which clinic you went to?
Yeah, which doctor you went to that said you were pregnant? Was that the ER or...
It was the urgent care.
Oh, you're probably right about that.
Which I think it was Mayo.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, she would have been getting free coffee from Alex. Absolutely. That's a great point. I didn't even think about that.
Okay. The Mayo urgent care down, so like right across from like where the Dunkin' Donuts or whatever it is now. So like there's Sacred Heart across the street, and if you come the other way going towards like Bollinger Field, you take a left, there's that clinic there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, the Middleford campus.
Middleford, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was there.
Did they give her a brochure or something that would have had that?
I'm not sure if it was a brochure or not. I think they gave her like care, like, they give you the care packet for like things you have to do, like for if you were going to continue, but they also gave her like the whatever information about who to contact, and like I know she had talked to somebody on the phone that same day about it, and they said, well, it's not like, because she wanted to go that day. And I was like, they don't do stuff like that. As like, once you find out, they make you wait like a minimum, I don't know how long, before they'll schedule anything, because what if you change your mind? Like, right now, you might be freaking out, but like, you might change your mind. I don't know. It's up to you.
They don't make her have a counseling appointment or anything prior to.
I don't know if they did.
Okay.
I don't know if they did on the phone counseling.
Okay.
Because a lot of those places do make you do some kind of counseling before.
And I don't know, so that's why I'm asking.
I think they're trying to. I think they're trying to validate if this abortion was ever real or she was ever pregnant. I think.
Well, he's looking through that yet. I pulled this.
Okay, you guys ready? Buckle up. You guys ready? This is circling back to the farmer's house. Remember, we talked about this at the beginning because this is like the circling back thing. It came up really early on in the interview, and I mentioned it then. But the whole thing about how I kept saying, you know, it seems like she's been there before, right? And the implications of that. Again, it totally not only, again, puts her in control, but I think the whole they're getting stuck in the mud story is shot to shit at this point. And they actually, again, they're going to bring that up. But here, let me play the video.
Up on Google Earth, is that the house that you're talking about? It's not the best image. It's
scary.
Straight view, so it's.
So it is.
I don't know.
I think that's the one. Yeah, right over here.
We can certainly slide up and down the road a little more to get a different view of it. The straight on view, it's all blocked.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Okay.
I don't remember there being that many bushes. There might not be all those bushes in front of it anymore.
I don't know when
I feel like you could see the house very vividly.
He knows the house specifically. Here you go. There's the picture they're looking at, right? Actually, here's your marker. See how right where that cone is? And then there's, if you go to the back of that ditch, there's like a pole thing sticking up, like a pole of some sort. I don't know what it does. There's a pole there. I guess it's so you don't accidentally back into the ditch. And keep your eye on that. And now we're going to go back to this. And you can see there's the pole. And can you guys see my mouse? I guess it's an arrow, but right here. And the ditch is right here. The sun is ruining it, like I said, but there you go. So that's it. So, but this was in 2008. Actually, it looks like there's like a flower bed or something. Let me go back to this. Hold on. So I thought that. You see what I mean? Like, I guess they used to have crops or a garden. Check it out. Let me go back to this again. Like, again, this picture says image capture 2008. So there you have it.
And if you get at certain angles to it, you can see it.
So it's, you guys see, like, isn't that crazy? What his reaction to looking at the Google Maps of what the house is on Google Maps, which is from 2008, is the exact same thing that I said, weeks ago or whenever that was. Wild. I was like, because at first I was like, wait, is that the house? Like, I didn't include the whole thing, but I was like, I wasn't sure at first because of the bushes. But then it was for him, he's gonna, it's the red door. He's like, that's how he confirms that it's the right one. For me, it was the pole thing. So anyway. But that isn't that's it gives me goosebumps.
Well, that's like one of those things. Like, I remember whenever I go to the Hoffman Hills, so I like to climb that fire tower every once in a while and just see because you can see like so far, and it's all the colors in August and stuff. But
there's maybe a little better view of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. The red door is like what sticks out like in my mind. Like I think it was the one with the red. I mean,
just so we can. Did you two discuss these journals at all?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it. I said, I'm glad you're doing this. Like, this is probably good for you. Like, it's good to get this all out of your head. And I mean, it's kind of like a little bit of when you put all that stuff in the paper, like it's therapy, man. Like.
Route 12 is one of the ways to get to the farmer's house. Do I have, let me show this real quick because this is a good question. This is a relevant thing. Where is it? I think, okay, here it is. Okay, let me pull this up real quick. I'm just going to the specific part here. With the map. Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, so here we go. So there you can, there's the answer to your question. You can see Highway 12 right there. So that alternate route, the route that's not the dark blue, the light blue route, that's the way they would have gone. And the Hobbit house is along that 12. I went down that entire thing, which took for freaking ever on Street View. I mean, literally, it was probably more than an hour. I didn't see the Hobbit house, but it also seemed like it could have been really easy to miss because it was, he says it's covered in dirt. It might be one of those things that, like, you know, if you don't know where it is, you'd miss it. But that's the route that they took. And so there you have to turn off, you take a right, as you can see, to get to the decrepit gate and the Harmer's house.
Well, we know where we are now. You know, we kind of know what transpired. I guess, what are your thoughts reflecting back on that?
Reflecting back on?
Well, I mean, how did she get to the point where she drove away from you that day with Ulterior PD standing by? And by all accounts, more than likely, based on what we know, drove right there.
Drove right. Oh, to that place?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like,
yeah.
I know that when I was at the house, so I sat across the road from that place for quite a while with my wife and just smoked so many cigarettes. And then it took a lot for me to go into the house because I was like knocking on the door, and I think when I cracked the door open and they heard my ringtone going off, and I heard her yell, "Just let him help you." I was already at the point in my head where I was like, I'm probably doing something that.
All right, that was another one where it's, you know, because I know that there were some people that were like, I don't know if that's really, you know, because that's significant. But here is in real time contemporaneous. I mean, you can just I mean, can you guys see what I mean by that's an obviously the way he's describing this, you can just tell, like, and I think it's significant. Now, remember the thing that I said earlier at the beginning of the stream. One thing that we haven't talked about, and we're going to talk about it tonight, is the significance of the 3 different knives. Why were there 3 different knives, and why were there 2 in the trunk? And then she just decided to use one of them to do the McStabberson time. Okay.
Just smoked so many cigarettes, and then it took a lot for me to go into the house because I was like knocking on the door, and I think when I cracked the door open and they heard my ringtone going off, and I heard her yell, "Just let him help you." I was already at the point in my head where I was like, I'm probably doing something that could get me in trouble, but I fucking care about these people. And I thought, like, she hasn't left. My initial thought was, she hasn't left because he's going to kill himself, and, like, he's going to do it right in front of her. And I was freaking out, like, oh, God.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mengel said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something that was brought into the room?
Hold on. I don't believe there was any such testimony.
There wasn't. Did you guys hear that? Miss Fishney just fucked up.
I don't recall any testimony.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
My initial thought was, she hasn't left because he's going to kill himself, and, like, he's going to do it right in front of her. And I was freaking out, like, oh, God. She pushed him too far. They're both fucking fragile. They shouldn't be alone together. So I ran upstairs and, like, I was like, oh my fucking God, you guys scared the shit out of me. Because they're both in this bedroom, like, sitting on the bed. And just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You can't do this. Like, you should not, for what's going on and what you're writing and what has happened apparently in this relationship, you should not be alone together right now. Like, you guys both need to, like, go to a public place. You need to, like, talk things out. Because there was screaming and arguing when I was downstairs. So.
Did you hear what
they're saying?
I couldn't hear
screaming and arguing.
Anything what they're saying, but there was arguing.
I mean, what is Ezra's description? I didn't even include it, but it's nauseating. Like, this is just, she's, what is it? Calm, somber. Could
you tell both of them?
It sounded like
anything she's not lying about.
They both kind of had feminine voices, so.
Okay.
But. No, then I came outside and I was like, if you guys need me, I'm going to go back outside. Because, like, I'm like, do you guys want me to stay here? And they're like, no, you don't have to. I was like, okay, I'll go downstairs and I sit on the front, I sit on the porch. You know, if she starts acting crazy, Alex, because he's got these stacks of books like everywhere, like you throw a book against the wall.
Again, this is identical to his testimony. And even with the hand gesture, I'm going to back this. You can't get more credible. You just can't get more credible. I just, you know, I think it's important to appreciate this for his own sake too. But yes, she made it sound, dude, I should have included the clip, man. Is she calm, somber, melancholy? I mean, just.
They both kind of had feminine voices, so. Okay. But. No, then I came outside and I was like, if you guys need me, I'm going to go back outside. Because, like, I'm like, do you guys want me to stay here? And they're like, no, you don't have to. I was like, okay, I'll go downstairs and I'll sit on the front, sit on the porch. You know, if she starts acting crazy, Alex, because he's got these stacks of books like everywhere, like you throw a book against the wall, he starts acting crazy, you throw a book against the wall, I'll hear him, I'll come back up.
I mean, it's just.
And I was only maybe halfway through my first cigarette out there, and then the police showed up, and I gave them a statement about what had happened. Then like another car showed up, and like another car showed up, and I kept giving the report, and they went to go talk with them, and that's when they were at the moment exiting the building. So then I think they split off and were questioned separately, and I had talked to one of the cops about it, and I was like, so like, what's the plan? They're like, well, they decided they're going to go someplace public and talk. And I was like, sweet.
This is wild. This is it's also kind of it's also so depressing. It's just this is ugh.
All right, they're listening to reason, good. You know, and I was like, can you guys, like, can someone follow them? Like, and they're like, no, they're grown adults, they don't have to be followed. I was like, I just don't trust them very much. And they're like, well, it's not our job to go off like the hunches of you guys. I was like, I suppose, like, that's a bad waste of our resources. So,
I mean, he's right. Like, it sucks. It sucks that that's true, right? It sucks that that's true. Because yes, 99.9% of the time, if you just go off of like it would be a waste. But in this case, that's why this is what I'm talking about. There are people who have a sense for things, and he's one of them. He knew from the moment he saw Ezra at freaking races, he knew something was up, and he did his best to try to stop it. And he even asked law enforcement to follow them. Like, we can't just follow them. And he's like, I suppose.
I was like, well, okay. And they all drove off. And me and Ezra and Alex all just talked for a little bit. I was like, you know what, you guys, because like I given him a big hug, and we had smoked together like one last time.
Oh yeah, this part. What if they're sitting in the car smoking? What if that's why the window is down? If they're sitting in the car. Okay, I forgot about this. Hold on, I'm gonna back it up. Kitsmits and Jordy, because you guys were here for the spark specifically. This was insane. Remember when we worked so hard on this theory for the smoking in the car and all this? Hold on, let me play that again. I forgot about this.
Me and Ezra and Alex all just talked for a little bit. I was like, you know what, you guys, because like I given him a big hug, and we had smoked together like one last time.
What if they're sitting in the car smoking? What if that's why the window is down? If they're sitting in the car smoking, that could go to the thing of her saving the cigarette butts for later, right? I mean, there it is. Can you guys imagine me watching this for the first time? And I'm like, oh my God, how is it that some of these things where I'm like, where it's like, oh, this, you know, it starts out like a little idea, like a little theory, but then it's like, wait, hold on. In my mind, I'm like, this makes sense. But I'm thinking we'll never know. I mean, it's just like, check. I mean, it's wild.
No, it was the last time, but I was like, you know, you guys are still my friends. You know, like, on the battlefield, like, you have to treat the enemy and your soldiers. It doesn't matter, like, who, it doesn't matter. Life is important. It's not so much that you guys fuck. If you're 24 and 26 or 21, like, you guys are young. Like, you have so many more mistakes to make, dude. It's gonna be fine. I don't like what you guys have done to me. You guys are making me crazy, but like, still fucking people, man.
I'm gonna play it again. This is what he told them in that last conversation. This is what he said to them. This is so sad. But also, again, it just, I don't know how you get to like a better I mean, this is a good person. This is what I'm saying. This is a good dude.
It's important. It's not so much that you guys fucked up. You're 24 and 26, you're 21, like, you guys are young. Like, you have so many more mistakes to make, dude. It's gonna be fine. I don't like what you guys have done to me. You guys are making me crazy, but like, still fucking people, man.
Did she ever get so upset at you for anything that she
Never
lashed out at you? Or
never physically.
Threatened you verbally or anything?
No, she never threatened me with anything. She usually just fall to her knees and like have an asthma attack, pretty much. Like she'd just start hyperventilating. Like the last time we got up to Hoffman Hills, we had hiked for a little while, and I was like, I just can't deal with all this lying and like all like the stuff behind my back. I don't know what's going on. Like what is going on? And she just broke down and like was on her knees crying and like hyperventilating. I was like, it's fine. You can tell me the truth. I don't care. I want to know how I can help you.
What were the pages of the Ted Bundy stuff on your phone?
Well, that was stuff that I had taken off of her phone. Because she had left her phone at the house once. So I pulled those up because she was talking. I think she was trying to like profile John. She was saying like, oh, this is like John's profile. Like he's a, schizophrenic, or not schizophrenic, class, whatever, personality type. I don't know. She was trying to like profile him, saying like, "Oh, this is like treating it like it was evidence almost."
Listen, what he's saying is that he had screenshots of something that Ezra had sent to him about Ted Bundy, and it's like Ted Bundy. She was trying to validate her bullshit story about the essay with John Hansen by saying, "Look, I looked up this thing, and he has the same personality type as Ted Bundy." As in, like, that's how bad he is.
Oh, this is like what he's like. This is what he's like. It was like, he can be a little weird. Like, he's got some stuff going on. He's got brain problems and stuff. So it's like, there's not all the screws in there. But I don't know if she was trying to, like, strengthen her argument for the raping thing, if it happened or not.
Right.
Like,
it was.
I don't know. I pulled that off of her phone, though.
So she hasn't been communicating much with you then, no?
She still calls once in a while. Like, I get a call from, like, Dunn County Jail, but I mean, it's like you have to put money on the thing, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to like get my life back. Like people are finally talking to me again. Like, not that these people are talking to me. Like people are actually like, "You doing okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm back through the ringer." But it's nice to like slowly start stepping away. And then it's like the thing in the mail. It's like April 2nd to 27th. It's like, oh Jesus Christ. But I figured, like, if she's changing pleas and stuff, I was like, well, there's probably going to be more investigation because...
What about that? What do you know about that? What's still going on?
Well, I mean, wasn't it initially self-defense? And, like...
This is interesting.
I was like, unless something... Because, like, there's all the assaults that she claims in the past. And I was like... So at first I was like... When I heard about what had actually happened, I was almost okay in the courtroom up until the point when they said 16 times, and I pretty much, like, lost it. Like, I couldn't... Like I was like, this doesn't make any sense, because like that doesn't. To me, I was like, I don't understand. Like, and I thought, well, maybe it was the horns, because like someone said, like, well, it was a deer horn, and it was this, and the detectives at the time were still unsure about 11. It was like, I guess if she took those horns out of the back, or with one of them, like that could make a lot of punctures. And like, she also doesn't know much about anatomy. It's like if he wasn't attacking her, like. She's not going to know where to hit on a person. Like, I don't think she.
So, okay, well, that's a double whammy on that one. First of all, Kit Smiths, are you thinking what I'm thinking in terms of the deer claw? Are you reading my mind on that one? Because I would imagine we're probably thinking the same thing. But also this part, he's literally saying the opposite of what Ezra says with the whole her whole freaking story about her dad teaching her self-defense and knee him in the balls and all this shit. Dude, I'm over it with her. I'm like this again. This is where I'm like, her attorneys saw this interview. I feel like this is really bordering on problem because of the fact that they're eliciting false testimony. I'm over it, man. That part, because my initial thought, okay, the very beginning of the trial, right? When we first saw the pictures and the day that I noticed the deer claw, actually, I remember Maisha was there. I think this is episode 2. Shout out to Maisha. Anyway, like, we were like, what is that? I was like, are those antlers? But then they call it like deer claw and deer horn and stuff. And my initial, I didn't say it out loud, but I thought, again, I don't say everything I'm thinking, but I thought to myself, right? Because I thought, I wonder if some of the Stabby McStabbersons was with the thing. Like, we didn't know what the deal was with those, right? Was with that. But then I thought, I learned from Hannibal back in the day that if that's the case, they can detect there's a thing that's on the antlers. What is it called? There's like a felt type material thing. Like there's an what is it called? Anyway, there's a thing that this is actually, I think even it's like a real thing. If someone's punctured, okay, what am I trying to say? If someone's punctured with deer antlers, when they do the autopsy, they find a specific thing in the wound. I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's like the outside lining wrapper. Oh my God. What is it called? What am I looking for? It's the outside of a deer antler. It comes off and it's a very specific substance that is velvety thing. That's it. It's like only found in deer antlers. It's like there's no way it's anything else. It's like felt velvet. Yeah. It's like deer velvet, but there's a specific thing about it where it's like only in that, and you can't be anything else. This is like a specific thing. And so that's when, so in other words, he thought the same thing, but like, I guess he hasn't seen Hannibal. So
Ever put
it's
up
on the
with,
outside of
your life, so
yeah.
I was like, if he was aggressing her and she had,
You know what? Have you guys ever seen deer where they have their deer claws or their deer horns and they're shedding because they actually shed it? Have you guys seen that? Because if you see it, it's actually really gross looking. You're like, what the fuck's happening? Is that thing diseased? But it's actually normal. But it's that shit that is on the antler. Sorry, deer claw / deer horn that they can detect in a wound. So
a chance to get a weapon away and fight back, I'm not sure she would know. I mean, most people don't know self-defense stuff, like, so it's like,
yeah.
Are you aware of anybody talking around here or races about Alex Woodworth attacking?
Jason hasn't seen it, apparently.
I had heard he was kind of creepy sometimes. Like, I don't know.
So that's one thing is, what do you mean creepy versus actually physically maybe want to attack someone?
I don't know if there was any other attacks. I just know that he had strange relationships. Like, there was like a weird pseudo him and John thing. There was a weird pseudo, like, he was seeing like maybe a guy with a kid or a girl with a kid. But then she like completely cut things off and like wouldn't talk to her anymore, or like in public or anything even. Because we drank and talked about it once. It was like, it seems kind of weird that like someone, I mean, if you're...
I think I missed that actually, that the pseudo thing with him and John, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
If you trust somebody enough to be intimate with them, like why would you just all of a sudden, especially if you were getting older kids,
you're right about that.
It just seems like it doesn't make any sense. But like, it made me think that maybe some of the stuff that he was interested in sexually was like something that people were not interested in.
Finding what it's called.
I kind of dealt with the situation. Like,
so you're saying creepy potentially in a sexual way, but not to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. Like, the way she made it sound like he wasn't really respecting of all the boundaries sometimes. Because, like, people can always say, like, at some point during consensual sex, it can immediately become unconsensual sex because they can be like, no, this is done now. Yeah. And, like, a lot of times it's like, well, sometimes men take it, like, as an ego thing. They get all bent out of shape. It's like, well, now that you're happy, like, I can't be happy or something. It's like, no, that has nothing to do with it. Like, at some point, if the person, male, female, or whoever, is not wanting this to continue, they have every right to say that this needs to stop. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why, like, you have to have good communication with people. So, I think maybe it's a situation.
Are you aware of any violence that they have?
Like physical violence?
Yeah.
I've never seen him get violent.
Okay. Are you aware of any time that he made somebody go further sexually than they wanted to? Or stuff physically made them go further?
I can't be completely sure. Like I said, like unreliable narration.
Okay. Relying on Ezra's narration. You know what? So what if? Okay, this is a joke. This is a joke here. Well, can't rule it out, I guess, but it's a joke. I'm intending it that way. Like, what if the reason there's like the deer claw and the deer horn? What if it was like, one of them was trying to take that get the deer velvet off of the deer claw, and then for whatever they had going on in the bedroom. I'm laughing because that was not a funny joke. Like, in other words, the delivery was not up to par, up to snuff.
Like the way she made it.
Sorry, guys.
Was this for me, or was this the
There's a
truth?
reason I'm not a comedian.
That's why it's so hard to understand any of this stuff. Is like, I try to help out as much as I can, but I'm only fed this information from, like, besides the hard facts that I've seen, like, I've only been fed this information by, like, a person that I can't really trust, you know.
Okay.
Oh, app. I'm not sure if you guys. I wrote that. That was one of those things I wrote down where it was like a text now app. I think that was what she was using to, like, uses your phone over Wi-Fi to text. So it gives you, like, you add your email and whatnot to the thing. It gives you a generated phone number, and then that's your phone number that you can send messages as if it's a phone from Wi-Fi. So that's what she was using to.
How would you communicate with Alex Woodward?
Messenger, once in a while. We didn't talk all that much, but I saw that at one point a lot of our stuff got deleted, and I was like, that's weird. Like,
Ezra did that.
It was deleted from, like, his end, because, like, the last thing I remember talking about, like, painting D&D figures, and I had painted this one guy, and it looked stupid because he looked like he was a naked man, because I didn't get the coloring right, so, like, it just looked like he had no pants and stuff on. I was like, I sent it to him, he was at the coffee shop. And we were talking about Lucas the Spider, and, like, just stupid nonsensical memes and stuff, but...
What time period did you feel that got deleted?
I don't know, I thought maybe it was after... I didn't really talk to him much after all.
Did you hear that Lucas the Spider thing? I think Ezra perpetrated that story as part of her bullshit when God, that's disgusting. When she was giving that bullshit story about how the night her and Alex first met, which we know is a complete lie now, like at the joint, talked about cannibalism, August 8th. And then she says Jason interrupts her conversation, and then she says that they then somehow finished their conversation. And remember what she says, guys, about how they bonded over looking at the spider web and talking about the spiders and their love for spiders. I think it was, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh my God. Again, this would have been like her defense attorneys. I mean, I don't know that Ezra would have been able to just sit and watch this. Like, I don't know that Ezra would have had that ability, like, as part of discovery, you know, like it would have been in the possession of her attorneys. Like, I don't think she would have been able to just sit here and watch this and then steal things from it. There's so much stolen from this interview that's bizarre. It's scary. But in other words, what it seems like happened is her attorneys would have had to suggest, and then she perpetrated that freaking spider story from this with him. It was a thing between him and Alex about Lucas the Spider. It's disgusting.
Stuff that happened besides in public, but I feel like maybe the family or somebody had gotten control of his account and was just getting rid of anybody involved in the situation or something. I don't know. Or maybe he deleted it. I don't know.
So getting to the what is this alleged assault between Alex and Ezra?
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
Was there such a thing?
She made it sound like the night. She made it sound like the night where she watched the movie with him, The Little Prince or whatever night. That he kissed her. Like, they went on a walk and she kissed her and she said no.
Oh, no, we already got that.
But then the night she said that, like, she was assaulted by John, is what she said. The first assault or whatever. She said that something had happened there where she had gone over to Alex's, and then what did it work? It happened that night, and then apparently again in the morning, you know, and then she didn't have anywhere to go because she didn't want to be at the house. So I think she said she went to Alex's, and she was hanging out with Alex, and then he got extra handsy with her about I don't know, like later at night sometime, I don't know. But I was like, I don't know what that means. Like, she was just going to him saying, like, you know, all this bad stuff happened, and he's just like, are you still down to, like, mess around or something? It's like, that seems like the most insensitive thing. It's like, well, I don't know if that's his personality type. Like, it was like...
That's like, is that reflective of what she wrote in the journal then? knew what had happened and went to my other friend for advice and concerns, voicing my anxiety and guilt towards our friendship, to only once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy.
And
that's kind of how it went.
That's the situation. Like the John thing.
Right after the John thing, she went to him
for like, like to talk with him. Just like, hey, this just happened to me. Like, what do I do? What do I do? And then, I ate all that pizza, Lily, man.
You should have waited. We ate with you.
Oh, okay. You don't want toppers, man. It goes out as fast as it comes in. I think it might just be.
I guess, is there anything else kind of we haven't even dwelled on, talked about, or anything that you're sitting here thinking, boy, you guys, you gotta ask me this?
I can go through some of this.
I just had an idea.
I
just had a thought. Isn't that so funny too about the pizza? I just had a thought. So let me back it up a second to where I had a light bulb moment here. Hold on. Back it up just a sec.
To my other friend for advice and concerns, voicing my anxiety and guilt towards our friendship, to only once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy. That's kind of.
So I was just thinking about how all this ties into Ezra carving boy into her arm, right? She would have known about, well, it sounds like she knew, and I think they're going to talk even more about it yet, about Alex and potentially what his, sexual preferences were and stuff like that. And not being able to, maybe, from what Jason says, we've already heard him not feeling like he could come out to his family and things like that, right? And again, another interesting thing is like when you think about all of the journal entries, right? It works out well for her in her benefit if she wants to do it, where whenever he's talking about a him or whatever, referring to a male, she goes ahead and just assumes it's her, right? But when he's talking about a female, it's also her, just, of course. But now we know that it actually could be a dude, right? Like it could be, like it's interesting because they don't really. How did she describe it on direct? See, now I want to go back and find that part where they ask her about this because it's somehow related to. Does anybody remember how she tries to explain this when she's asked on direct about why he called her boy? Oh, I know. I remember. She says because he thought she was more confident or something as a boy. Okay, so complete bullshit and dribble, right? Of course. So, because instead it's related to these other things, right? That can't come in, like his sexual preferences. Potentially being in the closet, and that, yeah. But here's what I was going to say. Ezra wouldn't have known that couldn't come in, right? Ezra would not have known that couldn't come into trial. This is the key thing. She probably thought that his sexual preferences and everything, if he had other journal entries, potentially, we don't know, that were even more explicitly about that, or like literally about that, like that would actually, where he could have been portrayed as, because some juries may not like someone who, again, that's character evidence, right? So I wouldn't come in, but she wouldn't know. But that she could have, okay. So I'm wondering, right. And now, dude, I'm thinking back to this. Remember what Jason was saying about the gagging and the mouth stuff, right? And the whatever he described with that stuff, fellatio, anyway, is okay. All right. I think she was setting it up. And this is where it would have fallen flat. She was trying to set it up potentially as another essay, right? Like, but she's done this a lot of times before, but this one's different. Why? Because this is an essay where he wants her to be a boy. This is what I'm saying is maybe where she was going with this, would have been her plan. And then that's why she carved boy into her arm. We know she wanted to carve it into her arm to try to make it seem like he did it, right? But why boy? This makes a lot more sense if you think about what was her initial strategy, and then you think about the story she told Jason about the type of sex they were having, which again, like I said even earlier in the stream, I was like, remember, this is what Ezra told him. We have to go through that lens. And then they go from there to talk about, it seemed like she was trying to portray it both ways, right? I think that was going to be her plan. Her defense was going to be that if it came to it, that it was SA, and it was even worse than a normal SA because he wanted her to be a boy or whatever. Hopefully I'm making sense.
No, that's the situation. Like the John thing.
Right after the John thing, she went to him
for to talk with him. Because hey, this just happened. You're like, what do I do? What do I do? And then, I yell at pizza, man.
You should have waited when he ate with you.
Oh, yeah. You don't want toppers, man. It goes out as fast as it comes in. I think it might just be.
I guess, is there anything else that we haven't even dwelled on, talked about, or anything that you're sitting here thinking, boy, you guys, you gotta ask me this?
I can go through some of this if
Spencer, I think we're getting into territory that might be triggering. Potentially. I think we might be getting into the part I talked about earlier where he's going to go through all the ways she gaslit him. I think to me, even though for me it's hard to listen to, I think it's worth listening to really get an idea of what we're dealing with here. But also, it's really on another level. Like it's even in things I had never, it's really creative, I will say. But also the other thing about this is, to me, this is actually a positive thing because, well, it's sad, very sad and depressing when you see what she put him through. But to me, this is a positive thing. Like, this is inspiring for me because that's a big step for him, right? Like, for him to have been able to make this list and write this out and see it. And like, that's like a good thing. Like, that's a therapeutic thing. That's like processing it. That's like understanding it. It's just, so it makes me feel happy. It's sad, right? But it makes me feel, what's the right way to say it? It gives me, I don't know what the word is. It makes me feel better seeing that he is doing that, because I understand that is, having been in that position, right? That shows the resiliency that he's going to be okay. That's what it is. Because there's some people who wouldn't be okay. Not everyone. It's just, but the fact that even so soon after all of this, he's already able to process it in the way he's about to describe, and in a way that's really informed and accurate, and like you guys will see. To me, it is actually really inspiring, and it makes me, even though it's really sad, I'm like, it puts me at ease, because it's like I like worry about him. Like, I worry about him after this, But this is like, it speaks to his resiliency, I guess.
Find it. Could I take a shot of that first thing you had with this movie night? Would I be able to just take a picture of that?
Oh, yeah.
So you said she's tried to call you from the jail. Have you accepted any of those phone calls?
That's why, because I remember thinking it seems like they're going to. So I spoke too soon, Spencer. Not yet. That's why I was like, he flips the thing. Okay. Anyway, they're not good. Not yet. Never mind.
Once or twice. I thought for once or twice, but it just got to be too much for me. Because,
how long has it been?
It's been months. Probably been a couple months. I was pretty. In the beginning, I wrote her a letter, but then all these letters started flooding in, and I was just like, I can't. Because I thought, well, maybe if I just, keep in contact with her, make her feel like, hey, you're still. I don't know. It wasn't like for her. It was more for me. Just be like, I fucking love the shit out of this person. I just want to make sure that or find out like if she's okay and she's doing okay, and if she's getting some help at least, because like this can't all be for nothing, like.
Right.
But
Have you ever went to the jail?
I've been that. I wrote this can't all be for nothing. I felt that. I know it's like, yep. It's like you, especially when you've dedicated. For him, it was months, and again for me, it was like 5 years of like this can't all be. I totally. That's a really succinct way to put it. At least in terms of like for me, I'm just thinking of like, the longer you've been in it, the more that even is true, right? Of like the torture you've endured. It's like surely some good has to come of this. It can't just be getting worse and then get worse from there.
Visited her once. Okay.
And that was initially early on, or?
It was pretty early on still.
Okay.
But yeah, I dropped off a Vonnegut book for her to read.
What book?
Kurt Vonnegut book.
Guess I'm not familiar with those. What is that about?
He's just, I can't remember the name of the book, but it was a book about like artists and writers and stuff like that. And it was one of those books that we both read quite a bit. But
what do you recall? How do you come to know there's a change in plea?
I saw it on the internet. Well, actually, I think Jenna messaged me and she's like, "Oh, she changed her plea," and I was like, "Huh?" And I researched it, like because I didn't really look into it all that much. Like, the only really updates every once in a great while, and I stopped going to the hearings because it was just too much, I think after the one where I heard about the stabbing and all that stuff, I was like, I don't think I want to be here.
Did her family talk to you or reach out to you at all? Or
I've talked to Rosie every once in a while. Like, I tell them, like, I hope you're having a good holidays. Like, I miss you guys sometimes. And
wow,
she had like
incredible.
a little sister that's super cute to hang out with. But
reaches out to her family. Incredible.
honestly, like, I'd never known how to approach any of this stuff that to talk with them. Just like when she moved out, she took a lot of stuff. It was like it's getting cold out, and like half my winter clothes she decided to steal, and it's like, oh my god, there's never a comfortable time to have these conversations, because it makes it sound insensitive. Like, hey, I hope you're having a good holidays. Also, can I get a bunch of my clothes back because I'm cold and I want to go buy a bunch more.
Money's scarce too.
Yeah.
Was there much discussion over why she changed her name or what was really going on there?
She liked the book Into the Wild, so it's like based off of the guy that goes off into the wild. But
I never read it. I guarantee that.
I'm not sure if Ezra was somebody important to her in her youth. Like, there's a person named Ezra.
Notice Jason got it right. He said based off of. And she's like, he wrote the book. Nope, wrong.
Felt that was important, but the McCandless part is based off of the kid that burns up his carts and like goes to Alaska. She always talked about wanting to go
Jason knows more about
out to Slab City and like live on the slabs for a while and then travel around. And it sounded like fun because like I have that same wanderlust all the time too. But I think it was more,
Would she know how to get to Huffman Hills herself?
She was pretty good at directions. I don't know.
No, I don't know. You just said they're Huffman Hills.
What about driving into
I'm not sure what that is. Let me back that up one more time because I don't know what that part is. Huffman.
In her youth, like there's a person named Ezra that she felt was important, but the McCandless part is based off of the kid that burns up his carts and like goes to Alaska. She always talked about wanting to go out to Slab City and like live on the slabs for a while and then travel around. And it sounded like fun because like I have that same wanderlust all the time too. But I think it was more,
Would she know how to get to Huffman Hills herself?
She was pretty good at directions. I don't know.
What about driving into a muddy dirt road? At that time of year where anybody who's driven any amount would look at that and be like, I might get in, but I might not get out.
Okay.
What kind of risk taker was she there? It's her car.
Yeah.
She's not paid for the tow or whatever to get it unstuck.
Right.
Did they ever figure out, because they said there was a driver that drove by and saw them like before they gotten into there? Did they ever figure out if he knew who was, if the seat placement and stuff? Because she was tiny. Like the seat would have had to be super far forward. Like if she had been driving. But I guess she could have moved it too. I don't know.
Yeah, that account's just based on the witness, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you're in the passenger seat, what are you thinking?
Like, what are you doing?
That's dude, literally. I should have added the clip. Literally what we said on the stream. Literally. Like even on the last live stream I did, actually, we went and visited the gate again, and I'm like, what would you be thinking if you're in the passenger seat? Like, but the first time we went and visited it, I was like, yeah, that looks like a murder road. Like that's like there's no, and everyone who was there on the stream, I can't remember who all was there, but there were quite a few people, but everybody was like, yep, nope, that's like you couldn't convince me to go down that road. Like there's just no way. Like and not even just because it's like muddy, right? It's like, why would you go down that road, right? Like it's private property. It looks fucking creepy. It's like if someone's driving and you're in the passenger seat and they're going down that road, get out and run for your, like, they're going to kill, like, that is nothing good to come of it. And it's just crazy. Like, they're asking the same questions, man, that we had. It's wild.
Maybe, so, and it's like, as soon as they got stuck, like, that's the other thing, is like the phone was like disassembled and stuff. They said, it's like, why would, some of his friends said he was doing this like data thing where he's trying to data purge. Like Alex was just like not using his phone very often. He's trying to take a break from the internet. And I was like, oh, that's expected. But like, because I said at first they made it sound like his cell phone wasn't on him. And I knew she had no way to call. So like if she were to get stuck, she'd have no way to call. So that's what confused me about like, so they get stuck in the woods.
Yep.
Like why isn't the first thing, done like a call to like, hey, we need to get back out of here because like he has a phone still.
Yeah.
Like what is?
I mean, this is again, they're all doubting the stuck in the mud story, just like I was. Even though, again, like I said, I know that the fact that the pictures show a car where the tire looks like it could be stuck in the mud, and the fact that the pictures show the tire tracks in the grassy area or whatever frosty area near the green army truck doesn't mean the car was stuck in the mud. What it means is her defense attorneys looked at the pictures and helped her come up with a story that fits the evidence. That's what it means. Like, of course, that if the pictures wouldn't somehow possibly show that there was any mud involved in this situation and be like a thing they could use as a story, they wouldn't have used it. They would have come up with something else that would fit the pictures better. So what's so interesting is like, I said, like, even though despite, yes, I know, I see that the tire looks like it's stuck, but I wasn't buying it, right? I still wasn't buying it. They're not buying it either. So just saying. Was it like, was he in control of the vehicle and he's like, this is where we're going to go and we're going to have this conversation? Like, because he still wanted to be with her. He wanted to move to like Portland or whatever with her or something. And like, he was going to go get his master's and stuff. Like, we had talked a little bit. It's like, yeah, what do you want to do? Like, go do your life, man. So I don't have any animosity, but I don't know if either of them were like I guess it depends on who was in that driver's seat, was in control of the situation, the scenario, and whoever brought the knife or whatever it was, which was used. Like, I mean, did they bring it? Was it already in the vehicle? Like, because I was in the vehicle a couple days before, and I don't know if I recall seeing one. There used to always be one in the center thing, and I don't know if there was one there before.
Well, you've conversed with both of them, okay? And we're looking at this from the outside looking in, too. Mm-hmm. She goes to Alex. Alex don't go to her.
Yeah.
She blew into town. You didn't even know she was coming to town.
I didn't know she was coming.
And I can go through Instagram, and you guys are talking daily, multiple times a day.
Yeah.
I mean, just like clockwork. I'm up. What are you doing? I mean, it's just going daily. Mm-hmm. But they aren't.
They're not talking at all?
I mean, we aren't seeing that kind of exchange. That's why I'm just perplexed. Why all of a sudden she goes there? And he, I mean, is this accurate? I mean, he ain't really seeking her out on a daily basis. She's in Stanley.
Yeah.
So is he just moving on too? His plan was to move in with this Samantha, right?
Samantha K?
Yeah.
I think initially they were all going to move in together.
Right, Ezra Mengel too.
Yeah.
Right. So, I guess, is there anything you recall that Alex is really, doesn't seem like he's so infatuated that he can't live without her, because he is on a daily basis.
Well,
You're with her more than he is.
Oh yeah,
At that
I mean,
stage.
I still love her to
Yeah.
death. I was like, this is never gonna work out because you're too insane. Like, I can't handle like this amount of drama. I'm too old. But I don't know, they said he was down at the bar quite often, like, just like who did I talk to about this? Where he was just like, yeah, fucking blah blah blah. I lost to another guy. And it's like, you know, lose to me. Like, I'm not trying to win anything here, man. Like, you just were not a good person apparently sometimes, and she just didn't want to deal with it anymore.
I mean, him cutting himself would be one sign that, okay, I want you to leave Jason, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
As far as months, weeks go. And it doesn't seem like, well, she's telling you I'm leaving you and I'm going there.
No.
Yeah.
I think Matt would have a better understanding of like what was actually going on between the two of them, because he was living there, you know, and he was seeing these interactions. I think she was trying to like keep it off of like the internet. Like they just would meet up at his house, or which explains Strider, big bearded Viking looking man.
But reading your story on Instagram, it seems like you're trying to work things out. You may get together. You have probably, I'd say, from reading it and reading between the lines, you got together sexually in March when she'd stop over. So it ain't like you're trying to part ways either.
But it was mostly just like, I'm depressed and losing my mind and trying to figure things out. But like at the same time, it was like, I don't know, man. Like you're confusing me. Like now you want to have a baby with someone. You just aborted a baby. I am so confused. Like
that's okay.
Like
And that's about how we saw those text messages about when we were like, wait, what? If you guys, I have it timestamped. It was in the last live stream where Ezra says the thing about I can't have children anymore or whatever. We still don't have. Okay, so I'm just remembering now. I'm wondering if we're going to get more insight, because remember we were like, is she saying physically or what? Like, but. This is what he's referencing, is that she brings, they talk about like getting married and having kids type shit, right? And this is right. This is the day before the murder. And well, in other words, what he's saying is she's fucking with his head. I mean, it's an understatement, but.
Left and right. And I was like, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Were you seeing any other girls during that time?
No. I mean, I think it was pretty much, I was single.
So basically she's kind of keeping you here. For stability, maybe.
I think she was like still like pandering to me or something, or like trying to like keep me in case things didn't work out either way. So I was like, I mean, I was being naive. My roommate says I get fucking invested in people because I see the best in them, and then they always burn me.
Good
so I was like,
Jason,
like,
won't ever change.
You know, we'd hang out. Be like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen. It's me, fine. We'll just hang out. Like, and then like you'd slowly like get talked in and coerced into stuff, and like, well, we've been together before, and it's like, fine. You know, it just got to be one of those situations. Like, I just need to stop being around you alone because I don't want to get emotionally involved again. I still, it's one thing to love someone, but to be actually in love with them. Like, I still cared about her well-being, just like, I care about anybody's well-being.
What other kind of notes or comments did you come up with there as you kind of tried to detail out some?
So I had things I've been asked, color of the knife, clothes and their shoes, sexual preference, history of violence, the phone and the DNA they took from me, the weapon, like horns possibly, cutting, his attempt at the roommate, driving her upset, the seat position, why I biked over, her therapy and journals, his verbalization after she ended sexual behavior / sodomy, choking, fear of STD.
Okay, these are things that he wanted to talk about. So we're getting into the rest of the stuff regarding her personality and gaslighting. So.
HIV and use of protection.
Oh, wait.
Forced to use.
Actually, first, I forgot about this part. First, they're going to talk about this other thing about like unprotected sex, which is interesting.
Forced to use protection / skin or oral, lies about past relationships. Well, I was looking at that because he was lying about being with her. I think there's a lot of lies flying between everybody over there. Past assaults
over there. Where do you mean?
Like over in that whole like John Alex slew of nonsense going on. Her meeting Alex on his coming out. The abortion October 4th. 2017, books given, texts, long paragraphs, I'm Ezra talk, shameful, dismiss. Oh yeah, that was another thing is like, every time they would talk, she'd just be like, he talks to me like I'm an idiot. He's like, I'm Ezra, I don't know what to do. I'm Ezra, I don't know if I want who I have feelings for anymore. I'm Ezra. It's like, she would go over there after things were satisfied sexually. It was like, now all of a sudden I'm just annoying to him and he pushes me away. And it's like, then I think she started realizing, oh fuck, I fucked this thing up with Jason. Now I don't know if Alex even wants me around. But sometimes he acts like I'm like the moon to him. So then she started, I think, messing around with the John thing, or like flirting with John, and then all of a sudden all this happened, and it became a rape, and it was like, I don't know what's going on. His relationship never being public, Alex John.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, like Alex never like talked about his relationships in public. Like he always had he always had stuff, but he never really talked about like what was going on. So I think a lot of it was like he didn't want stories being.
Oh, you know what I just realized? Interesting. I'm just having flashbacks to early on in the trial when we didn't know anything. And the first witnesses that were friends of Alex's testified. I mean, you know, Samantha Cobes and Brianna, you know, all of them. And I don't know if you guys remember, it just dawned on me. Remember how there were like times where, I don't remember if it was the defense or the prosecution, but somebody went to ask about like Alex's prior relationships or previous relationships or how he was in other relationships, or there was I know specifically there was like one time where a question was asked about if he was vocal about his other relationships or public about them, stuff like that. And if for anyone who remembers, they got objected to and got sustained like every time. And we never knew why. And it was never seemed like a big deal. But anyway, I just made the connection. That's why, because we didn't know it, but there's a whole thing there about him being in the closet potentially. So
John and Alex, the personality disorder stuff that she was researching, misinformation from law enforcement, drinking and drug habits.
Did she use drugs?
She would smoke once in a while. I know she would smoke weed once in a great while, but she was drinking a lot with those guys. And I always told her, like, you're not 21, dude, and like you can't really handle all this. Like it's different. It's a couple of us like having a social drink together, but like she would go to the bars apparently, and like someone would sneak into like these bars, and I was like, you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get your friends in trouble. Wow. You're gonna get a DUI. Or not DUI, an underage. You don't have the money to fucking pay for drinks. How are you going to a bar and like risking this kind of stuff? This was all like this stuff like that the question under medication and being. So I was kind of perturbed at that point in my life because I got pulled out of the bar. I don't know who I talked to that time, but I got pulled out of the bar 3 pitchers deep when they took my phone that day. It's not a very happy camper. I kept telling him I'm very drunk and I probably shouldn't be talking to you. I can talk to you tomorrow. And he's like, "Oh, you look sober enough. Get in my Jeep." Okay, what's going on? I'm going to take your phone. Well, why are you taking my phone? I want to look at it. Oh, okay. It's like, oh. Why? There's pictures of my junk on there and stuff. He's like, that doesn't matter. I've seen a lot of penises. I was like, oh, well, shit. I was like, this doesn't feel like police procedure, man. I'm hammered and sad. But, I mean, that was like, stuff that was going on back then. DNA sample. They took my DNA like a couple days later. After they had told, that was like the whole like misinformation from law enforcement. We're not looking at you as a person of interest anymore. And then like showing up the next day, like, can we get your DNA? And it's like, oh my God, man, you guys are hurting my brain. I thought I could, I'm just starting to like figure stuff out. Text now app, her phone, his phone, her laptop, Facebook, Instagram, his laptop, / his journals, his sexual interests, when confronted, no signs of remorse. That's when I was talking to him about like, what the heck, man? He's just like, I'm like, are you gonna take care of her? Like, you know, like I know you guys are together or something now. Like, he's like, yeah, maybe. You know, like he just was always very nonchalant.
That was Alex was always.
Yeah, like he just didn't seem. I think a lot of times he tried to put on a front about being like above and beyond.
Do you remember when that was, or when that kind of?
No, not really. I mean,
after the suicide attempt?
Yeah, it was after the attempt.
The black widow?
It would have been quite a bit after the attempt.
What was he saying and doing when you patched him up? Was he crying? Was he like, dude, leave me alone?
No, he was.
I wish I'd have done it.
He was being kind of like just like he seemed like he fucked up because like I kept saying to you, I should really report this or something, man. Like, I feel like, he's like, I don't want people to know about this. And I was like, I know, but like, are you okay? Like, why is this happening? He's like, no, I was just drunk, and Zocker gave me a knife, and I was drunk and laying in bed and fucking around, and I slipped and cut myself. And I was like, this is a really convenient spot to accidentally cut yourself out. So I'm like, I'm not a complete idiot. He's like, no, I was just drunk and I was fucking around. And I was like, well, I don't know. It kind of looks like you tried to do something.
When you got there, was it a pretty fresh cut? Or?
It was pretty fresh. There was still, like, you know, the marbling and stuff, and it was pretty deep. But I think that was around, because it had to be after Christmas, because Eric Zocker gave him the knife that he claimed he accidentally cut himself with. So it was definitely after the 24th. Yeah. Sweet. Control through bodily harm.
What's that mean?
Oh boy.
Like, I'll cut myself if you don't leave him. You gotta be with me. I don't deserve to live. I'll jump off a fucking bridge kind of talk, you know. Talking with others about...
Here we go.
He kept talking to others about a boy he was seeing. Like, my ex-girlfriend, they said that he had been talking with her, and then she found out later on that it was Ezra, and then she was like, I don't want anything to do with this shit.
Classic StreamYard. Okay, let's hear that part again. That's wild.
And then she found out later on that it was Ezra, and then...
Yeah, wait, okay, I didn't go back far enough. What the hell?
Talking with others about... He kept talking to others about a boy he was seeing. Like, my ex-girlfriend, they said that he had been talking with her, and then she found out later on that it was Ezra, and then...
What? Ezra contacted Jason's ex-girlfriend pretending to be Alex? What the fuck? What do you mean, Kidsmiths? Isn't that what he just said? Hold on, I'll back it up again. I thought that's what he just said. I hadn't caught that when I was editing the video, but I just was sent. I'll go back.
Control through bodily harm.
What's that mean?
Like, I'll cut myself if you don't leave him. You gotta be with me. I don't deserve to live. I'll jump off a fucking bridge kind of talk, you know. Talking with others about... He kept talking to others about a boy he was seeing. Like, my ex-girlfriend, they said that he had been talking with her, and then she found out later on that it was Ezra, and then she was like, I don't want anything to do with this shit.
Yeah, it was Ezra. I don't want it. So I have that right? I mean, that Ezra was pretending to be Alex, contacting his ex-girlfriend, and then she found out it was Ezra, and then she's like, I don't want anything to do with this shit. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm still confused. I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. Okay, hold on.
Talking with others about... He kept talking to others about a boy he was seeing. Like, my ex-girlfriend, they said that he had been talking with her, and then she found out later on that it was Ezra.
Oh, okay, I see. I think I had missed. I didn't hear the was seeing her. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that clarification, Kidsmiths. Right. Okay. So that's like the whole thing about him keeping that. Okay, right. The in the closet thing.
And she was like, I don't want anything to do with this shit. Her internet searches / his, because Because like she was looking up all that weird Bundy shit and stuff, like you were saying, like personality disorders and things like that. And I was like, seems like a weird thing to be like, I don't know, is she building a case to like protect herself from the John thing, or like what is going on here? Because she's like, I'm seeing a lot of parallels in these people that I'm hanging out with right now. Like they're very like this, you know, they're very silver tongued and they're like coercive and they're like they build you up and they kind of like what's it called, like where they preen you or they pamper you, groom, like groom you into what they want you to be, and then demanding immediate responses. Withholding affection as punishment. So like
I need to hear that part again too. There's a lot. So some of this, okay, hold on. Let me hear that part again. Remember, guys, I stayed up all night to do this. And so this is towards the end of the interview, and I was getting very tired. So some of this I might have missed.
Like this, you know, they're very silver tongued and they're like coercive and they're like they build you up and they kind of like
I didn't go back far enough. Hold on.
Preen you or they like this, you know, they're like this talking with others about he kept talking to others about what he was seeing. Like my ex-girlfriend, they said that he had been talking with her, and then she found out later on that it was Ezra, and then she was like, I don't want anything to do with this shit. Her internet searches / his.
Okay.
It's like she was looking up all that weird Bundy shit and stuff, like you were saying, like
Bundy. Okay, Bundy. That was the word I missed before when I was like, hold on, what? At first I thought he said bunny. I'm like, wait, what? Bundy. Okay.
Like disorders and things like that. It was like, seems like a weird thing to be like, I don't know, is she building a case to like protect herself from the John thing, or like what is going on here? Because she's like, I'm seeing a lot of parallels in these people that I'm hanging out with right now. Like they're very like this, you know, they're very silver tongued and they're like coercive and they're like they build you up and they kind of like what's it called, like where they preen you or they pamper you, groom, like groom you into what they want you to be, and then demanding immediate responses, withholding affection as punishment. So like I was like he would just shut down emotionally if she like made him mad for any apparent reason. Like these are all like things we were talking to, because I was like, yeah, like I don't know, like I don't know why I'm super involved in this. Like it's really hard to be the ex-boyfriend / like trying to be like keeping you mentally stable. That's why I was like, you should probably talk to some people. Like therapy wise. Not telling her what she did or said wrong, expecting you to.
Again, there's another great example of why I'm like, yep. So that would be why she would say she's going to therapy, because you know she's trying to get back in his good graces and all that, right? I mean, we know she was trying to get back together with him. Anyway.
For forgiveness, forgetfulness about things, patronizing her opinion, love bombing to ease bad behavior. So like being really shitty and then also just like being like super affectionate for a little bit. Creating a purgatory of ambiguity about the relationship status. So like never like setting like whether they're dating or not dating or dating. Trust based on sexual preference. I'm not sure what that meant.
So these are like things that I guess Ezra claimed to Jason that Alex did to her. I think that's projecting this. All this shit sounds to me like things that Ezra did to Jason. Literally, as it goes down the list. I think this is what Ezra did to Jason. But this is what Ezra told him Alex did to her.
Subtle but extremely real forms of emotional abuse. Insulting, constant put-downs interspersed with words of love. So like, you know, it's just beautiful how stupid you are sometimes. You know, it's like this weird psychological shit that people do sometimes. Like if you create like negatives and positives in sentences, it makes people more interested in you apparently. I found out about this thing not too long ago.
That's what he would do?
Yeah, he would like, because it creates like, it's just wonderful how lazy you are. You know, like you mix a positive with a negative in a sentence, and it just makes these people like it's supposed to intrigue people apparently or something. She said she started seeing signs that he was doing this all the time, like a positive with a negative. I don't know. That's the constant put downs and expression of words of love. Silence and refusal to communicate. The psychopathology research. Smart talk. I don't feel guilty for anything. I feel sorry for people who feel guilt. That was one of the things that she said he had said to her. Like, I don't feel guilty for anything. I feel sorry for people who feel guilt. The entropy/nihilistic talk.
Yeah, for real, Jordy.
I didn't catch that list. I got something I forgot to ask you about, or maybe the first page there.
Yeah.
One thing just to clarify, you said about he would mock her. Was that Alex would mock her? Okay. So he would...
Woodworth.
Yeah, he would get his...
He would have his... After like coital things were done, there would be no like actual, reciprocation of like cuddling or any kind of stuff. So it was very cold a lot of times, and then it would just be like, whoa, do that. I'm gonna go and do this, and like, or whatever. She would make something. He would find a reason because he was very intelligent, but at the same time, like I think he often thought very, very highly of himself. So he did like to mock people and give people a hard time. And she just wasn't like one of those people that was emotionally good at dealing with that all the time, especially when it's like serious decisions, like
I hope it was.
what she's going to do with her life, or what she's going to do with her friends, like how she's going to deal with like the John thing, oh, I'm Ezra now, I think it's rape, oh, I'm Ezra and I don't know, but it's like, how would you feel like if, from her perspective, I guess, if you went to someone for counsel and like to like be told like that everything's going to be okay, and then they have sex with you again, but then they also make fun of you. It's like, you must be losing your mind at that point, like, who do I even trust? Like, I burned the bridges with with me. She pretty much burned the bridge with me at that point. So I was like, I'm not dealing with this stuff. Yeah. Alex and Jenna are pretty much my closest friends, like, and they live, so she's not going to be able to deal with them. So, like, a lot of her other friends are fairly young, like, they're not going to be able to help her deal with these things because they have financial obligations and stuff as it is, too. So, like, she's at this point where she had nothing to hold on to besides her family.
What's the fear of STD?
Because he didn't use protection, I think, a lot of times, she said, I think. But she would say, like, because especially with, like, the act that was going on, like, there's a higher chance of, like, contracting, like, an STD. And she said that he had lied to her about how many people he had been with, and that he had been, like, celibate for, like, how long, since, like, high school. And I was like, because we were talking about it, like, oh, I thought that that was odd because, like, me and him talk about stuff, because, like, he was in a relationship and he got really sad, and then he got, he was seeing a Sarah girl for a little bit and it didn't work out, and she's like, well, what's this bullshit? I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like, you need to talk to him because if you guys are practicing, you already had one abortion. That's what I'm saying. You're, like, not on any kind of protection. You're also having unprotected sex with somebody that you don't know sexual history from.
Wait, hold on. This might explain a lot. So Kat, okay, I think now I understand. Kat has actually said here and there things about defending Ezra, and now I think I understand. Am I understanding this correctly? That what you're trying to do as a challenge, right? As a challenge, is try to see if you can defend, and like if there's a way to, like, I think I understand it. I think I get it now. That makes more sense. I think that was lost on me and maybe other people. Yeah. It is weird. And he even says, he's like, why are you telling me this? I'm not the person to help you. And he's like, yeah.
Oh, we do this because,
cool.
He's a broke college kid. This is how people end up with kids. And then, like, divorced, and you're a child right now. You're acting like a child, so you can't be raising anything,
But was she worried about being pregnant? Or was she more worried about getting an STD? I mean, there's only one way you can get pregnant.
Yeah.
So if it's not happening that way...
Yeah, I think it was more with the sexual, because after you start to, like, lose trust with someone, it's, like, hard to, like, well, would they tell me if I have herpes? Would they tell me if I have this? Because, like, you see that so often where people, they just neglect to tell somebody, like, there's this whole new fad of people just not going and getting tested. It's like, well, if I don't know, then I can't be lying to people. It's like, that is insane. You're an insane person. You just refuse to get tested, so you just be like, I'm clean. What? What? Like, how do you sleep that night?
Yeah, for real.
Kind of just to confirm the timeline from February 7th to when this occurred, she went and stayed at Mom's for a while, correct?
There were nights when she was at her mother's house.
Okay. Was there a time when Mom kicked her out of there and said, I can't deal with it anymore?
There was a spot where she was kicked out completely.
Did she come back and stay with you at all during that time? Or?
I think at the time she got kicked out of her mom's, I got her a hotel at least one of the nights, but then I think she moved in pretty post haste with Joe Shane. Yeah, because she was gonna. I think she was intended to live in that little house they had at the end of the road, or near the end of the road.
Did she come over to your house at all
There were
after that?
There were times where she would just be in the parking lot in her car crying, you know, and I'd be like, what, you know, there was one time where she just needed my help for paying the parking tickets.
Okay.
She's like, here's the cash for it. I was like, okay, cool. Like so you need to do these things if you want to have a job.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was still trying to be, I don't know, it was hard to be like in between, like someone you still care about, but like not knowing if you're being used or
I mean,
not.
she's manipulating.
Trying to be
She's the one showing up, right? I mean, she's the one showing up. Like he just said he would come outside and she'd be in his parking lot sitting in her car crying. Like it's because she knows if she does that, he's going to help her. I mean, that's his nature. It's so manipulative.
friend, but also there's like this odd sexual tension.
So she brought you the cash,
I love
but
it.
couldn't go do it herself, or you had to give her the cash?
She brought me the cash because you have to pay online for tickets apparently. So she had to have a credit card, and like she didn't have any other way to do it. She didn't have credit cards.
Okay.
I don't think she had. She might have had a debit card, but I'm not sure.
Was it a city of Eau Claire?
No, I don't. I think we went out somewhere by. Maybe it was Stanley. I don't know. It wasn't. I don't think it was Eau Claire.
So it was parking tickets?
I think there were like some kind of parking tickets or something she had to pay up.
And they had to be paid online?
They had to be paid online.
Because I was going to say, when we walked in, I seen somebody paying.
Oh yeah, they paid right at the front
parking
desk.
ticket right here at the front desk.
Yeah, this was a different place.
Okay.
What was that broken gun stock for? What was that kept in the car for?
Well, we found that a long time ago. When I went to do my annual training, we wandered around like an abandoned building.
Where that was at?
That's what happens.
Okay.
So she wasn't with you then when you found it? She would have been with you?
Yeah.
We were in Wisconsin Rapids?
Yep. So she dropped me off when I went to do my 1 month of annual training. This was like years ago, or like this was like the very beginning of our relationship. So that had probably been in her car forever. It was like just the butt end of it, like a broken, like all. And there's the armory, and then just down the road, there's like an old abandoned building. We were outside just taking photos because that's like one of my favorite. Like I take a lot of photos, which is like it's kind of helpful that I take so many photos all the time because like it does help me a lot if you remember these things. But
Jordy, did you catch where he said this was the armory? I'm going to put it on my list. Armory, and there's an abandoned building. Let's see. Jordy's ashamed that he likes pizza and McDonald's. McDonald's is wild. I don't know that I've ever known anyone who likes McDonald's. For anyone who doesn't know this, you know, I've been vegan for like almost my entire life, but I was raised vegetarian, and I've never been to a McDonald's. Can't even relate. But so I guess that's part of why. But I'm like, I don't know. I didn't know that anyone actually liked McDonald's though. That's why. Like I thought that was like everyone hated, like you just ate it if you had to. I don't know. That's crazy. I also love salt and vinegar chips. I know if Spencer's still here, I think he said he really likes pickles. I also really like pickles. Yeah, I'll back it up, Jordy. Well, okay. I know you're just you're doing that challenge, but you know, this is a different type of thing that he's talking about here about the story of what they found. The notes are anyway. I think you guys know. All right, so
the annual training. This was like years ago, or like this was like the very beginning of our relationship. So that had probably been in her car forever. It was like just the butt end of it, like a broken, like all.
Okay, let me go back further.
Building we were outside.
Take it right here at the front desk.
Yeah, this was a different place.
Okay. Take it right here at the front desk.
Yeah, this was a different place.
Or you had to give her the cash?
She brought me the cash because you have to pay online for tickets apparently. So she had to have a credit card, and like she didn't have any other way to do it. She didn't have credit cards.
Okay.
I don't think she had. She might have had a debit card, but I'm not sure.
Was it a city of Eau Claire?
No, I don't. I think we went out somewhere by. Maybe it was Stanley. I don't know. It wasn't, I don't think it was no player.
So it was parking tickets?
I think there were like some kind of parking tickets or something she had to pay up.
And they had to be paid online?
They had to be paid online.
Because I was going to say, when we walked in, we seen somebody paying
Oh yeah, they paid right.
a parking ticket right here at the front desk.
Yeah, this was a different
Right.
place.
Okay. And this makes sense. So they're confused because they're like, why was she so she shows up and she's like, here, I need you to pay these tickets for me. And so she gives him cash, I guess. And then they're like, well, you pay your tickets in person. You don't pay them online. But he's saying this wasn't here. This was somewhere else.
Okay.
What was that broken gun stock for? What was that?
Broken gun stock. Any gun people know what that is? I mean, I think that's like a barrel. I don't know. Is that same thing as a barrel?
Kept in the car for.
Oh, we found that a long time ago. When I went to do my annual training, we wandered around like an abandoned building.
Where that was at?
That's what happens.
Okay.
So she wasn't with you then when you found it?
Hmm?
She would have been with you?
Yeah, we were
in Wisconsin Rapids?
Yep. So she dropped me off when I went to do my 1 month of annual training. This was like years ago, or like this was like the very beginning of our relationship. So.
You guys remember him testifying right from the get-go? He's like, just so you guys know. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say this, but I'm thinking, just so you guys know, to the jury, right? I'm terrible with dates because he's saying years ago. It's not possible that it was years ago because they were only together for what, like 6 months or something. But you see what to him it feels like years ago, and I get it. That makes sense. I totally get it.
I'd probably been in her car forever. It was like just the butt end of it, like a broken, like all
broken gun thing. We're gonna go with a broken gun thingy.
There's the armory, and then just down the road, there's like an old abandoned building. We were outside just taking photos because that's like one of my favorite. Like I take a lot of photos.
Unfortunately, we don't know where this is because he said this is when he went to go get his basic training. So I don't know. They said this would be not in Eau Claire. So I don't know that we can actually tour this spot. Jordy, thank you. I'm assuming you looked that up. It's part of the rifle. Okay. The wood part. Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Which is like, it's kind of helpful that I take so many photos all the time because like it does help me log and remember these things. But
do you take photos on anything other than your phone?
No, not really. I never use the DSLR that often. It's just so much more convenient just to use your phone. Mm-hmm. But I mean, Jenna has lent me her camera once in a while, but just she would lend it to Ezra once in a while, but I don't know. She wasn't very good at taking care of things. Like with the cat back on, she just threw it in her backpack, and I think that ended pretty quick.
So it seems Ezra rebonded.
What was the pretty quick thing? I heard him say she wasn't very good at taking care of things, which doesn't surprise me.
Like just the butt end of it, like a broken, like all. And there's the armory, and then just down the road, there's like an old abandoned building. We were outside just taking photos because that's like one of my favorite. Like I take a lot of photos, which is like it's kind of helpful that I take so many photos all the time because like it does help me log and remember these things. But
do you take photos on anything other than your phone?
No, not really. I never use the DSLR that often. It's just so much more convenient just to use your phone. Mm-hmm. But I mean, Jenna has lent me her camera once in a while, but just she would lend it to Ezra once in a while, but I don't know. She wasn't very good at taking care of things. Like she wouldn't put the cat back on; she just threw it in her backpack, and I think that ended pretty quick.
Oh, put the cat back on and throw it in her backpack. Okay.
So it seems Ezra rebonded pretty quick after the abortion situation.
Sorry, I was just laughing because that's interesting. You like the into the librarian style?
I thought that she was dealing with it way too well because I was like, this doesn't seem like, it just felt really, really weird. It felt really weird how she was.
Did you help pay for it?
Oh, this is really sad.
And you weren't for sure receiving yours.
Again,
I mean,
I understand. The cat's making more sense to me now. Is the cat making more sense to everybody else now that the challenge? This Now I get it. He's trying, okay, yes, trying to be like, defend. What was the word? Is like defending Ezra, like trying to pretend the other side of the case. Yeah.
I was pretty sure at that point because, like, I mean, I didn't have any doubts. You know, I was under the impression that, like, you know, when I would go to a drill, that I saw her so often besides when I was working. You know, and when I'm like, what else are you going to be doing? She just hangs out the house most of the time. Or
How much did it cost you?
it was $700 and some bucks, I think. Which maybe kind of.
Did you pay cash or did?
I think I used my card. It was in the cities. Well, it felt super depressing because, like, I showed up there, I knew she didn't have the money for the stuff, and I was like, well, all right, like, this is gonna be a shitty day. And I was like, we got to the place. I sat in the waiting room with her for a while.
Let me back it up. Yeah, I also didn't hear that, Jordy. Let me back that up. Yeah.
Right, like, this is gonna be a shitty day. And I was like, we got there. Well, it felt super depressing because, like, I showed up there, I knew she didn't have the money for the stuff, and I was like, well, all right, like, this is gonna be a shitty day. And I was like, we got to the place. I sat in the waiting room with her for a while.
Hold on, I didn't go back.
I saw her so often besides when I was working, you know, and when I'm like, what else are you going to be doing? She just hangs out the house most of the time. Or
How much did it cost you?
it was $700 and some bucks, I think.
700 and some bucks. Is he talking about the parking ticket or the abortion, though? Hold on, I'm confused.
The drill that I saw her so often besides when I was working, you know, and when I'm like, what else are you going to be doing? You know, it just felt really, really weird. It felt really weird how she.
Did you help pay for it?
I did.
Abortion.
And
Okay.
you weren't for sure it was even yours.
You know.
Abortion.
I mean, I was pretty sure at that point because, like, I mean, I didn't have any doubts. You know, I was under the impression that, like, you know, when I would go to a drill, that I saw her so often besides when I was working, you know, and when I'm like, what else are you going to be doing? She just hangs out the house most of the time. Or
How much did it cost you?
it was $700 and some bucks, I think.
Hold on.
Which maybe kind of.
Did you pay cash or did?
I think I used my card. It was in the cities.
Hold on.
Well, it felt super depressing because, like, I showed up there.
There's a part where they talk about pocketing. Hold on.
So I knew she didn't have the money for the stuff, and I was like, well, all right, like, this is gonna be a shitty day. And I was like, we got to the place. I sat in the waiting room with her for a while. So they had to give her some stuff beforehand, like wait for it to kick in or something. And then she's like, okay, you can go now. I was like, you don't want me around? Because I was like, I can hold your hand, like, be here, like, to support you. Like, even though I'm not 100% behind this decision, like, I'm still, you know, if you need me. And she's like, no, I think it'd be better. I don't want you to see me like that. And I was like, all right. So.
How far along was she then?
It was pretty early. But
was there a lot of discussion between the two of you about that matter?
Not too much. I mean, I'm pretty trusting.
She made up her mind about it?
Oh, yeah, like, I mean, the way it is now with the climate, like, it's mostly just the guy's job to just be there for support. Like, I mean, there's so much push for, like, it's a woman's choice, their body, their choice, all that kind of stuff. It's like, I was said whatever, you know, as soon as she said she wanted to abort, like, that same day in the clinic, like, my heart kind of dropped a little bit, but I was also like, well, it's not my body, you know, it's not really my decision.
She talked to her mom at all, or?
No, she didn't want to talk to her. At first she said she didn't want to talk to her mom about it, and then she said she did, and she kept wishy-washy, and I was like, well, like, let's just figure out this stuff let's just figure out what we have going on right now. Because, like,
okay, just everyone keep in the back of their minds that there's a time at some point in this conversation, right? Obviously in this interview, that they say, I just remember hearing it. They talk about her pocketing the money. So I don't remember what the circumstances. If he goes back and he remembers that he didn't use a card, I don't know. Let's just see. Just that does happen at some point.
Well, after a month or so, or after however long they make you wait before you can do it, you might be changing your mind. So, like, just like sit, reflect on it, think about your life right now. Like, do you want to be raising a kid?
Yeah,
do you want to be doing this? Do you have the finances? Do you have? I mean, you have to think about it, but also, like, think about me. Like, I mean, I don't know. It was hard. It was a hard situation because she was just like backing down.
I'm sure he's really tired.
Emotionally.
She ever bring it up much after?
All the time. Then she had changed her mind to like, oh, I wanted it so bad. I was like, you literally told Jenna and stuff like, I need to get this fucking thing out of me. And like I look back at those texts like she had sent to Julie and stuff, and I was like, what the hell? You made me feel horrible. Like I was a monster because she would tell friends, oh, Jason wanted to report in distance. Like, but then you were telling other people the opposite. I'm so confused. Like I'm super confused because like I was just letting you make the decision because it's your body. I was just there, and then as soon as like the cash was paid, it was like you should probably leave because I don't want you to see me this way. So
Do you guys hear that? The cash was paid. I should probably leave. Let's play that again. I'm wondering too if when he said the debit card. Okay, remember when I was confused? And I was like, wait, is he talking about paying the parking tickets for the abortion? And you guys were saying abortion, but I didn't see that, and I was rewinding it anyway. And they do. It seems like they were talking about abortion, but I wonder. It's interesting. Was I confused because they were just talking about the parking tickets, and did he do the same thing? And I'm wondering if he thought that they were asking about the parking tickets again, because we know that with the parking tickets, she gave him cash, and they were just talking about that, and he had to use a card to pay online. I bet that's what happened, because now I bet that's what happened. He got confused the same way I did. Isn't that funny? That's interesting. Okay. That's interesting, isn't it, though? We got confused. He and I both did.
It's your body. I was just there, and then as soon as like the cash was paid, it was like you should probably leave because I don't want you to see me this way. So I'm wandering around the city, feeling horrible, like thinking that you know that it's mine, and then later on, like months later, I'm thinking, is that even mine? And you know, it was a lot all at once. Like, you know,
have you thought that more and more lately?
I mean, I see
now knowing what you know.
I mean, now I don't know.
It's possible.
I mean, anything's possible apparently. When I left that apartment that day and I saw him drive off, I thought she's gonna come over later, grab those scrubs, or maybe get sushi or some shit, you know?
So you thought she was coming back to your apartment that night, and
I was gonna say congratulations for because she was getting her TB test read the next day. She's starting her new job. She needed to pick up scrubs because she didn't have money for scrubs. It was like, that's like when we were talking when they left, was like, you guys are fucking driving me crazy. Like, you guys scare the shit out of me, man. Like, it's like, I don't know what's going on here, but like, Christ, like, get your shit togetger and go to a public place to have these conversations, you know? And I figured I'd see her later on. She's going to go to work the next day. Like, her next day was like her first day on the job. And I was like, none of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. Like, when I called Joe and found out all that stuff, I was like, why would she risk this all? What is going on? She's not supposed to be driving, apparently. She got a ticket like the night or two before. He's supposed to get the kids off the bus. I didn't hear about any of this, you know? She's gone. No one knows where she's at. She has
missing kids. This is the thing that's missing. And see, Jason, remember, he believed her. Right. So there's been no, like, that's the other thing. Like, there's a lot that's missing when it comes to this. There's really, and the other thing, I brought this up before. Remember, when it comes to Ezra's car accidents, we've heard them in the housekeeping. We've heard the defense say we've given them the medical records. We've provided the medical records to the prosecution because we know medical records are an exception to hearsay. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. If this abortion really happened, or even a positive pregnancy at a clinic or anything like that, they would want to get those records in, right? To back up her sad birthday abortion story. But there's not been any records, obviously. They've not even referenced any records. And there's been no testimony. I mean, Ezra didn't even give any testimony about anything specifically. Remember? Like, that's wild, right? There was nothing about there was nothing at all, except it was her birthday and feel sorry for me. I mean, and then how hard it was after and how sad she was, right? He wouldn't have even thought of it. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I don't either. I think she was, I mean, because, you know, and again, if we look at that timeline in the Discord, you know, when we heard that testimony from Jenna and looked at the timeline and realized how that was huge. I mean, fuck.
That's why I sent them a message like, don't tell me you just threw everything away to come to Eau Claire and argue, you know, or do whatever, drop off these things. You should have just told Joe. Well, then I realized that she didn't tell Joe because she took the keys and she wasn't supposed to be driving. Well, like, all this stuff, like, none of it made sense. It was like...
So she wasn't welcome back at your place, really, Alex?
No, Alex...
Your Alex was kind of put the brakes on, we're done here.
No, Alex and Jenna were both like, we don't want her around. She would show up sometimes and just be like, she'd want to hang up and talk, and I'd be like, all right, we'll sit in the parking lot and talk a little bit, but like, I don't want to get in the house, man. It's just too much.
At that time, were your roommates Alex and Jenna, or?
I don't think Jenna was living there yet.
Okay.
I think it was just Alex, but Jenna would, she came over quite often. She was living with Alon and Dieter, but they kind of like broke their lease and just moved in with their significant others, so she was kind of in a transition period of also just being super lonely there by herself and trying to sort things out.
Did you hear that, Steve? Okay. Jenna was lonely or something. Did you say lonely? I think you said lonely. Anyway.
You guys have anything else that really jumped out at you?
Is there anything else that you can think of that you're saying, geez, maybe they ought to know this, or?
I don't know, like, it's like it has to be cute, you know, like, there's so much stuff, like, it's like, if you tell someone, draw me a picture, they're like, I don't know what to draw, but if you...
I mean, that's, I get it. That's kind of how PTSD works, right? It's like, it has to be cute.
Say, draw me an animal. Like, you immediately think like horse, you think like cow or something. Well,
that example, like if you draw me a horse, it might make me think cow. Jeez, oh my God, that's so funny.
Well, and a big thing for us is how much direct knowledge do you have, you know?
Yeah. Direct, like,
well, you know, what's Alex think and do, you're getting that from Ezra.
Yeah.
And not a whole lot from Alex. I mean, you've had some contact with Alex, out having some drinks about his past relationships, but you don't have a lot of direct observations regarding those relationships.
Most of his, like, did they ever follow up with Cord and, what the heck's his name? Nick? Is it Nick and Cord? Those are like his two best drinking buddies. They're also philosophers. Yeah. Yeah, Cord and, I can't think of the Nick's, whatever Nick's name was. There was a whole mess between that situation too. Fucking, what do you mean? That whole group of, everything was going to shit in this.
Are they all the philosophers?
Yeah, they were all like
all the philosophers.
guys. So
all the philosophers. Hold on. So he just said something about Court Fox. Let's see.
I can't think of the Nick's, whatever Nick's name was. There was a whole mess between that situation too. Fucking, what do you mean? That whole group of, everything was going to shit in this.
Are they all the philosophers?
Yeah, they were all like the philosophies.
Guys. So what's going wrong with the town?
Well, the whole time, at the same time that the Ezra Alex thing goes on, there's like a sex worker in town who they're trying to get into Bolton Refuge House, but everyone's having sex with her and stuff, and she's jumping out the windows for drugs, and I was like, well, you guys look, like, everyone is going crazy around me. I'm just trying to, like, keep my few friends alive and happy. Like,
what? Hold on. Okay. We're on the same page with this. I agree. I think she was never pregnant at all, or she's pregnant. It was Alex's. I totally agree. Yeah, I'm rewinding that part. It sounds like this has to do with the philosophers.
I can't think of the Nick's, whatever Nick's name was. There was a whole mess between that situation too. Fucking, what do you mean? That whole group of, everything was going to shit in this.
Are they all the philosophers?
Yeah, they were all like the philosophies.
So what's going wrong with the town?
Well, the whole time, at the same time that the Ezra Alex thing goes on, there's like a sex worker in town who they're trying to get into Bolton Refuge House, but everyone's having sex with her and stuff, and she's jumping out the windows for drugs, and I was like, well, you guys look, like, everyone is going crazy around me. I'm just trying to, like, keep my few friends alive and happy, like, and keep a little bit of my mental sanity. Like,
how sad that one of them died. I mean, it's great that he's laughing right now, but I was just thinking there's some sad irony there. So what's interesting is because how many times has the defense brought up the Bolton house? What the fuck? What? we've heard about the Bolton House a lot, but it has only come from the defense. Okay.
It's just like the more you dig into it, you're just like, how much weirder can this get? This can't get any weirder, and it just gets more weird, and then it gets more weird, and you're like, I don't understand up from down. Like, when I first walked into that courtroom, or into the people were talking on either side of the thing, and walking down the hallway when the first thing happened, and somebody from the defense was talking about stuff and talking to the DA, and they're all talking in the hallway. And I go to this, I see like Aubrey and Harold and all those people, like, and I go over to give them a hug. It's the first time I've seen them since them puking in the garbage that day, and I fucking missed them because they're like my little sisters. And I was like passing, I hear someone on the sideline saying like, well, it's a lot easier to prove a homicide than a rape. And then it's like people chuckling and stuff. And it's like, this is like a fucking show to these people. Like, I've lost 2 people I care about. Like, one's in jail, one's dead. Like, this is just all like reality TV to these people. Like, everyone's showing up here like it's fun. And it's like, I'm glad you guys get to take a vacation in my trauma, because I get to live through this every single day. Like, me and Matt, like, we talked once in a while. It's like,
wow. That was wow. Wow, let's listen to that part again. This is interesting. Interesting.
a little bit of my mental sanity. Like, it's just like the more you dig into it, you're just like, how much weirder can this get? This can't get any weirder, and it just gets more weird, and it gets more weird, and you're like, I don't understand up from down. Like, when I first walked into that courtroom, or into the people were talking on either side of the thing, and walking down the hallway when the first thing happened, and somebody from the defense was talking about stuff and talking to the DA, and they're all talking in the hallway. And I go to this, I see like Aubrey and Harold and all those people, like, and I go over to give them a hug. It's the first time I've seen them since them puking in the garbage that day, and I fucking missed them because they're like my little sisters. And I was like passing, I hear someone on the sideline saying like, well, it's a lot easier to prove a homicide than a rape. And then it's like people chuckling and stuff. And it's like, this is like a fucking show to these people. Like, I've lost 2 people I care about. Like, one's in jail, one's dead. Like, this is just all like reality TV to these people. Like, everyone's showing up here like it's fun. And it's like, I'm glad you guys get to take a vacation in my trauma, because I get to live through this every single day. Like, me and Matt, like, we talked once in a while. It's like, this is our lives, man. People can go like,
so were they the Alex defenders, or I mean, more on his side?
Yeah, it was just like, I'm just like, I don't understand like why this is fun to people, because like it's super painful. Like, just early before you guys came, I was going through to try to find that date for when he cut himself. So like, I went through like probably 2 or 3 months, of text back and forth with her, and it's heartbreaking to me still. Like, I think seeing that stuff, and it's just like, my God, what the hell? Why was no one talking to like trained professionals? Why wasn't she coming to me? Like, I'm trained somewhat in these things. Why wasn't he going to somebody? Like,
but you didn't see it coming either.
No, and everyone assumes that I like would have known. They're like, you lived with her for so long, you never saw a single sign. And it's like, I'm not to blame for this, man. Like, I could have never thought. And like, it took me a long time to forgive myself. Like, walking into that house that day, I already thought I risked things, and like, the cops had left, and they were going to go and leave and go to wherever place they were going to go to. But there was still part of me that wanted to take the keys and just drive them someplace. Just abandon my bike there for a little while, drive them someplace, and then come back for my bike. But I figured, like, I already went into a house when she had offered for me to come in, so I wasn't sure if that, was breaking and entering or any of that kind of stuff. I was worried. I was like, I want to jeopardize my military career by like possibly kidnapping people, because like, if they don't want to go someplace and I'm taking them someplace, like, I don't trust you guys.
Oh my God. Okay, I didn't actually get it. This was probably 6 a.m, and I'd been up all night when I did this part. I didn't actually hear all. This is really interesting. So he's saying he was again, speaking to how concerned he was because he had this feeling anyway. So he was saying, wow, he was thinking, could I just leave my bike here and then like be the driver? Like, so they have a chaperone. But then he's saying he was already worried that he could get charged with like breaking and entering and then kidnapping and jeopardize his military career. Oh my God. So here's the thing about this. So Kit Smits, it's interesting because there's been some other references. Like, there was a part where he talks about he checks in with her families on the holidays. There's some other things like you're not wrong about that. Here's the thing. There is no date anywhere for this interview. Okay. I looked all over the place. Nowhere, there's no date. So I did what was the best thing I could think of, which is in the trial testimony, right? I went to where this clip from this interview is played. And it's this exact interview because it's these officers, but this is on cross, okay? Miss Fishney is trying to impeach Jason about how deep the cut was to Alex's arm, and plays a short clip from this exact interview. What I'm saying is it's from this interview because and what she says is it's DOJ number blah blah, and then she says, and for the record, this is an interview on March 27th, and actually she asks him about when the interview was, and he's like, it's all Soup, right? Because he's like, there's so many interviews, and then she makes fun of him for saying Soup, basically. But then she basically suggests the date, and then no one would have any reason to think she's lying about the date, because now I'm questioning it. You assume it's like that, you can't do that. Like, you have to have that it's an exhibit, like it's evidence. You can't just like. So then she's like saying the date, and then but even when she goes to play it, she says it again, and I that's where I got the date from. But when I was doing that, I was like, why does this feel weird? So funny. See, now I'm like, well, but then I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm just overthinking it. But maybe I'm interesting that someone else is noticing that, because maybe there was something weird about it. But there's numerous times in this interview where I'm like, this is weird. But then I'm like, well, don't worry about it, because she said the date. She can't lie about the date. So that's all I can say. I don't know. Interesting, right? That's right. Absolutely. That is a problem. That's a big problem. And I don't know. I mean, if she lied about it, we haven't seen any repercussions from that, at least yet. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you couldn't make it up. You could not. You absolutely couldn't. You have to have the date correct. I mean, we see how accurate they have to be, down to the things that are even really don't matter, right? You know what I'll do is it's interesting. I'm curious if you guys also would think there's something feels up with that, because she's really cagey about it. Funny. It's like I was like, why does this feel weird? Because it wasn't the way that they usually do it when they're like, oh, here's the evidence and here's the date. It was just in a weird way. And it was as if she was waiting for him to confirm that that's when it was. I don't know, man. This trial was October of 2019. And so I also thought, I think we're probably thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, I went back probably 5 or 6 times to this clip to double check the date, because that's how confused I was based on this interview. I was like, what? I was like, did I get it wrong? Because I'm so tired, because I've been up all night. But I went back like 6 times. And so I thought to myself, wait, maybe it was March 27th of 2019, if that's what you're thinking, Kitsmits. Nope. She says she says the year, and she says also references like a few days right after Alex died. So she makes it out to be 2018. Absolutely does. I went back like a bazillion times. Do you guys want me to pull it up? I can pull it up if you guys want. Right, that's a great point about changing the plea. No, there's a lot of things in this interview that would make you think it was a different date. Definitely. I mean, it doesn't really add up. But see, again, this is just like with the gaslighting thing, where I'm like thinking, well, there's no way that the attorney could be lying about the date. Like, in my mind, I'm like, there's just no way. That's not possible. God, it's so funny, right? Just like I was saying earlier, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way she's lying about the date. So I'm just like, just stop. Just put it out of your mind. You must be misunderstanding. So there's no way she could be lying about the date. I mean, literally, that's what I did. But it still bugged me. So I went back like 6 times. Isn't that wild? But there's a lot, you guys. So I've not been pointing it out because I'm just like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's a lot of things in this interview that make it seem like this is long after the fact. There's a lot. Remember the part about the holidays? And he's like, yeah, like I wanted to get my clothes back. And I mean, he says that he checks in with her parents on the holidays. There's a lot. There's a lot. That's just a good example because holidays only happen once a year, right? And so that's why it sticks out in my mind as like what holiday. And there's no holidays that around March anyway. It sounds like they're referencing Christmas and Thanksgiving and shit, right? Even if it was March of 2019, there still only have been one round of holidays. So that's what's wild, right? He's scared again. I'm just reading what you guys are saying. Yeah. No, there's lots of things. I just haven't been pointing them out. And that's the other thing. That's entirely possible too. And I mean, I know there's at least one point where I did, because he says that was years ago, like that one example I gave, right? Where he's like, yeah, that was years ago. It's like there, even if Miss Vishney lied about the year, the way he describes that with them finding the butt of the gun, that still wouldn't have been, the description would have been more like that's just how it feels to him. So there's that. But there's a number of things that do there's a lot. I'm like, fuck, I should have been pointing them out. Kat Randall's asking if I can give a video about, I mean, I'm not like a psychologist, but like I have experience with it, but I don't know that I feel like I'm qualified or whatever. I think everyone here knows what gaslighting means. But I mean, you're right. I'm sure. I think a lot of the public is, I don't know. I can't speak to what normal people think. I can't relate to normal people, as you guys know. I'm a squirrel, so. Yeah. It's the way she does it, though. It's icky. Well, you know what I'll do? We're almost done with this interview. I'll pull it up when we do the other stuff that we were going to do at the end. I'll pull it up. It's icky. It felt icky. And the thing is that when I pull it up, it should actually be right in the right spot because, again, the last time I pulled up that video, it was to look for that exact date. So,
I'm taking you guys to a coffee shop. I'm leaving you there. Like, I didn't want to get in any further than I already was in, But I figured, like, I already went into a house when she had offered for me to come in, so I wasn't sure if that, was breaking. And I didn't read any of that kind of stuff. I was worried. It was like, I don't want to jeopardize my military career by, like, possibly kidnapping people, because, like, if they don't want to go someplace and I'm taking them someplace, like, I don't trust you guys. I'm taking you guys to a coffee shop. I'm leaving you there. Like, I didn't want to get any further than I already was in, Okay. But I still felt weird. It still felt like a weird vibe. And I was like...
So she was playing in some messages to you like she was mad at Alex. And she said she wanted to, like...
So I'm just going to look at... So Kat Reed will give an example. So if your mom hired your ex, like that's an example. That's not gaslighting. My understanding would not be that like that's not gaslighting. Gaslighting is, and here's why. Like I don't know what you'd call that. Mean, rude, manipulative. I don't know. There's probably another word for it. But gaslighting is trying to convince people of things that are not real, basically, and convince them of like alter. And it's based on that movie, The Gaslight, which, by the way, I saw as a kid, which is really funny. I learned about it back in the day before it was even a term that was used, because we always watched those types of movies when I was growing up. So, but like in the movie, right, the husband, he is wanting to like, okay, I haven't seen it since I was a little bit. This is the basic gist. It's an old movie, and he like needs money or something like there. The idea is he wants his wife to be like committed to the insane asylum or something, so he can like inherit the family's fortune or something along those lines, right? And so the whole plot of the movie is he's wanting to convince the wife that she's going crazy. And so the way he does it has to do with this gaslight, where he like dims it or something like that, right? And he's in control of it. And she's like talks about the light being out, but then he's like, no, you're going crazy. The light's totally fine, shit like that. And it's like the way he controls the lighting, and then just is like, no, what you're seeing is not real. That's not real. But he's in control of it and trying and to convince her she's going crazy. That's where it comes from. So, given that, I know a lot of people probably would, like this example on the screen, a lot of people probably would say, oh yeah, that's gaslighting. Technically, no. I mean, how would you guys call that? What's on the screen? What would you call that? Like manipulative? Yeah, Kitsmits is giving another example, right? Well, I guess that could be, if that actually mattered. I mean, I guess that's could be also like a joke or a game or something. I'm thinking of like children, but anyway, yeah, I mean, the point is to try to to convince someone that they aren't seeing reality correctly. So. Oh, Kat, that was so nice of you. Thank you. I'm that host. Thank you. I appreciate that. So right. Kitsmans, yeah. So but this story, like by the story of Jason's story, and what Ezra did is gaslighting. I mean, it's the perfect example, because even to us, again, like I keep saying, we're even still trying to figure out, was she pregnant? Was she not pregnant? Was there an abortion? Or what is reality with Ezra, right? We really don't even fucking know, man. So yeah, I mean, I guess like, yeah, insensitive. Does Ezra know what? Kitsman said that at the exact same time. Oh. Stop. Oh my God, I'm going to die. Oh my God. Jordy, if you're single and if it turns out that Jason is bi, you guys would make a cute couple. Just saying. Right. So I'm laughing because of what Jordy said, but also, yes, right. Dude. Yes. That's right. And Cece marries Jenna. We all get to marry the people. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. Who was it for me? It was the Arca Crash Daddy dude. Remember, you guys were all like, you from Karen Reed, you guys were like all talking about the children we would have together. There was like, that went on for a long time, actually, of you guys all talking about like how our life would be and stuff. I feel like I wasn't even there when you guys were talking about it. I think it was like in the Discord. Anyway, it was really funny because you guys were all like, what was happening? something was happening in the trial, and you guys were like saying that you were trying to like distract yourselves from how awful it was by like talking about me and the Ark of Crash Daddy's babies or something. Yeah, Wolf. Do you guys remember? Yeah. Yeah, don't. He's still in Eau Claire. It's funny. I was wondering if he's still in Eau Claire. He's still in Eau Claire. Interesting. I was really curious about that. I'm like, would he have moved? So are you sure it's really him though? I mean, I'm sure that you still looked into that. I trust you. I just, I'm sure there's people that make fake ones of that. But then we learned he was married, and then I was like, oh, it might have been something like that. Yeah. Yeah, we learned he was married. He's the only one. Interesting that nobody tried to make. I know someone tried to make a fake Ezra Facebook. Wow. Interesting. I hope he's happy. He deserves to be happy. Man. Hey, does anyone want to try to find John Hansen? Because how is he so MIA in this trial? I just don't understand. I'll never understand. I will never understand how he's so MIA in this trial. Like, he's a main character. Oh, Super Planner Girl. We're just talking about people. Like if Jordy married, well, Jordy didn't actually, this was my idea. Jordy didn't weigh in on it yet, but I was like saying if Jordy's single, and so Jordy just added Jason as a friend on Facebook. And then I was like, what, you guys would make a cute couple. Like if Jordy is single and if Jason turns out to be bi, and then Cece was like, and I married Jenna because there's a crush. We put that on the record. And then we were talking, I was referencing or reminiscing about Crash Daddy and how you guys were like saying how like we would have cute babies, but he's married. Wow, shocker. Why would he do that? Oh, man. Yeah, we've covered a lot of different things. Right? Wouldn't they be so cute? Jordy, we have to get Jordy's consent. And yeah. So match. So yeah, what was I gonna say? I don't know. What does shipping mean again? Oh, shipping. Okay, now I remember. Right, you guys taught me about shipping at one point. Right, I don't want to be shipping. I'm not shipping Jordy anywhere unless it's to the prison with me to go visit Ezra. So we can get our interview. Oh my god. We're gonna get that interview, guys. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Are you saying stop because you're dying to love laughing? I would imagine so. Oh, is there a different shipping? Uh-oh. No, the shipping is like where you're like pretending to two people to get together. Like, right? I think you explained that to me. Like, you're like, we were doing that with somebody. Who were we doing that with before? Oh, it was like Lally and Elaine. Yeah, right. We were doing it with Lally and Elaine. And then we also, y'all, for anyone who's not laughing hard enough already, talk about shipping. Now we've involved animal hybrids into the mix. Oh, God. So we got Elaine and Lolly. And then we got, oh, no. We have an ostrich in it. Specifically, it's Iago from Aladdin. And it's wearing a tie. Oh, that's a mix right there, isn't it? I guess technically 2 birds could do it. Oh god, we don't need to go down that road. That's a road we don't need to go down. I'm hiding under my shirt because I'm laughing so hard. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. We can visit her after Jordy's doing the research this evening. Stop, because we're gonna pee our pants. 3 hours. We're gonna have to narrow down our list of questions then. Now remember, we're using up all 3 hours, of course. Oh no! Oh, Super Planner Girl's going there. Thank you. I wonder what I could do with her plumage. Dude, her shaking her tail feathers. No! Oh no! I mean, you know, we could, well, what would one do with all of those arms though? It's a lot of arms. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, go ahead. Now with no, not nowhere sketchy where people get thrown downstairs, please. I'm dying so much. Squawk, I'm Lally, squawk. What if any? So true. Cece saying you never hear the word plumage enough. Facts. Facts of life right there. Facts of life. I know that's why you guys come here for the facts of life. There's one. Also Hornswoggle. Also Hornswoggle. Oh, wow. That's perfect because we don't ever sleep. We're like the perfect pair to do this road trip, right? Oh my god. Plus, we cover both genders. So, depending on what she's into these days, right? In case she needs to be swooned. Y'all, I do love that the prison's open 24 hours, though. That is great. Oh god. I'm sorry. Oh man. I really wonder what she's like these days. Wow. It really is interesting because like Cece said, like her game's on another level. It really is fascinating, right? I mean, you know. Or jump out of windows for drugs or whatever the phrase was. Part-time jail. Do you guys remember that song? Oh, what was it? The oh my god. Oh my god. Why am I blanking on the name? That really funny show from New Zealand. Oh my god, why am I blanking on the name? I'll be let's see, what is it? You're like a part-time model, that song. You guys know what I'm talking about? Flight of the Conchords. Flight of the Conchords. I just remembered it. Flight of the Conchords. Are you guys familiar with that? It's fucking hilarious. Let me look up the lyrics. Oh my god, things just fell over. Let me look up the lyrics and then I'll remember how it goes. It's really funny. They're like a comedian thing. Hold on. I'm just thinking, so the part-time jail reminded me of the part-time model song. And it's really fucking funny. Okay, it's called The Most Beautiful Girl in the Room. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, the chorus is like, it's like you're so beautiful. You could be a waitress. And then it's like someone else is like, the other dude's like, you could be an air hostess in the 60s. And then they're like, you're so beautiful. You could be a part-time model. Oh yeah, and then I haven't heard the song in a really long time. It's like, and then I do steal the deal. I do my moves. I do. Oh my god, I steal the deal. I do my moves. I dance the robot. Oh my god, it's really funny. It's really funny. I'm not doing it justice. Oh my god, you're so beautiful. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. You're so beautiful, like a tree. Or some nice ceramics or something. Oh, that's right. This is the funniest part. Or like a high-class prostitute. And that's the other thing. It all comes full circle back to the prostitute, doesn't it? Right there. The prostitute. High class. Oh my god. But then at the very end, it's like, you could be a part-time model. And then it's like, well, probably still have to keep your day job. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so funny. And I'm not playing it just because, you know, music, there could be a copyright or whatever. But anyway, oh, there's a Days In. Oh, that is perfect. That sounds great. I think I've stayed at a Days In before. It was pretty nice. I don't know that song. Jump me out of the room. It doesn't even make any sense. Even if it made sense, it doesn't make any sense. But it doesn't make any sense in any of the ways. Oh, you know what else though, guys? I don't know. I think the bumper sticker made me think of this. I was like, oh, wasn't there something that I was thinking? Oh, I gotta remember to tell the Squirrel crew. You know what it was? I was at the Trader Joe's, and I saw a Chris Watts look-alike. That's all that. That's the whole story. That's all there was. that's the whole story. That's funny. Wait, what's an influencer? What do you mean, Cece? I don't know any Dolly Parton songs. I do not know any Dolly Parton songs. I know who she is, obviously. Right. Influencer, like a TikTok model. But wait, but what were you referencing though when you said influencer? Oh, were you referencing like, oh, because of the song? Okay, maybe that's what you're saying. ICCC. Yeah, I got it. That's funny. I said ICCC as in CSEE, but then I just realized that's funny. Selling Bitcoin. Right. Yes, indeed. Yes. No way to make yeah, that's a funny thing. Okay, so there's a bunch of arms though. Surprise! Were you guys surprised? Oh man, poor Jason. I hope he's doing okay. I would interview him too, but you know, Jordy's already on. Jordy's putting in the work, man. Jordy's already over there getting this game started, getting this whole thing going, getting the party, getting the car running. Like Ezra's car idling in the driveway. He surprised. You guys, I don't know how I even feel about if there's another Murdoch trial. CC has to go to bed. I don't even know how I'd feel. Like I can't even, my brain has a hard time processing that. So actually I'm just not, that's why I don't know. So never mind. Okay. let's see what was happening here. What was happening here?
Take some books back or take a book back
Yeah.
and tell them off or something.
He had given her some stuff for Christmas, I think, and that's what she was going to drop off.
Oh, you know what we were doing? It's because we were like, wait, what year is this? That's why. That's what wow, that was a good one. That was a good one, guys.
Yeah, she still hadn't done that as of March here.
No. I think that's like maybe why she went to the
I
races.
think
She
we're
thought he was working. I think she definitely went to race because she thought he was working.
Tell him off about what? I mean, what was she going to tell him off about?
And it's like,
He
I
treated
think
me kind of as a possession. And
yeah. Well, like all the joking that was going on, because like that whole crew in the back of races, it's
Good
like
night,
a
CC.
lot of close guys. And it's just like, I had freaking guys come up to me and be like, oh, so is Alex done with her now? Is she single again? And I was just like, you guys are fucking horrible people, man. Like, these are people's lives. Like, you know, you got John and Alex and all of them. It's like, you don't even mess around with each other enough. Like, maybe you guys are mentally strong, but like, you play like these manipulative games with each other, and like this existential, nonsensical, like, nothing matters, man. Like, that's not healthy, dude. Like, you push people around and you mess with their heads too much, they're gonna break, you know? So I thought it was just like stupid that these people that are apparently her friends, you know, there's fucking all this stuff going on at the coffee shop, and like, you know, maybe human life doesn't have value to you guys, but like, she's already been hurt by how many men in her life, you know, and this is just like a game to everybody now.
Wow. I mean, the compassion he still has for Ezra after this is astonishing. And yeah, I don't even care when it is, if it's right after or way after, either way. The compassion he still has for Ezra after what we've already heard him admit. He knows what she did. I mean, like, anyway. No, I mean, by not just the murder, but in other words, he's now at this point in time, whenever this interview is, which is still up in the air, but, you know, he's admitted, you know, and not admitted, but realized so much was, you know, the gaslighting and the lying and everything, but still so much compassion for her. I mean, incredible.
I feel she really...
I really hope him and Jordy are really happy together. Sorry, we're squipping. We're squipping.
Never had a relationship with him other than sexual.
With Alex?
Yeah, did they love each other?
I mean, he said that he thought he loved her.
Like, I don't have time for any squipping right now because I'm too busy getting our hotel reservations to go visit Ezra.
He told you that?
The night that we talked outside, so like, I forget what night it was, but we were outside Racy's, and I was kind of being a dick, so I was pretty pissed about it. I was like, man, fucking, you know, I kind of had my idea like this stuff was going on, so I started sleeping on the couch because I was sure she was messing around, but I wasn't sure who it was. I was trying to like in my head think like, there's got to be something sketchy going on. Like I just get this vibe. So and she'd always be like, "Well, come upstairs. We'll come upstairs." Like, I don't know. I'm sleeping on the couch. I'm fine. Oh, come up here. Like you can sleep. We can mess. I don't want to. So like, I wasn't sure if I could trust her. I didn't want to get fucking herpes. I didn't want to get fucking hepatitis. You know. I'm like, no. I'm just gonna stay downstairs. And Alex is like, I'm sleeping downstairs like every day. I was like, I don't know. It's not a big deal. Like it's my back. Going my back in the bed. She moves too much. You know, trying to make excuses. But I just didn't trust what was going on anymore. Well, then I found out, and I was like,
okay, I'm going to back that up for just a second. What was the trust again?
He told you that?
The night that we talked outside, so like, I forget what night it was, but we were outside Racy's, and I was kind of being a dick, so I was pretty pissed about it. I was like, man.
Stop, Jordy, stop. Wait, what? Are you for... Stop it. I'm not. No. Okay. For anyone who is like, what's happening in case people aren't in the chat. Hold on. So Jordy, I was just joking and I was like, I'm squipping Jordy, but he's too busy booking our hotel reservations. And he said, I'm emailing Ezra and she already responded and asked, when do we want to come? Are you, what? What? No. Stop. No. Well, see, now it's like, well, was the other part's a joke? Dang it. Kitzman's. Oh, man. Well, dang. I was going to say that would be really fast if she responded already. Accurate. I'm like, what? It is exciting that she might have responded. I mean, I did get really excited. Right. And that's what I thought. I was like, wait, that's crazy. She's able to respond. And see, then I was also, this is how fast my brain was working. Then I was like, but wait, it's a different time zone in Wisconsin. And I was like, well, actually don't know exactly what time zone it is. I think it's 3 hours earlier, but I don't know for sure. And I didn't have time to Google it yet. I wonder what her privileges are, you know? Like, that's something else we could look into because, you know, some of these places, they've got the tablets and, you know, a lot of them do. And they have, like, all kinds of access to shit. Well, I mean, a lot of the prisons have the tablets, and it's not like they have free access to the internet, but they have, like, they have, I think they do have 20, in some places there's 24, like I think they get 24/7 access to it, but it's not a normal thing. It's like if you, in other words, if you wanted to, like they can message and FaceTime people, but they do it through a certain app that's approved by the prison. And like, I'll same with the internet, like they can use the internet, but they can't just like browse whatever. It's like certain stuff, but like they have access to those devices, I think at all times. I know that's those tablets are, provided where Alex is in prison. Where she's in Central. Okay. Wow, really? Only 1 hour behind me? Wow. Isn't it, you guys, this is my life. My life is that I the most I know about, like, okay, the time zones I remember the best in terms of the US, apart from where I live, obviously. But in terms of the difference from where I live, is Idaho, because believe it or not, Ada County is 2 hours behind me, and Latah County is 3 hours behind me. And then I was like, wow, that's crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, making a fuss. Well said. Well said. Okay, let's see what was happening in Jason land.
So I thought it was like stupid that these people that are apparently her friends, you know, there's fucking all this stuff going on at the coffee shop, and like, you know,
yeah, but
maybe human life doesn't have value to you guys, but like,
Jordy,
she's already been hurt by how many men in her life, you know, and this is just like a game to everybody now.
I think it's fake though.
Do you feel she really ever had a relationship with him other than sexual?
With Alex?
Yeah. Did they love each other?
Wow.
I mean, he said that he thought he loved her, or
he told you that
the night that we talked outside. So like, I forget what night it was, but we were outside Racy's, and I was kind of being a dick. So I was pretty pissed about it. I was like, man, fucking.
I believe Alex loved her. I mean, the real part of the question here is Ezra capable of love? But I'm sure they're not going to ask him that.
You know, I kind of had my idea, like this stuff was going on. So I started sleeping on the couch because I was sure she was messing around, but I wasn't sure who it was. I was trying to, like, in my head think, like, there's got to be something sketchy going on. Like, I just get this vibe. So, and she'd always be like, well, come upstairs. We'll come upstairs. I'm like, I don't know, I'm sleeping on the couch. I'm fine down here. Oh, come up here. Like, you can sleep and we can mess with them. I don't want to. So I wasn't sure if I could trust her. I didn't want to get fucking herpes. I didn't want to get fucking hepatitis, you know? I'm like, no, I'm just going to stay downstairs. And Alex was like, I sleep downstairs like every day. I was like, it's not a big deal. Like, it's my back. Go and put my back in the bed. She moves too much. You know, trying to make excuses. But I just didn't trust what was going on anymore. Well,
that's interesting. So remember, we heard about him sleeping on the couch after the abortion and stuff, which, or if it happened, that thing, which it was after the abortion. But this is from what he's saying. Interesting. It really sounds like because he wasn't sure, like, if she was cheating on him, and he didn't want to get like an STD or whatever. He didn't trust her because he was like, something's up. So he was sleeping downstairs. Interesting.
Then I found out, and I was like, God damn, it's fucking Alex.
Yeah,
Like,
hey, I forgot.
fuck, man. Like,
I saw that.
I was like,
Wow.
dude, I was there.
How'd you find out?
I just found out through the grapevine. Like, and I went to talk to him at Racy, so I was like, hey, can I bum a smoke? And he's like, yeah. And I was kind of a dick about it. I was like, yeah. You like take things of mine, I'll just take some things of yours, man. He's just like, oh, what is that supposed to be? I was like, I know, man. Like, we should probably go outside and talk. And I mean, even though I can be a dick sometimes, I usually try to diffuse it with humor, because like, life fucking sucks. But like, I mean,
this is him talking about that blow up, quote unquote blow up at Racy's we hear about in trial so much.
Nothing's worth like getting in a fight, beating somebody up, doing it, because like people were kind of worried. It's like, no, I'm not gonna hurt, dude. Like, I don't hurt people.
Of course you don't.
So we went outside and we were just smoking. You know, we had a conversation. It was like, so I know about all this stuff. Like, what are your intentions? Like, what's going to happen? And because, like, she's not with me anymore. Like, I know she's, you know, because she had already moved out and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, there was all the stuff that went on with John's stuff. Like, you know, are you going to take care of her and protect her? And, like, you actually love her? And he's like, I think so. Like, I don't know, maybe. You know, and he like, always do that, like, I was like, did you think about, you know, how this would affect, you know, me? Like, why would, like, after it happened, why did you just be like, you could just message me and be like, Doc, I fucked up, but like, I think I'm in love with your girlfriend, and like, this stuff happened. Because like, I would have understood, man.
So he didn't out say he is in love with her.
Wow.
He would wish-wash between like, that's how he was. That's how both of them were.
And when was this?
Wow. Poor Jason.
After the suicide attempt?
Yes, this was after the suicide attempt.
Was this after the incident with John then? Or before?
It was, let me think of the date. I know there's a key date. It was the same day, I think, as, there was an event that was close to it.
Was there an art show she was?
Yeah, there was an art show she was going to help out with. It was around that area.
Okay.
I don't know if it was that same day or the day after. It was somewhere around that time, though. The art event at Shift, the Touch Me Baby, like live, like you could actually touch the exhibits. But she was supposed to like be a model for one of the masks that Gabe Fisher made, because he made all these like masks and stuff, and they had all this art like he could. But so like yeah, we had to have that conversation, and I mean we left on good terms. Like I talked with him, and I was just like, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I'm disappointed because like I've had these things happen before. You know, where like someone's like, hey, I'm kind of into a guy at work, and someone's like, okay, like is he a good dude? Like let me know about him. Like you know, my friend, you know, one of my exes, Brittany, we're still great friends. It's like it's not about trusting each other. It's about transparency when it comes to this stuff. It's like, if you're transparent with me, I don't mind. You know, and then the guy turned out to be a dick. I found her like 3 months later on October, like I was skateboarding, like I decided to dress as Marty McFly from Back to the Future, skateboarding over the bridge by Phoenix Park. And she's down by the river, puking in the river with a broken ankle. And I'm like, what are you doing down here, Britt? Well, I got in an argument with my boyfriend. I sprained my ankle trying to get back up because I'm too drunk. All right. So I put her on my shoulder and took her up to Stone's Throw. Well, every time I tried to go outside and call a cab, she'd get more drunk. She'd order another beer. So I was like, no, we're going back to your house. She lived over by Fifth and the
wait, what?
The weird, like, bar Fisher made, because he made all these, like masks and stuff. And
hold on.
It was, let me think of the date. I know there's a key date. It was the same day, I think, as, there was an event that was close to it.
Was there an art show she was?
Yeah, there was an art show she was going to help out with. It was around that area.
Okay.
I don't know if it was that same day or the day after. It was somewhere around that time, though. The art event at Shift, the Touch Me Baby, like live, like you could actually touch the exhibits. But she was supposed to like be a model for one of the masks that Gabe Fisher made, because he made all these like masks and stuff, and they had all this art like he could. But
that
so like yeah, we had,
that's really interesting because of the masks thing, you know. But it's a touch me baby was the theme of the. That's so interesting because that pop-up art show is talked about so much at trial, and it was like you touched the exhibits and they're people? That sounds like a bad idea to me, right? What?
I had that conversation, and I mean, we left on good terms. Like, I talked with him, and I was just like, I'm just disappointed, man. Like, I'm disappointed because, like, I've had these things happen before, you know, where, like, someone's like, hey, I'm kind of into a guy at work, and someone's like, okay, like, is he a good dude? Like, let me know about him. Like, you know, my friend, you know, one of my exes, Brittany, we're still great friends. It's like, it's not about trusting each other. It's about transparency when it comes to this stuff. It's like, if you're transparent with me, I don't mind. You know, and then, like, I turned out to be a dick. I found her, like, 3 months later on October, like, I was skateboarding, like, I decided to dress as Marty McFly from Back to the Future, skateboarding over the bridge by Phoenix Park. And she's down by the river, puking in the river with a broken ankle. And I'm like, what are you doing down here, Britt? Well, I got in an argument with my boyfriend. I sprained my ankle trying to get back up because I'm too drunk. All right. So I put her on my shoulder and took her up to Stone's Throw. Well, every time I tried to go outside and call a cab, she'd get more drunk. She'd order another beer. So I was like, no, we're going back to your house. You lived over by 5th in the weird, like, bar, porn shop, hospital area.
Okay, yeah.
So I carried her all the way over there, bandaged her ankle up, put her in a bed.
Bar, porn shop, hospital area.
She's like, why are you doing this? I'm like, I'm just not a fucking human being, man. Like, stop being an idiot, though. Like, what are you doing down by the river when you're hammered? You know, you can drown every year.
Yeah. Did she ever say why she's down by the river?
Yeah, they were arguing. They wanted a private place to argue. I'm like, you got drunk and decided to privately argue by the
He's like, I want to know all the tea about this interesting story with your ex-girlfriend.
I'm like,
that's hilarious.
I was like, you just don't have the greatest taste in women, man. You pick people that are like,
totally. This is hilarious, man.
I think it's just normal people are boring to me. I like interesting people, but they all end up being a little awkward.
Y'all, I don't know that we will ever see this again in a police interview. This is hilarious.
So what attracts you to
They're just like shooting the shit and they're like chatting with him.
She was just a very artistic person. Like, the way, like, we had a lot of similar taste in music, a lot of similar taste in art, literature, just like, I don't know, she was always like, some of this stuff was like kind of rad. Like, her and John and me were all into like vulture culture kind of stuff. Like, you know, you find some like random bones and stuff in the woods, as long as it's not illegal, you know, like if there's certain birds of prey and stuff like that, you're not allowed to take certain things like bears and whatnot. You have to, like, you can't just take an eagle head home with you, you know.
Yeah, you can't take bears or an eagle head. Noted.
You know, the boiling down the
When we go to Wisconsin, Jordy, keep that in mind.
skulls and then like getting them all like repositioned and stuff. I mean, that's what's kind of cool to me, like, you know. But yeah, like, it was always just like the on the fly wanderlust, kind of like, well, let's just go do this. Let's just go to the Milwaukee Museum. Let's just go to here. Let's go. You know, it's like, I like that because a lot of my life has been sedentary in Eau Claire as of late, and it's like I do miss just going and having a partner in crime. Like, she used to have like the Cards Against Humanity card in her car that said doing crime.
He said he misses having a partner in crime.
It's like, it was like sitting in her ashtray thing, because like she was like my partner in crime. We just go off and do nonsensical things. Like, you want to just drive to like, you know, someplace outside Stanley and just like hang out in the park and blow bubbles. Just buy a bunch of bubble necks and just be like two idiots in the front. Yeah, sure, why not? You know, like, just nonsense. Like, break the monotony. But I don't know. At some point, I just didn't know who I was dating anymore. You know, because it started like Alex had said, like Zenk had said. You know, a lot of this stuff doesn't add up, dude. Like, some of the stuff she's saying, it's like, she's got skydiving lessons from this time. She's living with Hagan. She's doing this. She's doing that. And he's like, try to throw that all into like the lifespan that she's had. You know, it doesn't fit, man. And like Alex is always, that's what I expect best from him, because like, he'll tell me, I'll tell him shit when he doesn't want to hear it, but it's the truth, and he'll do the same.
When we interview her, we have to ask, also add it to the list. We really need to ask her about her skydiving lessons, because that's going to be a key talking point.
To me, like,
you always listen to his advice?
No. I'm always listening, but I don't always act on it. I feel like he could live my life a lot better than I could, but whatever. I could live his life a lot better too. I'm not two fucking credits away from an environmental biology degree. Dude loves fly fishing, should be working at the DNR. He's working at a pipe shop. Like, you're too smart for this. You're going crazy on $10 an hour, man. You got health insurance. Like, come on. Well, you can marry me. Give me those military benefits. It's like, I'm not marrying you. You know what happens if I marry you? I can't be with a woman ever again. Why? I'll go to jail. You can't cheat on your husband/wife. He's like, really? He's like, yeah. It's like, that's funny. I'm like, no, it's not funny.
So did you go to college at all, or?
A little bit. I did a little bit. I don't know. I want to do some more stuff. I'm thinking about this PA thing, though.
So do you need some education on that too, then? You actually, or is the military give you
the military, probably, a lot of my things are accredited, but it's like, military stuff doesn't always transfer over. That's the biggest problem, especially when it comes to healthcare.
How many years you got with Guard?
Yeah, I'm in the Guard now, so it's like, probably like 10.
You have any active years?
Yeah, a little bit, but now it's hard for me to like want to leave the military, but at the same time,
you got 10 stay. 78, and I didn't. I wish I did.
They screwed up the, if you know anybody that's still in, but they messed with the retirement stuff.
Did they?
They changed it to like this profit, like, so now you pay in, and it's like a 401k pretty much. So like they match a certain amount. Before it was like the legacy plan they call it. It's like, you do 20, you get so much.
Whatever your rank was.
Yeah. And, This new one, it's like, they're not going to pay for your entire life. Like, it's like a 401k. So
depends on what you put in.
It depends on how much you put in, and it depends on what they match.
How well it does.
How much you take out per year. So they're pushing everybody to switch over to this new one. And I was like, I don't know, man, that's pretty sketchy. I don't like that idea. Like, you could outlive your money so easily.
So you don't have to switch?
No, you don't have to. It was, you had your choice up until like October when the new budget opened up to switch over.
So you stayed?
I stayed at that one. Because like they were pushing it so hard, and I was telling like, it's a trap, dudes. Don't do it. It's a trap. Oh, but it looks so lucrative. Yeah, why would they be asking us to do it? They're going to save so much money.
So ranker,
I've been moving around now. I was a sergeant. Was sitting in a staff position. Now I'm like, I don't know. They keep messing. I have to go do some more training in February. Get my stuff back. I'm so sick of sitting in slots, getting ranked up, getting moved around, getting this, getting that. Because that was all based off of, they have a new system where before you could sit in the slots, you were automatically promoted, and then you didn't have to do your, what's it called? Not DLC, your ALC. Yeah, you didn't have to do any of that stuff. So you're just promoted like kind of like a field rate promotion. Now it's like, they make you sit in these slots, you're retaining a slot, but then they have me training people that were coming in for my position before sending me these things because they're like, oh, you have to go research, you have to do this, you have to do that, oh, you've used up all your training hours, oh, train another person, do this, do that. Like, I'm sitting in a 6 slot for how long, working as a 6, getting paid as like a 4, being a 5, what's going on, man?
Do they have warrants at all?
Yeah.
How do you get those?
It's pretty much MOS specifics, like helicopter repairman, stuff like that. You have to be pretty specific.
Not the medical side?
No, not on the medic side. I think our only one is Chief Bear. He's like some kind of mechanic. I don't know, man.
Well, Travis, you got anything else? I'm kind of...
You guys spent?
Well, I appreciate your time, man. I appreciate your service, too. And
do you know if there's anything like... I gotta call that number, right? Because they're not gonna make me come there for 22 or 20 days.
Who issued the subpoena to you, do you know?
Was it the defense or the prosecution?
I don't know. I picked it up here. Because I thought that
it was served to you.
I don't know.
This is another indication that this is much later, right? Because he's already got a subpoena to come testify at the trial. There's no way this is on the 27th of 2018. 2018. There's no way. March 27th, 2018. No way. Nope. They didn't even apprehend her until April 6th. What?
You guys are the ones that visited while I was gone?
Yeah, we did.
Because, like, Jenna messaged me, she's like, oh, some guys were here, some like plainclothes officers were here. It's like, oh, shit. I got excited because maybe they found my bike because my bike got stolen.
Oh, okay.
I biked to Detroit, and I came back here, and some jerk stole it, like, 2 days later.
Well, just because the sheriff's office served it, it could be from our agency yet, since you're in Eau Claire, or it could be from the defense, so...
Yeah. It should say down on the bottom portion of the subpoena who it's from, if it's from the defense or the prosecution.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the whole...
Look at it, if it's the defense, contact whatever number's on there, and if it's the DA from Dunn County, contact them to say, when do you need me? Yeah. They won't need you for that full length.
Something like this.
They might not know yet, But as it gets closer, you'll be able to communicate with them.
They'll be able to give you a block of time. They might say, okay, have a response time of so much within these days.
We got the same thing. They got a window like this, and we ain't gonna have everybody there the first day.
Okay. Yeah, because like I don't want to sit in a room and stare at the back of her head for that long.
Well, and you'd probably be sequestered. You probably won't be able to sit in the courtroom anyway.
Is that sequestered?
All witnesses usually in major trials aren't allowed to have interaction with they can't listen to the testimony of other witnesses.
Roger that.
So
once in a while after, they'll allow you to stay.
Yeah, if they release you.
Possibly.
Okay, that's better.
So it could even be more boring if you're there even longer.
Yeah, you can just
we
sit in the
might
hallway.
be able to play cards or something.
They just sit you in a room, you just
Well, you
stare
sit in the hallway pretty much.
Yeah, usually it's like,
they'll narrow it down.
as the day gets going, they'll say you're going to be between maybe 1 and 3 p.m. or something like that. So, or give me your cell phone number. If it looks like they're going to move you up or something, they'll call you, but you'll have to be close.
But that like 2nd to 20-second window, that's not going to be all, like every single day they're not going to be doing it though, right?
Yeah.
Every single day? For how long?
Probably other than Saturdays and Sundays. They might run Saturdays, usually not.
Is it like a certain amount of hours every day, or?
Usually normal courthouse hours.
Yeah, and just depending on what's going and what they need to
8
get.
a.m. to 4:30 or 20?
It could go in the evening. Sometimes if they got a traveling witness, they need to get done.
Yeah.
But I think,
I don't really have a whole lot to say, but I mean,
I don't know. There's a lot of things that can go on between now and then, but
absolutely.
Those photos I raised, these were of particular concern because we didn't know who wrote Life Starts Now, but you did that.
Yeah, I wrote the Life Starts Now.
And that was all based on the conversation that she had with
her father, Joe.
Yeah. Okay.
What was his real impetus there? Why would he think life starts now? Because she hasn't proven life starts at any moment.
No, I think he's just trying to pump up his kid. He took on the responsibility of raising her.
Right.
Rosie had split up with her, because I saw her biological father at the court hearing it. Like I heard some whispers from her side of the family, like, "Oh, that's her real dad." She's thinking, people just lie to her or what? But like,
the real dad was there. Interesting, huh?
She's under the impression that her real dad is like somewhere down south, like as a traveling artist, and he's just like this cranked out dude, look like a junkie drug dude. Because I see him, he comes in all disheveled, dirty, messy clothes, possibly track marks or just scratch marks on his arms, and I'm like, like Jesus Christ, have people been lying to this girl since she's been born? Because like she thinks he's like this traveling artist, and he actually lives in the same town, and no one like what is wrong with these people,
Wow.
I guess we never really totally touched on it. Has she ever had any discussion with you about what happened out there?
Not really. That's like one of the things, like when I first went into the psych ward to visit her, we didn't talk about much besides like art and things and music and whatnot. And she never really talked about it much inside the letters or anything either.
Okay.
She just kind of talked about like these aspirations of like how life's going to be and this and that. And like even Allison Kestrel, like she's one of the girls she used to date John for a little while. She keeps randomly talking to me about it, like, "Oh, I'm going to go visit her," and I've been Skype, I was going to Skype call with her and this and that. And I was like, I know you want to talk to me about this because I'm like the closest one involved, but like I don't want to talk about all that often. She's like, "Well, yeah, she wrote me this letter and it's really hard to respond," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know it's really hard to respond because you don't know what to say." Like, well, she thinks she's coming home in April. And I was like, I know. I would try to read some of this stuff, and it's like I can't relate or I can't talk to you about this because I don't know what's going on in your head. I don't know what kind of drugs they have you on. I don't know what kind of mental state. Like she's been reading a lot of like philosophy, or not philosophy, but like spiritual things, I think now, and like at least that's what Allison had said. And I was like, I even reached out to John recently. He was going through AA, and he reached out to me first. He's like, "Hey, I gotta like my sponsor says I have to make like these preparations, and stuff. It's part of like my process." And I was like, "All right." So like, I know you probably don't want to see me. And I was like, "Not really, but like if you gotta do it, dude." It's like we met at the coffee shop, and I didn't say a whole heck of a lot, They talked at me, and I was like, "Yeah, like do you feel any better? He just wanted to explain himself more and stuff. And I was like, dude, I loved you like a brother so much. Like, you know, I fucking cared so much about you guys. And like every fucking one of you, like, the only person not getting fucked was me, but I was getting fucked by everybody.
Did you feel better or worse after talking to him?
I felt better. It's just sad to see like a dude that, you know, like so close to you. Like,
did you learn anything out of it?
Not really.
Or do you think he was still sticking to his story?
I mean, it's another thing. It's like, you don't know. You never know. Like, there's only two people that know. One's dead and one's kind of like not. I mean, it's like, is she going to tell me the truth or is she going to try to self-preserve? Like, who knows? Like, at this point, it's just a toss-up. My worst case scenario is just not finding out the truth. Like, guilty, innocent, that's not a worst case scenario. It's just like some technicality, some bad thing that like gets jostled and like the case just gets like fucked, you know? I just want to know why did this happen, you know?
Wow.
What was your thinking? I mean, you knew about the Marinette thing.
The Marinette, like her.
Yeah, I mean, when she went to school.
Yeah.
And then.
They're talking about the
basically then the Alex thing, then the John thing.
Oh, there was like so much going on.
Was there any others in there?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And any that you're specifically aware of, though, or?
For assaults, you mean?
Yeah. Any names?
I don't know any names. I know that I know the neighbor of Joe is one of the accused. I can't think of what his name is.
But that was some years ago?
Same neighbor. Like, he still lived across the street, apparently.
But years ago, though, or when?
Yeah, this was apparently years ago. Apparently, when one of the nights when she was over at Joe's, she had called. That was one of the times she called me on the phone. She's like, downstairs watching Netflix. She's like, yeah, I just feel really uncomfortable. Can I just talk with you? I was like, I'm kind of tired actually. Can I just go to bed? And she's like, well, the neighbor's over and I just feel like really off. And I was like, okay, all right. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm sick of being the good guy.
Yeah.
But, you know, like there was some cousin, I don't know what the teacher's name was, but it was a teacher, and I guess she would hang out in his room after school quite a bit, and she painted a mural. I'm not sure she painted,
but nothing like the last couple of years where we haven't filled in the dots other than Alex and John, potentially.
Alex, John, maybe Hagan's brother, but like I said, like Hagan seems... she said that Hagan was pretty shitty to her too. Like, I hung out with Hagan, he's not so bad. Like, we randomly ran into each other at a biking event, and I was just like, you doing okay, man? He's like, yeah, how are you? I was like, not the greatest, you know, and we chit-chatted, and he's not, like, we run into each other every once in a while, because I bike up towards Altoona by the fire station, because that's where FedEx is, and every once in a while I come down that hill at that intersection where you're going to cross to go by Banbury and stuff, I'll run into Hagan there, and we'll just be like, hey, you want to go for a sprint? Yeah, I'm going to sprint around town a little bit, and he's just he's an odd duck too, but a good dude. And it's like, I just don't know who to trust in these things. It's like, this has really messed with my ability to like, look at, you know, for a while there was like, law enforcement's freaking me out, man. I don't know if I can trust them. I'm not a suspect. They put like looking for bikers in the paper. What the heck? Then they show up for DNA. Wow. Okay. Like, I'm trying to be as transparent as possible, you know? And I got John stuff, like him lying to me. I got, you know, all this. It's like, oh my God, I'm going insane. I just want this to like make sense, you know? So that's why I started writing stuff down. Like, I'll use exact dates and the things that I know that are solid to try to make some sense of this. Well, then it raises even more questions because you're like, holy shit, like that could have maybe not been my baby. Wow, that's really convenient because if it was if she was that far along, I might have been in California. I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's like you want to know, but the more you dig, the more asinine and like the more convoluted. It's like those people that put the crazy string things on their walls, you know?
Was there a possibility of doing DNA back then? I mean, I
probably could have, but like
I think this is getting to the part where they say something about her pocketing the money with the abortion.
You guys didn't discuss anything. Pretty much just went with
At that point, you were kind of convinced that it was yours, right?
Yeah, I was completely convinced. And, like, it just didn't seem like it was a subject. Like, she just, you know, she wanted it taken care of, but like also at the same time, yeah, like I don't know. That's what irritated me. It was like after the fact, she made it sound like I wanted to keep it so bad, but I just didn't know how to talk to you about it. It was like, that is bullshit. Like, you can't just do this after the fact because you never talked to me. You never said you wanted anything. She's like, well, I just didn't know if you wanted to be with me like that long. I was like,
Then talk to me.
Then why didn't you talk to me? You know, like, this is, you know, I don't know.
Do you have a current phone number for John or Wade? Do you know where he's at right now?
John,
Hansen?
Aaron, not Rogers. One of my coworkers in the cities. Grant the cop's texting me too. He's one of my soldiers. His name has changed in my phone.
Is that like your bike serial number on yours?
This?
Yeah.
I think it's an electrical thing. One of my friends made this. John's is.
They're asking me stuff.
When I go to the coffee shop. I mean, I don't know. I try to we've been cordial. Like we hang outside once in a while. Like if I'm at Racy's still, because like now that Jeremy sold the place, I don't mind going back there as much because I just did not get along with the old owner. He just kind of, I don't know. There was some weird stuff going on with that guy and his staff. I didn't abide by.
How long ago did that change hands?
Maybe a month.
That sounds to me like maybe the owner of Racy's was having relations with the staff. So there's some weird stuff going on he didn't abide by.
2.5, 2 months. Zach Olmstead from the Jam, like Lismore kind of thing bought it out.
Okay.
But I mean, Jeremy's mom is like struggling with cancer, so I think they're gonna move and do some stuff. But no, like I started going back, and every once in a while I see John outside, and it's like we try to pretend like things fine, but like you can still feel like the tension.
Yeah.
It's like, how have you been? Until you're
finally past it, it's there.
How's Warren? Warren's good. He's a good kid. He's like better than me, better than I could ever be. And it's like, I just have to try too hard, huh? He's like, fuck you too, man. So I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Like, it's hard to because we used to have such a great rapport. We're like him and Josh that I went to the Redwoods with. They weren't getting along for the longest time because Josh found out he was messing around with his sister. And he was pissed off about it because he didn't like the way John treated women. He's like, I don't like the way my sister's not emotionally stable, so like you shouldn't mess around with her. So they got in a big argument, and before I'd gone to research, I created, because we played D&D together, I created an entire campaign, spent like hundreds of dollars, spent 80 plus 90 some hours like writing this stuff up, getting it ready, so I could forcibly get them to be in a room together and hang out and just play in a world where all this shit didn't happen. Wow. They talked they almost died in Spain together. They used to be best friends. It hurt me to see their relationship fall apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
And then just come back to all that stuff. I was like, I can't believe it. Like, John, what the hell, man? I fucking love you guys.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything at the moment.
Let Brian know that or not.
I bore you guys?
No,
absolutely not.
Aw.
I'm a weird dude, man. We had a lot of good information for us.
So you cleared up a lot of things that we at least had questions for. Appreciate you giving us a chance.
Oh, yeah. I didn't expect to be done with work so early. I don't know what the heck's going on. One of the kids apparently crashed one of the vehicles, and then some other stuff's happening with one of them, so they don't have enough vehicles now, so...
Is it seasonal then, or are you going to stay on, or...?
I might stay on. I guess it all depends on what...
the money's got to be good.
The money's good, but, I don't want to turn down a chance to, go to check out the Ukraine if they do offer me a Ukraine deployment, and, I don't know. Just something to do and change the pace. I like being able to get out of town once in a while. Fresh perspectives on things. Going to Louisiana was great.
And the drive to Florida probably wasn't too bad.
Humvee.
Aw, fresh perspective on things, he said. So we must have missed the part. There's a part where they talk about pocketing the money for the abortion. I'll find it and I'll make sure to point it out, or put the timestamp there, because there is a part. I mean, it comes up so many times in the interview, right? Where, like I said, they touch on it and then circle back, but then it goes to something else, and so we might have missed it. But that was when that was the thing that stuck out the most to me. We heard the part about where he says, he says what? I paid the cash or gave her the cash or something. But I do think it seems like he got confused with the questioning about if they were talking about the parking tickets or the abortion, because when he said debit card. So, because I had the same problem, as I said. So, So yeah, so do you guys want me to, like I mentioned in Discord, also upload just as a separate video just the interview file that I have, the way, and it'll be the way it is here, where it has like some subtitles on certain things, and then it has those little clips that are in there. But I can do that for people that want to be able to watch it again or go and hear it, without any commentary. So does anyone have any thoughts on that particular? And then I think the next episode will probably be ready for tomorrow. Ezra will be back on the stand on cross, and then there's she finishes up her testimony, and then they get into the defense witnesses. Okay, yeah. Well, all right, I'll do that too. The defense expert witnesses, just to clarify. So I think what I'll do is, since I'm going to go ahead, I need to upload that video to YouTube and get ready to export my other one. So I think what I'll do is next time on the next episode, I had some other points I wanted to go through regarding this interview that I had written down. So we'll talk about those, I think, next time. And we will also do the little field trip to the hotels that they've stayed at, and then the prison. We'll check that out too. So we'll do that at the beginning of the next one. And then we'll get into the rest of that trial testimony for the next episode. Oh my God, a bedtime story by Ezra. Dude. So this one time I was skydiving, and then what did she do next? And then I peed my pants because I drank too many mochas ahead of time. The end. So guys, it's been real fun, real squirrely, real interesting. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are the best. So yeah, so I do think it'll be tomorrow when we have our next one. And I'm just looking at my list here, crossing off things that we did go over. Yep, we do. Kitsmits. See, Kitsmits is a good is good for that task because of the whole writing thing. She fucked this skydiving instructor and the instructor's bestie separately, then accused one of SA. Excellent. I love it. Dude, you do a whole novel on this, man, while in the air. Yes. No. I think that's very appropriate. Sounds like Ezra, right? Whenever we visit her in a prison, we'll be like, what do you think of the story? Do you approve? She'll be like, it's as long as you have them compliment my booty at some point and say I look great, then yes, I'll approve of it. Classic Ezra. I wonder if she would also be like, can someone please say that I'm their shining star too? That's so funny. All right. Well, y'all are awesome. Squirrel crew for life. Love you guys. Right. Yes. And of course. And I'll see y'all soon tomorrow. And I'm going to roll the outro. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel.